experiment. What's an experiment? From Penn State, there should be 3 categories of variables in every experiment: the dependent, the independent, and the controlled. The independent variable, the cause, that which is varied and manipulated. Remember, it has 2 requirements. It's varied or manipulated by the scientist to produce the effect. The dependent variable is the effect, the result, or your prediction. And the controlled variables, variables that are held constant so as not to confound the test. You don't want anything in there confounding your results. From explorable.com, experimentation. There are 3 important variables you have to remember when you're designing your experiment: the independent, the dependent, and the controlled variables, right? Pretty much lining up. Let's go to Wiki. Let's see what Wiki has to say about this. The Wiki experiment. An experiment is a procedure carried out to support, refute, or validate a hypothesis. Experiments provide insight into cause and effect by demonstrating what outcome occurs when a particular factor is manipulated. So I want everyone to take a wild guess what that factor being manipulated is. It's the independent variable, like we just went over 25 times. So in conclusion, I'm going to leave this up for a couple minutes. In conclusion, the alternative hypothesis, this is how you differentiate between these guys. The alternative hypothesis is independent variable plus your dependent variable, that's the cause and the effect, equals a prediction of cause and effect. The null hypothesis is the independent variable plus the dependent variable equals prediction of no cause and effect. The zero difference, the null, no. And the experiment is the independent variable plus the dependent variable plus what? The controlled variables equals prediction of cause and effect. Hopefully this is getting through and this is clear. So there won't be too much more confusion over this. All right, science. The intellectual and practical activity encompassing the systematic study of the structure and behavior of the physical and natural world through observation and experiment. So, what's the natural world? All of the animals, plants, and other things existing in nature and not made or caused by people. What's the physical? Well, of, relating to, or resembling material things or nature, the physical universe. So the definition of physics from physics.org. The dictionary definition of physics is the study of matter, energy, and the interaction between them. But what that really means is that physics is about asking fundamental questions and trying to answer them by observing and experimenting. So physicists ask really big questions, which is ironic because most of these are not scientific inquiries. How did the universe begin? How will the universe change in the future? How does the sun keep on shining? And what are basic building blocks of matter? Yeah, they're going to have to take a re-look at those. So if something's natural and physical, it must have either chemical formula or structure, charge, mass, momentum or spin, or kcals, kilojoules, or millielectron volts, folks. If it's material, natural and physical, it must satisfy either one of these, at least. So show us either of these for a vacuum, right? Because this was a subject that was brought up this week. Show us one of those when a vacuum is defined as, even from Wiki, vacuum is a space devoid of matter. So let's look at the definition of physics again. It's a study of matter, energy, and the interaction between them. So how in the world can physicists study matter and energy without matter and energy? Or vacuum. It's devoid of matter. Again, Science, the intellectual and practical activity encompassing the study of the structure and behavior of the physical and natural world through observation and experiment. It says physical and natural world to carefully delineate the physical and natural, that's light, helium, nitrogen, oxygen, lightning, tornadoes, electrons, protons, neutrons, etc., from the physical non-natural, that is lawnmowers, computer desks, vacuum chambers, 5-speed transmissions, chicken coops, steel-belted radials. Okay? This is not a natural phenomenon like all the others. And this should drive home the point from Kennesaw State. A law describes what nature does, as opposed to a theory explaining how nature works. So, are these guys talking about the toaster oven laws or the lawnmower theories? I don't think so. Now, on to scientific theories and scientific laws. Before we start into the scientific theories, I hope everyone's aware that there's a difference between scientific theories and the colloquial theory. The colloquial theory is abject speculation. Well, I have a theory on this and this and this. No, you have a speculation on it. It's probably best to use that word, because as soon as you say theory, people all of a sudden, relate scientific theory, when most people don't know what that is either, but you know what I'm saying. So scientific theories, everything in science is defined precisely. They have a precise meaning. Scientific theories explain the how and the why, the mechanism and the process, and identify the cause, right? Uh-oh, boy, that sounds like a hypothesis, doesn't it? The how and the why and identify the cause, that's like germ theory, right? Yeah, because scientific theories are the result of validated, confirmed scientific hypotheses that have been rigorously tested. That's why they sound like them. As opposed to scientific laws, they only describe. There's a difference between explanations and descriptions. And the difference is explanations answer how, why questions. Descriptions answer what is question. So, for laws, the how and why and the cause is not applicable. They are based solely on observations, often expressed mathematically, because mathematics are descriptions. For example, the second law of thermodynamics. That's why they're called the laws of thermodynamics and not the theories of thermodynamics. There's a reason for that. And a scientific law never becomes a scientific theory or vice versa, because they each deal with different questions and both are in two different domains. Again, from Kennesaw State, a law describes what nature does, and a theory explains how nature works. From this view, laws and theories do different things and have different roles to play in science. And remember from our last discussion about scientific laws or physical laws, right? They're not actually scientific. It's a misnomer, because no scientific law ever enters the scientific method. It can't enter it. You can't ask a cause and effect question on a scientific law. And I'd use the laws of entropy. We only know that they exist. We don't know the cause of why heat flows from hot to cold, or energy from concentrated to dispersed, always. We don't know the cause of it. It just does. Okay, that's the science review. Now, back to gravity. This is starting to come up again. I don't know for what reason, but let's go over it again. Gravity. Any moron knows that if you drop an anvil from elevation, that it's going to fall to the ground. Conjuring a word that describes the action, gravity, or Dukel-Sloper-Gertz, or whatever, I can just make up a term, doesn't validate that it's the cause. It's just a description. However, this is very important. When somebody states gravity in our common vernacular, they are immediately invoking a cause, whether they like it or not. It's either mass attracting mass, That's Cavendish or Newtonian gravity, or space-time, and that's Einsteinian. So Cavendish or Newtonian gravity is a force, whereas Einsteinian gravity is not a force. There's a big difference here, folks. From Caltech, Einstein came up with the theory of general relativity in 1915, the prototype of all modern gravitational theories. Its crucial ingredient, involving a colossal intellectual jump, is the concept of gravitation not as a force. Let's all sing this together. Not as a force, but as a manifestation of the curvature of space-time. These guys are not even in the same geometry. Newtonian or Cavendish gravity is in Euclidean 3 space, whereas Einsteinian gravity is in pseudo-Riemannian 4 space. They are clearly mutually exclusive, so one or the other, you can't be both. So, as I said, well, Newton proposed, well, he proposed an equation. Well, this is just a description, right? That's all it is. It doesn't give any explanations. However, okay, let's take a look at these. Newton proposed this equation. However, Cavendish proposed this 100 years later. Now, can you take a look at these? Are these different? I'm thinking so. Newton himself wasn't exactly married to the idea. In a letter to Dr. Richard Bentley on February 25th, 1692, Isaac Newton says, "'Tis inconceivable that an inanimate, brute matter should, without mediation of something else, which is not material, operate upon and affect other matter without mutual contact. That gravity should be innate, inherent, and essential to matter, so that one body can act upon another at a distance through a vacuum without mediation of anything else, by and through which their action or force may be conveyed from one to another, is to me so great an absurdity that I believe no man who has in philosophical matters a competent faculty of thinking can ever fall into." In other words, Sir Isaac Newton believes that if you believe in gravity, that you should be institutionalized. Okay, that's pretty clear here. So let's end this Newtonian Cavendish gravity buffoonery quick. So the scientific community, whoever or wherever they are, we have some questions for them, by the way, doesn't follow Newtonian gravity. From George Musser, Scientific American, Einstein created his general theory of relativity, which provides our modern understanding of gravity, with the express purpose of expunging non-locality from physics. Isaac Newton's gravity acted at a distance as if by magic, and general relativity snapped the wand in two by showing that the curvature of space-time and not an invisible force gives rise to gravitational attraction. What are they talking about here? Not an invisible force. What's the juxtaposition? Well, the juxtaposition is between Newtonian gravity and Einsteinian gravity. Is this clear? So, bye-bye Newton and Cavendish. So, now to Einstein. So relativity, that is special relativity and general relativity for gravity in this specific case, but I figured I'd take them both to the woodshed while I was here. Now remember, special relativity and general relativity are not actual scientific theories. They don't follow the scientific method. So, relativity, special relativity and general relativity via different mechanisms, speed versus gravity, can dilate, bend, or warp time. Here's the primary school falsification. I don't even need to get into quantum mechanics falsification. I can stop right here. It's overkill after this. So, time is a conceptual relationship between two motions. Specifically, it's based on alleged single rotation of the Earth on its axis in respect to the sun a day. It's a concept. It's non-physical. Time is without chemical formula, structure, dimensionality, orthogonality, direction, or location. You can't put some time in a jar and paint it red. I mean, come on now, let's reason together. Can you dilate, bend, or warp non-physical concepts? If you can do this, you need to change your vocation to carnival. Is it your contention that if you have poison ivy on the brain, you can scratch it by thinking of sandpaper? I mean, freedom is a concept too. Can you bend that? Moreover, that which you are using to measure isn't the thing that you're measuring. For example, a football field is 100 yards long, but a football field isn't yardsticks. If I bend a yardstick, does the football field bend also? So if something, say, affects its cesium atomic clocks, or any modern clock for that matter, does that ipso facto mean the Earth's alleged rotation in relation to the sun is affected? These two mytho-mathematical fairy tales, special relativity and general relativity, were falsified 30 seconds after their respective publications by third graders at recess. Each in total, at best, at the very best, are massive reification fallacies on nuclear steroids. So let's put the final death knell into this, and I'm sure everyone's going to be able to see this relatively quickly. So, Martin Rees, astronomer royale with cheese, esteemed British cosmologist and astrophysicist. What causes gravity and mass? These questions still baffle all of us. What? And we have everyone appealing to Newtonian or Einsteinian or combinations thereof? Why? According to Professor Rees, does mass attracting mass cause gravity? No, he's still baffled. According to Professor Rees, does spacetime cause gravity? Nope. So why are we hearing this term gravity? Everyone appeals to it. Why? Can somebody tell me why? Therefore, gravity is merely a conjured term that describes an effect. It's not a cause. Thank you very much. Have a nice day.
Absolutely awesome. Is that genuinely the end of the presentation?
That is genuinely the end. What more do I need?
That's a recap. I mean, you've done this with cathexis, but
Yep.
slightly altered, not exactly the same, but pretty much the same.
Well, we got into more detail. I not only provided the primary school falsification, I went into the quantum mechanics falsification, but I don't need to do that here. I don't need to do that. We'll talk about quantum mechanics coming up. We'll get to him in a few weeks.
Sure. I mean, I just appreciate the fact that you're going over the same stuff because it needs reiteration for it to sink into a lot of people's mind. And it's nice to see people like Dan Pratt out there talking about the scientific method right here, right now, and others joining the panel on the debates and actually, employing it, using it to destroy ballers. I mean, I will keep this relatively short and sweet, John, but one thing I will say is the irony level is just upped by 1,000% recently because we are called science deniers. And we're not. We're pseudoscience deniers, as you put so eloquently.
Exactly. It's flipping it on its head because what have we been told for the past 3 years? If you believe in the flat earth, you must deny all of science and all of physics. And you're religious, you flat earthers. But what is it actually? It's a complete flip. It's a reversal. They're the religious zealots and the religion believers, and they must deny science, the scientific method. How ironic.
Yeah, exactly. The irony that the undoing of the globe, which has apparently got the entire body of science behind it, is the scientific method. Just pure irony.
It certainly is, sir. And a lot of people are seeing it now. And I think and what you said, repetition is so important. It may seem redundant, but I think it's really important for people to understand this stuff, because most people, your average Joe Coffey and Betty Breadmaker, they haven't been in school for a long time, right? Or if they did any schooling, it didn't go past high school. Nothing wrong with that. And they forget what science actually is. And it's not hard. I mean, it doesn't take a rocket scientist, just launch pad security, to figure out what the scientific method is. It's quite simple. And it's simple for a reason, right? Anyone can do it. Anyone can do it.
And another thing that's just crossed my mind since you said was a point that Numinum brought up, which is that it has limitations, but those limitations are there for a good reason.
The limitations of the scientific method is cause and effect. If it's not a cause and effect question, it's not a scientific question, right?
Well,
there's other ways.
I was just going to say, maybe I can parrot a question that was asked to you by Philip, who's studying to be a PhD, as I understand it. And he said, well, what happens if you've got more than one variable? What do you do then?
It's not science. If you can't isolate your independent variable, you don't know that variable is causing the effect. You follow? You can never pin it down.
Simple stuff. That's why I like it. I'm not the smartest guy in the world, but I can get it easily and employ it and use it. And people who I previously considered my intellectual superior, ultimately speaking, are undone by this scientific method when applied to any of their Ball Earth proofs. All of them are based on models and presuppositions. It never changes. And another phrase you've used, which is rinse and repeat. We're going through this process, and you will see it, although I'm starting to call people on it, the process of asserting something, having it be debunked or picked apart very slowly in the debate process, and then they reassert it right after, just exactly the same, like we've not gone through any of it. It's an amazing, amazing process that they go through.
It happened today. Yesterday, somebody brought up, differing weights at the equator and the North Pole, and we demolished it because it was easy to, because there's nothing there. There's nothing scientific there. And then I turned it on this morning. I woke up late. I turned it on this morning, and guess what I hear? It's the same person bringing up the same argument. I'm like, wait a second.
Yeah, Lewis Hackett brought up the exact same argument after being taken through the steps of the scientific method and showing him why it didn't have any of the requirements covered. He had the observation covered. That was it. The observing a phenomenon. That was it. That's all he had covered. From there on in, his hypothesis fell apart, and it was loosely explained to him on the spot, but none of it sunk in. Not that, like I say, the reason I'm pleased this is happening is because it's not necessarily going to sink into anybody's mind unless they hear it repeated and get familiar with the process being employed, and hopefully that's being seen on the debates. People actually seeing how you undo most of the Ball Earth arguments, most if not all, are based on the presupposition that you're on a ball.
Yes, and like I said before, every single scientific proof, in quotes, from the spinning ballers is an affirming the consequent form of logical fallacy. Now, I didn't go over that in here. I'm going to save that maybe for a different presentation. But every single one is just like that. And remember, observing phenomena is only the first step of the scientific method. I mean, everyone can observe phenomena. That's fine. We're good to go. Yeah, you can pass that step. The problem comes in when you get to step 3. Construct the hypothesis. See, that's where it stops, because if it's something that you can't get a hold of, that you can't vary and manipulate, that you can't confirm that it's the cause of your predicted effect, then it's over right there. It stops. You stop at the scientific. You can't get to an experiment. It's over.
Yeah, it's all about the if and then relationship, the cause and effect. the independent
Exactly.
and the dependent variable. And the independent
Yes.
variable in many instances is things like Earth's sphericity or Earth's turning. And you go, well, you can't get hold of those things, as you put it. You can't manipulate them. They can't be an independent variable. It's as simple as that.
Yeah, it's as simple as that because you can't isolate it, then validate it that it's your cause. See, all they're doing is, like I said, affirming the consequent formal logical fallacy because you can't test or confirm anything. All they're doing is giving an observation of a phenomenon and a just so story explanation. No test, no nothing. It stops right there. Observe a phenomenon, give you a story, right? And then ask you for your story. Well, I don't have a story. And I don't need a replacement story to pummel your fairy tale story. So I don't know. That's all it is. It's nonsense. I'm sorry. It's what it is. It's nonsense.
Yeah, again, you summed up something that Numi said on the show earlier today, which is to say the most scientific answer, if you don't know something, is to say that you don't know, rather than just make up a just so story and tie that in with an observation. Just before we do end, though, John, can you round out maybe by saying the difference between an observation and observation of a phenomena?
Yeah, an observation. Now, anyone can make an observation. There is no scientific observation, by the way. I mean, the scientists don't have different eyes. They're not calibrated, right? We all have eyes. So, scientific observation and observations are observations. Okay. Now, the difference between observation and observing a phenomena is like I said, there's a tree out in my backyard. If I look out my back window, there's a tree out there. That's a concrete noun. I can't ask any more questions about that because I wasn't here when it was planted. I just see a tree out there, right? I can't ask any questions. Now, if there's leaves falling off it, that's a phenomenon. I can ask a cause and effect question about that, right? Because that's a phenomenon. It's not a concrete noun. You can't look at a tree and then come up with a hypothesis because it's inane. There's nothing there. There's no meat on the bone there. Even though we know how trees are created in a vacuum, for the lack of a better term, I just can't look at something and it's a concrete noun. There's no phenomena and come up with a hypothesis. I can't do it. It's not conjure a phenomenon from a concrete noun. It's observe a phenomenon. And more importantly, from Niels Bohr, said that a phenomenon isn't a phenomenon unless it's an observed phenomenon. And that gets into quantum mechanics because if you don't observe it, then you're out of luck. And like I said, we'll get to that here in a week or two. And hopefully people understand it.
Excellent. Was there anything else you wanted to add before we round out proper?
No, that's good. I think this was a good presentation. It was short, concise, to the point. Hopefully people will come back to it and just review it. Maybe practice a couple hypotheses, what they think are hypotheses, and just try to apply it themselves, right?
Yeah, we had exactly that earlier today with Arwin. So he tried to formulate it, he failed miserably, but ultimately you've got to try and you've got to fail in order to succeed eventually. So hopefully people will do exactly that and pick up on some of the stuff that you're putting out there, John. And ignore the ridicule, as you started off the show by saying that you've received a lot. All it means is you're close to the target if you're getting a lot of flack. So I'm almost pleased to hear it, not quite. But with that, I will say a massive thank you to you, John. Pleasure to have you.
Thank you, sir.
And also, I will say a massive, huge, enormous thank you to all of the live audience for tuning in and hopefully for sharing this show. If you've not done so already, be sure to like, comment, share, and subscribe. I've been Nathan Oakley, and I will see you all in the next video.
Oh, what a day! What a lovely day!
Shalom, people. Shalom, people. Shalom, people.
And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
Social criminals, these people in the space program, nassholes I call them. I have a very low tolerance level for stupid bull. Every one of those items is provably untrue at one level or another, but we believe them because they're pounded into our heads from the time we're children. That's what they do with that kind of stuff. They put it in the heads of kids. They pound it in there because they know kids are too young to be able to mount a sophisticated argument against these kind of ideas. And so kids, and up to a certain age, by the way, kids are going to believe everything a grown-up tells them, everything. So kids never learn to question things. Nobody questions things in this country anymore. Nobody questions things. Why? Americans have been silenced, bought off and silenced by gizmos and toys. And as a result, no one's ever learned to question things. Kids who want to learn to read are going to learn to read. Much more important to teach children to question what they read.
Despite what you might be thinking, these two circles are not equal. I repeat, these two circles are not equal. One is in fact larger than the other. What I need you to do is determine which one that is. So, please raise your hand if you believe the blue circle is larger than the red. All right. Please raise your hand if you believe the red circle is larger than the blue. All right, very good. Now, before I said anything about these two circles, what was your first instinct? Equal, right? Because they look equal. And the reason why they look equal is because, in fact, they are equal. These two circles are identical. Yet I got just about every one of you to raise your hand and say that they're not. So what did we learn? That you can be manipulated like that to believe in something that goes against your natural instincts. Just imagine as a child you're taught that the blue circle is larger than the red. If you say it enough times, you convince yourself that's the truth. If you're told the lie enough times, it becomes part of your reality. And if enough people are taught that lie, that the blue circle is larger than the red, well, now it becomes part of the culture. And if that culture then passes that misinformation along to the next generation, well, now it becomes tradition. Now, The Matrix is a story. It's a story. When told enough times to enough people, it becomes part of that culture. It becomes the tradition. And this story is being told over and over every day.
And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free. And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
Do you believe the Earth is a sphere? The answers you get might surprise you.
The curving horizon, the sloping sea level, the spin of the Earth. Unless you can see these phenomena with your own eyes, they may not be true. Unlike what we've been told in school, the Earth looks like a snow globe, round but not sphere. The North Pole is at the center of most flat Earth maps, with the ice of Antarctica holding everything in.
The round or spherical Earth theory is propagated by some conspiracy.
And the number of people who think so is growing. Millions of people still believe the world is flat.
And it's the subject of tonight's special report. WCIA 3's Aaron Eads is here with us now. And Aaron, as far as conspiracy theories go, flat Earth theory is actually getting pretty popular.
Yeah, believe it or not, the number of people who believe the Earth is flat is actually growing. Scientists might have an idea of why that is, and it's worth talking about. And what better place to do so than one of the flattest places in the country, right here in central Illinois. It doesn't get much flatter than this. Geological survey data shows Douglas County is the flattest county in Illinois, which is the second flattest state in the whole country. On a clear day, it seems like you can see forever, but you can't. Through the eyes of a person of an average height, the horizon is about 3 miles away. But that's it. You can go up higher to see a greater distance, but you'll never be able to see the whole world no matter how high you get. But there are ideas that this is a sham. NASA, a fraudulent organization bent on siphoning your tax dollars. The moon landing didn't happen.
Those iconic blue marble images seen from space, fakes.
You start seeing words like composite or animation or something that tells you this is not an actual photograph of the Earth.
The biggest concern with the flat Earth movement is how fast it's gaining steam.
All right, fascinating stuff. All right, Aaron, thank you.
Very interesting.
Well, new this morning, all our lives we've been taught that there's little doubt that the Earth is round, of course. We've seen the images from space, but not everyone's really convinced.
There's a whole group of people who are not convinced. Denver 7's Nicole Brady joins us live this morning. And Nicole, a conference dedicated to people who think the Earth is flat kicks off today.
There are some variations in what flat earthers believe, but some common themes are the Earth is not a sphere, as you said. It's not moving. We are not spinning on an axis or revolving around anything. And they don't really believe in space. Some flat earthers are biblical literalists, believing the Earth and everything we see when we look up in the sky exists in sort of a dome. That's the belief of organizer Robbie Davidson. He does not believe that there is a vast government conspiracy to hide the truth from us, but he does believe that mainstream science deliberately hides a creator or God. And he says it's become taboo to question science.
They become authority figures that are so high, you can't even question them. And I think it's dangerous for anybody to be at a point where they can't be questioned or critiqued or looked into.
The billboard for the convention just went up along E470.
People can go there, be uninhibited about their beliefs, what they think. They can discuss it openly and freely.
As a pilot and engineer, Bob used to think it was crazy. One of the theories he now believes?
Flat earthers also do not believe that there is any such thing as space. And that's a crazy claim, right?
So what about astronauts?
The space shots are actually shot in a swimming pool. And they are shot in a place that's called the NASA Neutral Buoyancy Lab, okay? And in this Neutral Buoyancy Lab, they have a full-size mock-up of the ISS.
Len, NASA calls it their Neutral Buoyancy Lab. It's just behind Ellington Field here and is becoming an important source of new revenue. NASA's Neutral Buoyancy Lab simulates space underwater. In a pool 4 stories deep and so wide, we saw astronauts floating on one full-size International Space Station replica.
Bob knows this is controversial. He welcomes debates and says,
investigate it yourself. Do your own research. That's what matters.
If you are curious about the international conference, make sure to visit us online. We have more information there at cbsdenver.com. Live in Denver, Jamie Leary covering Colorado First.
But I would say that people should have a better understanding of why it is they believe what they believe. The answer really is because all the smart people say so. And that should never be your baseline of why you think something is or is not true. I did not think I'd get applause for that, by the way. That was nice.
So Buck just said the Earth is flat. That is freaking me out. All right.
It's not a way to make friends and impress your family, because if they're not willing to look, they're going to think you're crazy.
And many attending the conference here say the theory has really gained popularity over the past few years, enough popularity where they can hold conferences like this. One factor of the growing popularity may be the coverage in the media. It became a hot topic recently when Duke's very own Kyrie Irving came out and claimed he believes the Earth is flat.
Kyrie is my little brother. He's my all-star point guard, superstar point guard, and if he decides he wants to say the Earth is flat, then so be it. So he's an interesting guy, man. And, he believes it. So Kyrie, the Earth is flat, right? Yeah. So whatever. That's news. That's news. There we go.
No, the Earth is flat. Oh, here we go. The Earth is flat. There's no concrete information except for the information that they're giving us. They're particularly putting you in a direction of what to believe and what not to believe.
Is this like a long troll game? Are we being trolled?
I don't think we're being trolled because if you want to talk about anything that's scientific, two things must be met. Two underlining materials and variables are, is it reliable and is it valid? I
just got off of a flight from Connecticut seeing my daughter, and this is a reliable. She's doing good.
And let me guess, the plane went straight. So
let me just say this, Mama. So I heard Kyrie talking about it, and I said, let me do my own scientific experiment. Let me take a look out this window.
Nope.
At 36,000 feet, I saw the skyline, and you know what I didn't see? A round skyline. It was flat from the left, and I went on the other side of the plane. It was flat on the right. You know what? Kyrie done broke it down.
Well, you may have seen it on your way to work or school or just driving around. A new billboard has some people thinking about the Earth.
And asking the question, could the Earth be flat? Greg Argos is here with more on the movement that is taking on centuries of scientific research. Greg?
It really is, guys. And Yuki, this was just unveiled just yesterday, in fact. This billboard, a digital billboard unveiled yesterday, and it's calling into question a theory most of us have accepted, that the Earth, of course, is round. But those behind this billboard say, well, we've all been tricked.
Drivers heading eastbound on the Schuylkill already battle some serious traffic. But now there's another distraction slowing them down, and it's just 100 feet above their heads. Sandwiched between two insurance ads is this bold 3-word billboard, Research Flat Earth. And for at least the next week, this ad will be blocking drivers' attention.
So Neil, you're not a climate scientist, but you're a very distinguished scientist and astrophysicist. What do you think about when people say, look, this is not settled science, there are still questions?
How do we know the Earth is not flat?
We don't. It's flat.
And flat earthers admit while many will say their beliefs are ridiculous, they believe the theories and conferences like this will continue to grow.
Probably most people who hear about it will laugh at it, think we're idiots. We're not idiots. We're intelligent people from all walks of life and all ages.
In Cary, David Hirsch, CBS.
And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
Microphone check 1, 2.
Check.
Check it.
How are you, my friend?
I'm all right. How you doing?
I'm good, thanks, brother.
Right.
Off to work?
Oh, you're off to work right now?
No, I'm asking you. I'm hearing background noise.
Oh, no, I'm just driving.
Cool.
I'm coming back from my friend's house on the one up on the highway, up in the mountains.
All right.
Yeah. What you doing?
Whereabouts are you? Just working, getting the day started. Reviewing drawings, architectural drawings for
Oh, no. That's cool.
Yeah.
I'm in Santa Barbara.
Buildings. Santa Barbara? That's awesome.
Yeah.
Love it. So you got the snowscape and you got the seascape.
The what?
You got snow up in the mountains in Santa Barbara, right?
Nah. It's right here, it's like an hour north of LA.
Oh, okay, but I thought they still had they had snow up in the mountains and off coast.
No, that's San Bernardino. That's San Bernardino Mountain.
Ah, my bad.
That's the other SB. That's the bigger county in California.
Okay, I'm in Canada, so I'm not even on the right coast to be able to to ascertain. But I appreciate that, man. I got you.
Yeah. Nah, I used to see snow up on the mountains sometimes, like at the very tops, like every once in a while, randomly, but it's been a long time.
Global warming, climate change, right?
Yeah, right. They actually, there's so many weather modification ground stations right here. It's a trip. I have a map that has 15 of them in this county.
That's nuts.
My chick printed out their I don't know what it is, their manifesto.
That makes sense.
Yeah, they burn the silver iodide flares from the ground when they're spraying up top.
Yep, you can see the stuff. I got you. Shout out to Chris. Oh, sorry.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, I got you. Sorry, dude.
Right.
I shout out to Chris. He's working on Revit. I love it. So I grew up working on AutoCAD. AutoCAD is one program, and Revit is another program that they use to create drawings. That's awesome. What's Chris? What do you do? Hit us up in the chat. What are you drawing in Revit?
It's mic check. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mostly do custom residential.
Sick. That's literally what I did before I started working in municipality, for my municipality. So what kind? You do custom homes?
Yeah, just kind of on the side, and then I teach architecture
That's
at a community college.
Brother. So I went to school. I went to Sheridan College for architectural technology. That's my shtick. Yeah, man, that's amazing. I love it.
Yeah, always appreciate a fellow architect.
Well, I mean, shoot, we build buildings on flat planes. There's no accounting for curvature in architecture.
Exactly, but I mean, like even when you have to study the sun, I would say so much in architecture, because that's what did it for me in 2013, and just kind of re-looking at things, And then Eric Dubay came out and 200 proofs, and I was like, done. But
I liked his line at the end of that. He's like, I want her to do, what did he say? I think he said 400. No, he came up with, 200 to double the guy that came up with 100 for the blue marble. And he's like, I wanted to come up with more, but I just didn't have enough time or incentive.
Yeah,
that was fantastic.
Yeah, there's definitely, I think, hundreds. But I mean, it's kind of egotistical too. I found out a little bit later, but yeah, he definitely revamped it up, I think.
Yeah, he did a lot for the movement.
But yeah, clicking away. This is what I kind of do, is listen to you guys, and I love this community. It's a breath of fresh air for sure.
That's what happened to me. This whole COVID, the C word, apologize. Working from home, we were obviously 5 days a week prior, and now we're 2 days a week in the office and 3 days working remote. So now I'm left to my own defenses, and found you guys yesterday, and yeah, man, jumped in full force. You guys are an amazing community. I think the support is the biggest thing. Fellow flat brothers, fellow flat brothers unite.
And so, you know, there's a good female population.
Sorry, is that No Globe or Flatter Day Saints? I know Chris said something. Sorry, would you say Flatter Day?
I'm just wondering how long you've been a flat earther for.
Me personally, the last 2 years, I would say.
That's right.
My initial thought with flat Earth, because I mean, growing up, I never really paid much attention to it. I kind of just assumed and took it as the fact that it was a ball. And then I looked at what was it? Rediscovering Scripture, and I'm not going to get into religion, but rediscovering Scripture and the talk of the firmament, and that's what kind of led me into looking into it further. But I quickly discounted flat Earth because I looked at it from a standpoint of where we are on a flat plane flying through space. And then I thought about if we were ever to get hit by asteroids, right? It would just make us, we'd be like a floating target for asteroids and shit if we were actually a floating plane through space. And then I was like, wait a minute. And then I started looking further into the idea of space and who actually came up with the idea of space. And then I realized, I'm like, I don't think we're actually floating anywhere. I think we're completely stable and solid. I think we're in a closed system. So that's kind of where I've arrived at this point. How about yourself, Flatter?
I've been a flat earther since 2018. So I don't even know. It's like 5 years, 4 years, 5 years. I think.
Yeah, doesn't matter. But that's exactly the time.
Yeah, I just barely found out about Discord like a year ago, maybe, if that even. Like some people were just making comments in my YouTube videos saying to go to Discord or like inviting me here. You know what I mean?
I love it. You're on YouTube too?
Yeah.
Sick. What's your channel?
Latter Day Saints.
Latter Day Saint? I think I've watched your stuff before, maybe.
Yeah.
Find you right now. Nice, man.
I've had the channel for like about...
Sorry, boys, I'm getting a phone call. I gotta dip out. Sorry, I'll be back soon.
All right, brother. Microphone check 1, 2, 3, 4. Microphone check 1, 2. All my tampons in the house, where my period's at.
No.
Get the f out of here. You're fired.
No. Get the better solution. You keep me on the payroll as an outside consultant. And in exchange for my salary, my job will be never to tell people these things that I know. I don't even have to come into the office. I can do this job from home.
Yo, if Earth's flat, why don't you fall off the edge? I heard that Mike Collins from Apollo is dead. My girl's fat girl, let's just crawl in the bed. Don't spit if you want, just swallow instead. Swallow instead. Can you hear me, Siri? Swallow instead. Hello, Siri. Is gravity a theory or a fact? Thought my tampons in the house where my period's at. Get my rap on when I'm pissed about the serious crap. Passing so fast through space-time bends and how. After blasting through warp speed, we get to plaid. Don't listen if you don't like when I spit these raps. Rhymes I write like lightning, I write so fast. I'm like Mike Tyson, you ain't got to fight in chat. Yo, I'm going back to basics, flat smack in the faces. You can't have gas pressure without adjacent. To the vacuum of space, bitch, without a container. Like paying for a lawyer without a retainer. I ain't playing, about to let a slug out of this chamber. When you see the red dot, yo, no doubt it's a laser. Helio flatty dude, shot up for later, shot Helio up for later. Flatty dude, shot up for later. I've been around the world, and I measure the earth, measure the earth. The devil, he's so clever with words, but level don't never mean curved, it never means curved, and meta, from the metaverse, playing Call of Duty help build my immunity up, insurance policy paying you, they usually bluff, I'm not saying they won't do it, but it's usually tough, the last few years I've seen some unusual stuff, but if I mention the shot, you say I'm off the beat, so now I'm beating off to the thoughts of shots in me. What a rotten little awful getting off scot-free. Son of a gun of a bitch I've come to be. Shaking up the game to break up the redundancy. And if it wasn't for work, they'd have no taxes. And if it wasn't for burnt, there'd be no ashes. And if it wasn't for birds, egg be no hatch. And if it wasn't for dirt, there'd be no trap. And if it wasn't for hurts, there'd be no passion. And if it wasn't for learning, then why all the classes? If it wasn't for your purse, yo, I'd have nothing to snatch. And if I don't come in first, then I'm coming in last. I've been around the world, and I measure the earth, measure the earth. The devil, he's so clever with words, but level, don't ever mean curved, it never means curved, and meta, from the meta. All these atheists must hate my guts, cause I say to their face, space is fake and stuff. NASA astronauts, everything you say is suspect, cause I suspect you make it up. Not your average FE thespian beast, faster than faggots, fasting at a lesbian feast. She that loves me the least will give me nothing to eat, but he that loves me the most will give me something to smoke. This ain't how much your mother loving murder she wrote. The spin of the earth should have made your vertebrae broke. Every word that I spoke, you couldn't refute it. Water finds a true level, so you couldn't dilute it. You couldn't dilute it. It can't be refuted. You couldn't dilute. You couldn't dilute. You couldn't dilute it.
Who the f do you think you are, you crazy little shit? Security?
I am Jack's smirking revenge.
I am Jack's smirking revenge. Saw you and Stephen Hawking walking in the rain, or rolling in the rain.
It is Photoshop, but it has to be.
It is Photoshop. What a catastrophe. It's Photoshop, but it has to be. Blasphemy. Driving down the street, these cars keep trying to pass me.
Shout out to Truth Flat Earth. Wow, we were going to the moon. Can you believe it? we came back from the moon. Can you believe it? So do you guys think they signed their non-disclosure agreements before or after they found out that there was no moon? What do you guys think?
Probably after.
I must now tell you why, as you awaken from this global lie. Despite what they have said, Earth is not a globe spinning, but instead they mind tricked you to steal your plane, as someone close to you programmed your brain. But why? So clear this is, improve your stance. Space is fake, we are contained, their scheme is over. The truth has just begun. There's a place up in the sky, a pathway for the moon and stars at night. No parallax view of them, we're only using real lies, and truth is shared. Earth's a place that doesn't turn, so face your fears, believe your ears, no motion do they find. I'm handing you this lovely world, promise me that you will seek this logic with devotion. I truly see your point of view. I'm gonna teach you how to prove. I still detect the global lies, as I explain to you the lies that you do not see. If you're blind, I will help you see. You must deny the vicious lies you believe. What draws you here, my friend? Come listen now and let's fly to truth end. Giving advice for you to learn. Forsake the claims, let truth sustain your soul set free from lies. A heartfelt yearning to be had, lost in the illusion using real lies. You will despise all the global lies, but truly see your point of view. I'm gonna teach you how to prove. Still detect the global lies, as I explain to you.
Nobody that I know of in my field uses the so-called scientific method. In our field, it's by the seat of your pants. It's leaps of logic. It's guesswork.
And then they call me the liar. I mean, it's absolutely unbelievable the pathetic techniques that they have to use to prove their heliocentric model.
Vibes at the president, Jaren got the evidence. Air slaying Jesuits and Zach Sharkham is evident. Dead to earth electric and it's residential residence. It's heavens and I hope to settle in like some sediment. If we so wrong, why they lying to discredit it? That's not too intelligent. That's a guy, not an in court, but we ain't really in the settlement. It's time to awaken from the pseudoscience sedatives.
Blockbusters taking over. Bye-bye, moon man and rover. That's just so mediocre. Sorry, but your ball is dead. But your ball is. Blockbusters taking over. Gotta ride this roller coaster. But the truth is getting closer. Sorry, but your ball is dead. But your ball is.
Productions.
I see a chance, I take it slow. And I know
Today it's 13 Celsius. And in 2 days, gonna be almost 38 Celsius. Ah,
95 Fahrenheit. I don't know what that is in Celsius here in Kentucky, Gus.
yeah. So it's 57 right now. A high of 60 today, and in 2 days it's supposed to be 100. So
How do these varying temperatures work on a spinning globe? I don't understand.
yeah, the lack of homogeneous temperature. Yeah, it's kind of interesting.
It seems like it would be more consistent would this globe be true. I don't know. Just look through the list. Don't see any new people unless you do.
Nope. I mean, Kiwi's kind of new, but
Hello, Kiwi. Welcome back. Do you want to talk?
Hello, my friends. Good to see you guys. What's happening? How are things?
Another day on the flat and motionless plane of existence. Go ahead, Gus.
Damn straight. Well said,
yeah,
brother.
I just sparked the conversation up, mentioning the weather. You know, that's what boring people do is talk about the
About
weather.
the weather versus planes flying by above their heads, as I was saying yesterday on the chat. Thanks for that upload this morning about God's creation gospel. I appreciate that. It was a great share.
Yeah, it's definitely one of my favorite channels. I watch a couple videos a day of his. I have not made it through all nearly 500 videos yet. Takes a while.
For sure.
He's a good content producer.
The other thing I was thinking about last night, I was watching a piece on how they construct bridges over water,
Mhm.
and they were making reference that the piles that are driven into the seafloor or into the seafloor, that's all based on levels, right? And there's sure enough an air bubble in that level that tells them which way where up is in the correct orientation. And as they go along the sea floor, if you will, driving in these piles into the ground, orientation is always up. Right? There's no axial adjustment for a pile going into the ground that's going to carry the road above it, or the bridge above it, if that makes sense. Because the piles have to be driven in perpendicular to the road that it's going to carry her.
Or there would be problems, yeah, for sure.
Right.
Well, you know what they'd say?
What?
Well, it's just so big, and the angle difference is so small
Mm-hmm.
that it really wouldn't matter, because every segment that gets put together is where that angle difference is, and it's just a fraction of a degree.
So interestingly, I think Globemaster or something was on last night, and he pulled up a bridge, and I said to him, or he said, so why are the support posts going outwards? They're being splayed. And my explanation for that was the tension that is required on the cables to keep the bridge straight. That's why they splay the poles, so to speak, the supports. But yeah, piles are an interesting thing, because they always have to go in straight. Like, I review foundations for buildings, and they always have to go in straight. There's no
For sure.
angular correction for foundations that go beneath the surface that we see.
Yeah. For sure. Do you know what a segment of highway would be, or bridge construction, or the distance between the piles? approximately?
No idea. I think that would be dependent on some variables, atmospheric. I don't know if it would be atmospheric, but I think it would be variable to the what it's carrying,
Crispy
right?
said it varies. Yeah, I'd say
Yeah.
it would vary.
You have to look at the calculations based on the thickness of the road, the amount of weight it's going to be carrying. Is it going to be a high transport road, lots of weight, lots of traffic? There's tons of variables. They have to look at the vibration, the seismic activity on the bridge, all that stuff. And where it's located in the world, is it located close to a plate? What's the seismic activity? All those things are required.
So 50 divided by 280. What is going on? Do I have numsl? Okay, there we go. Divided by 5280. Three to 6 foot.
3 to 6 feet, based on his experience.
Yeah, I'm thinking of bridge construction where I would think it'd be more like 50 feet apart.
What I can do is break that theory down to what I do. So as an example, I look at wood decks that are being built on the back of houses, where people have like a 10, 12 foot, 16-foot deck off the back of their house. So those foundation supports that go into the ground are all based on the tributary area that they serve. So that is the X and Y dimension, the overhead view, X and Y dimension, so length times width of the area that is supported by that foundation itself. Generally, depending on the soil conditions, 50 square feet is an area that requires approximately a 12-inch tributary area for support. But again, that's based on a clay soil condition. So when you're building down seabed floor, which I think would be bedrock, maybe? I don't know. I don't know what the seafloor would be comprised of. But the weight requirement and the weight stability that the seafloor brings is going to be a lot higher than any soil condition that you can possibly find that somebody's building a wood deck on. The driving factor with the pile itself is friction. They drive those piles down into the sea floor and friction fit them so they don't move versus compress and slide down, if that makes sense. So when the pile is under tension, there's a car driving out as an example, that pile will drive further down into the ground. So yeah, the more weight that roadway carries, the more piles or supports that will be required. And as well, it also has to do with the width. It could be a 6-lane roadway, it could be a 4-lane. Those are all variables as well.
Yeah. Well, I've talked to a lot of different people, and I like some of the ways that they argue are very compelling. Oftentimes specious. Sounds good, but it's actually false. That sort of stuff. But every now and then, they do make a point, and the angles of support pillars for a bridge as an argument would be a hard one to hold to.
Definitely.
And here's why I'm suggesting that. Because what they would do is they'd take the 24,901 mile diameter, 24,901. They divide that by the number 360 to get your degrees in a circle.
Mm-hmm.
And then they would say, well, let me copy and paste this other number first, so I don't have to redo all this.
You made a rare mental mistake there, Gus. We said diameter 24,901 circumference, correct?
100%. Yeah, I did. I mixed my words up. Thank you.
No worries. We all do it.
You guys are so respectful when you would debate, and this is what I absolutely love. Fantastic community, man.
he's just hooking me up with the proper correction because I messed up my words. Yeah, I definitely meant to say circumference. 24,901 mile circumference. Anyway, they divide that by 360 to get the degrees of 69.169 miles per degree. And then what they would do to prove their point is they'd take 69, divide it by, let's say that the support pillars are 50 feet. You get your ratio between 50 feet and 5,280. And you divide that number by 69 to get your overall degree per segment.
Yep, that makes sense.
Your overall degree per segment in that instance, if I haven't made some type of error, 241,985 would be degrees difference per 50 feet. It would be 0.000137241,985 degrees per. Obviously, all those decimal places are not necessary. 0001 is good enough.
Yeah, so you're going to the thousandth of a decimal. Is that thousands? 10, 100,000? No, 10,000th decimal place. And I don't even think that we can read to those tolerances in general modern day building science or in general building. We can't build to those tolerances. It's impossible.
Not the billionth degree. No, I don't believe so. But anyway, my point is this is the sort of thing that they would point out in why there's no discernible degree difference in building something like a bridge. Now, it sounds really good, and it's not technically false, according if you were to base it on their model. Now, what you pointed out yesterday actually is a little bit different and a good thing to point out, and that would be the two buildings that fell down. When you add height, the more height you have, the more of a degree difference you have.
Bingo, bango.
So,
and that, so are you done with that point? Because I want to tack on to the point about the bridges.
Yeah. Go ahead.
So, sea level. Can we try to explain how above sea level measurement works? Like when we say 100 above sea level or whatever that measurement is, whether it's 100 feet or 100 meters above sea level.
Elevation height?
Well, right, exactly. So when you talk about elevation height, sea level, right, because that's something that I use all the time. We use datum points when we're plotting the location of houses relative so that we can figure out what their height is. 30 feet is generally their max height. How would that work on a round Earth? Are we going to assume that all sea at the bottom of the sea is 0? All around the round Earth?
No, they say it's all relative.
Relative to what? Though?
They all say that sea level is relative to its position. That's what a faithful glober is going to say, is that it's a curved level, which is obviously oxymoronic, but that's what they say. That's what they have to say in order to be logically consistent.
Keep on to their right.
Yeah.
And that's where I look at the idea of the bridge construction, and the variable also comes in. Where are we plotting that bridge? What is this height above sea level for that measurement? Because that height above sea level and whatever that finished floor height, if you will, or the finished roadway height of that sea level needs to be added into your calculation to be able to figure out exactly where that degree is going to be, right? Because the offset distance from the core of the Earth to the surface changes. It goes up as you say higher. As the buildings go higher up, the difference between the two of them increases, right? That
It would increase.
angle increases like Pac-Man.
Sure, yeah. There would be an angle. So even on a 1,000-foot tall building, which it's my understanding, I can't remember the exact number. They were 14, 15, 1,600 something along those lines. But 1,000 feet, you've got to have some type of like, let's say it's 100 feet apart. I don't know how far apart they were.
I'm about to unpack it. Hold on. Let's do this in real time. So let's look at the height of the Twin Towers. I guess
The distance at the bottom versus the distance at the top should be a measurable distance different.
Well,
according to their paradigm.
So the World Trade Center 1 is 1,368 feet, 417 meters, and World Trade Center 2 is 1,362 feet. I think what we have here. Oh no, wait. WTC 1 to the roof is showing at 1,728, and
I don't think that they necessarily would have done the measurement between the two buildings, though.
No. What I'm saying is, I'm wondering if when we actually figure out, like when we see the height based on the curvature, if we're able to actually figure out if there would be a visual angular difference between the two buildings. You know what I'm saying? Because we wouldn't observe them straight up. I'm wondering if we would observe.
I don't think it would be visual. Personally.
No? Okay, because they're too close.
Even if the world were a ball of the size they say it is, I don't think that it would be a visual difference. But I think it would. I think it would be a measurable difference.
Definitely. At the base versus at the top, between the two of them, yes. Pear-shaped flat man can. Every time I see the pear-shaped, I think back to Neil deGrasse.
I like pears.
The
Pears
world
are pretty
is
good. I like pear juice too.
I grew up in Trinidad in the Caribbean.
Oh wow!
We had a drink called Peardrax, Peardy, Peard. That's what they do in Trinidad. They take fruit juices and they'll flavor them and make a carbonated drink out of them. So they made this drink called Peardrax, which was a carbonated pear beverage. Absolutely amazing. Great drink.
Yeah, probably a large amount of sugar too. Unfortunately.
Oh, buddy, they put sugar in everything. Damn it! They even put sugar in salt.
Wow.
Yeah, pretty bad. My daughter will look at me after a joke like that and be like, "Dad, just because no one's laughing doesn't mean anybody gets it."
No, I figured it was I'm figuring you're not making a joke. That's a fact that they.
No, they wouldn't actually put sugar and salt. I was just being absolutely.
It wouldn't surprise me.
Vindictive in my statement.
It wouldn't surprise me. The way that you would do it is you got your alpha, and then you have your hypotenuse, length, and I think with those two numbers you should be able to finish the triangle. So, and then you would just add those two numbers together and find out what it is. I think it's as simple as that. So the alpha Or can you? You can't solve a triangle with just a hypotenuse, can you?
Just the hypotenuse.
I don't think that's how that works.
For the hypotenuse, I'm running SOHCAHTOA right now. That's where I'm at. Sine, cosine, and tangent. But you have to still have.
What'd you say the height was in feet?
The height of the towers? One sec.
Just
Or
one
just
of them.
one of them. Yeah. No problem. I appreciate that. Thanks for unpacking this. Holy, I just threw this idea. I'm glad to know that you caught it. 1728 as a sample. World Trade Center 1.
All right.
Do you need metric or feet?
No. Feet's perfectly fine.
All right, cool.
Yeah, you definitely need an angle. Another angle. So. To me, the alpha angle. What is?
According to gospel, that triangle you're calculating right now is it got all three straight lines? I'm just curious. Or is there a curved one?
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Go ahead, sorry.
Valid point.
I'm listening. I'll be right back. Going on mute.
Buildings.
Oops.
Okay.
I absolutely love Miguel's share. Did you guys take this in?
What was that? What was that number again? 1700 and what?
One sec.
You said 1728.
1728. Yes, sir. Jinx! You owe me a beer.
You got the math expert right here, Matthew. You already got this calculator, right?
Yeah.
Just mess with you.
So it would have been, what would this be? 100s. You know what's always really annoying to do is converting a decimal into inches.
Yes.
Or
yes.
What I mean, yeah. Because we think of inches in terms of half, quarters. Anyway.
When I started doing my job, I literally memorized like 1 inch is 0.083, 2 inches is 0.167, 3 inches is 0.25. I totally agree with you.
Yeah. So if you have 0.089 inches or basically 0.09 inches,
Yeah, it's
then
not even not even an inch.
well, sure, of course not. But
Right.
what is 9/100ths of an inch in fraction form? And doing that in your head is savant level to me.
Very
Unless you've memorized it. If you've memorized it and then you're guessing, then there's that. But 1 divided by 32, I think it is 3/32. So a little bit more than a 16th. A 16th heavy is how it would be said in carpenter terms.
What do you do for a living, my friend?
I've done all sorts of things. Right now, I just do customer service for an earn company.
You are quite the whiz with the numbers. Damn.
This is based on the prior math. Anyway, long story short, there should have been somewhere between a 16th and an eighth of an inch difference based on a 90-foot separation between the two buildings. As far as I can tell, that would be the number.
They're not far enough apart to make.
Not, I mean, not, but again, that can be measured.
Right. Oh yeah, for sure.
But
well, here's a
you
going
can't now. They don't exist anymore. But
so I'd like you to check my math. I'm gonna pull up something I ran through with, and I got I'm gonna name drop, but I went through a calculation with Mark Sargent on a I think it's a 65 kilometer distance, but I'm curious to know. Hang on. Based on a 65 kilometer distance, if my vantage point is my standard height, say 1.8 meters, 6 feet, what would be on a 65 kilometer distance out? What would be the expected depression of that land 65 kilometers away from me?
What do you mean by depression?
Well, if the Earth is curved and I'm standing at one point, then 65 kilometers away from me, in any direction in a radius around from me, that land should be depressed. If the Earth is curved.
I don't know what you mean by do you mean down?
Yeah, depressed, down.
He's asking
negative,
about
a negative
the 8
value
inches per mile squared.
Exactly.
Yeah. So, and what would have been your elevation?
6 feet, just my height.
Oh, yeah. Okay, gotcha. Yeah. Well, and I mean, in that case, you've got the classical 3-mile horizon, and then you have 932 feet of hidden target hidden height is 932 feet at that 40.3 mile target distance. So basically, if you're looking at something 40.3 miles away, or I think you did say 65 kilometers.
Yeah.
So at 65 kilometers away, anything that's shorter than 932 feet should not be seen.
Yeah, we came out at 912, so 900 feet, which is interesting because the thing that I keep coming back to, I live close to Lake Ontario, and down in Burlington, which is a city that sits right on the water, you can see the Toronto skyline, which has the Sky Dome and the CN Tower visible. What's interesting about that is the Sky Dome itself is 85 meters to the top of the roof, the Rogers Center. That's where they play baseball. You convert that's approximately like 250 feet.
Sure, yeah.
So it doesn't make any sense that you can see that white dot from Burlington going downtown, which is approximately 60 kilometers out.
Oh yeah, there's plenty of those long distance observations. Hey, I wonder if
That doesn't even bring in the whole thing about the mirage, though, right? That's not like, I know the whole discussion about Chicago, the Chicago skyline is a mirage and so on and so forth. But this thing, because you have land literally running in between, because the skyline, the Toronto skyline, the shoreline of Lake Ontario is not straight, right? So there's no variation to be able to say that that's a mirage. It's in fact like you're seeing the building itself.
I think a lot of people forget what that word means. Mirage. It's where we, shares a similar root in where we get the word mirror.
Yes, sir.
Anyway, yeah. It's my opinion that the Rayleigh criterion replaces the R value. This is the thing that I have started to come to the conclusion.
Explain that. Say that again. The R value.
Yeah, when we're like instead of the Earth curve calculator where you're applying the radius as the constant in the equation, because 3959 doesn't change.
Yes.
It's
Gotcha.
my understanding that the actual constant is the Rayleigh criterion. Always has been, always will be. But then other factors influence whether or not you can see things, closer up or further away, depending on the conditions. But the constant is the Rayleigh criterion, not the radius. I'll make an infographic one of these days. I'll probably in the next couple of weeks lay it all out there. Pique your curiosity at all, Matthew?
What were you
one of those
talking
what
about?
if questions?
Yeah, you were talking about triangles earlier, and then I missed what problem you guys were talking about because I just sort of came in the middle.
I was saying, what if? What if the Rayleigh criterion is the true R and not the radius?
I've heard the term Rayleigh criterion, but I don't know what context you're using it in this case. You mean like for the scattering of light?
Yeah, for long distance observations or short distance observations, that there is this number that is a constant that other factors affect, but it's not, the radius isn't necessary. And to replace that constant with another constant, I have determined that it's quite plausible that the Rayleigh criterion may be that constant. The 0.02 degree limitation of angular resolution.
Yeah, it's interesting because even the black swan is not much bigger than 0.02 degrees. It's like 0.03, the distance where the horizon appears versus, behind the rigs versus in front.
Yeah. So I found it.
Idea.
I found it interesting that the R could plausibly, not necessarily, but plausibly be replaced with this other constant. And wouldn't it be interesting if we found out later on that was a fact, and that by deduction, the 3959 was found, but it was actually the word privation. Let me see. But basically that because of the eyeball, that's where that came from, because of the 0.02. It would be very interesting if that ended up being the case. I guess privation is kind of what I was getting at.
That sounds interesting.
Scrutiny is welcome. I threw that number in a few different, Pythagorean calculations and determined that it was plausible, and I thought that was, was neat. I did the Lookout Mountain one. Did the Gaspard do Fenestrellus, the world long distance observation, and a couple of orders of magnitude. So interestingly enough, you would be able to make the argument that wow, we actually see further than we should, even though it's flat. We see further than we should because there are these natural limitations, but there are factors that allow us to see further than normal sometimes. And interestingly enough, there are factors that disallow us from seeing as far as we should be able to. And it is mutually exclusive of the concept of curvature or a reality of curvature. It's mutually exclusive.
One of the biggest impacts being, I would imagine, the atmosphere, right?
Sure.
Humidity and things of that nature.
Yeah.
Atmosphere pressure.
Humidity would be the number one. Temperature would probably be the number two.
Okay.
I started to think if I were to contrive a calculation, I don't know that I'd really want to have that undertaking, but I was thinking about it. I was like, I would want to probably factor in angle and direction of the sun. I would want to factor in all these different elements, or elements, not a good word at all. Factors. I would want to factor in all the factors. Way to be redundant. And I was thinking probably
You want to
even
consider them. That's all.
for sure.
Right.
For sure. And the angle and position of the sun itself may even be, I don't know for sure, but may be an influencing factor on what can be seen regarding short and long distance observations.
One of the videos that I threw up on my channel was, I think they had set up like some binoculars on a beach side, and they had people just look into the binoculars. And I don't know the exact distance. I apologize for not knowing the exact distance. But the thing that freaked me out was seeing a boat skirting along the water, right? So the boat's sailing across the water, and you can see the wake of that the boat is creating on the sea itself, right? And the wake is only like maybe 12 to 18 inches in height, and you're seeing that, I guess, shallowness, if you will, over that distance, right? We shouldn't even be able, like, based on 18 inches depression, or based on their quote unquote curve, I don't know what that distance would have to be, but 18 inches, even over, I would imagine 100 feet would disappear if there was a curve actually in place to witness.
Yeah, I don't think it's 100 feet.
Like, what would 18 inches take to disappear?
A couple miles. Okay. I'll double check. What height?
Vantage point, say 10 feet, just to guess.
I might throw in 4. Calculate. Let's do 10. Let's do 6. 5. You said how many inches?
Let's say 18. So 1.5 feet.
Just a little under 5.5 miles would be target hidden height of
18 inches.
just 5.3 miles maybe. Here, let's see. 5.4. Yeah, just a little under 5.4 miles would be, based on the whole curve math.
Yep.
Yep, Superman took those pictures. Checks out. I'll be back.
Kiwi, yesterday you said you had a question for me, but I didn't have time or something. I forget why.
Maybe try it later night.
I can guess what his question was. How can you measure an elevation angle with a curved baseline? Curved
With a tangent.
Try again. You can't even think about sextants, Matthew. They completely rock your global world. Admit it.
No, because you can measure a tangent to a curve and then use the tangent instead.
So for hundreds of years, sailors have successfully navigated using the sextant across a flat plane, but it works out. They were really on a globe, but it's no big deal because they measured their elevation angle off a curved adjacent, right? Is that what happened?
No, that's not what happened.
Okay. I'm not completely studied up on it, but I could assure you if QE was here, you would know why you can't use a sextant on a globe. I'll shut up now. Somebody else talk.
The celestial horizon, which is what he's talking about, the quote unquote adjacent, is never even talked about in literally any sort of article that discusses how to use a sextant, like just the tool itself. It's never like, do you really think that people have always been having to calculate the celestial horizon into this if sextants, its purpose is to be used as a handmade tool? Like, I don't understand. Or as a handheld tool. It doesn't require you having to do some sort of calculations with a celestial horizon in order to figure it out.
Yeah, a sextant measures an angle, the angle between horizontal and then the height of the star or the moon or whatever they're looking at. The angular height.
I'm talking specifically about the adjacent you're talking about. Its name is, according to Globers, they have to use it's called a celestial horizon. Is what that adjacent is called. Is what I'm talking about.
Yeah, it's just 90 degrees from straight down.
Not the horizon.
Or sometimes the horizon is obscured by fog, so they will like measure the angle between a star and its reflection on water. So you don't even need the horizon to measure the angular height of a star.
The horizon could be obscured by fog, but the stars wouldn't be.
Right. Sometimes the haze is just near the water, especially if you're out in sea. There's clear. You could see the stars clearly above you, but then the either it's dark or you just can't see or make out exactly where the horizon is. But you can still use a sextant. There's techniques for overcoming that.
Matthew, maybe I was going to ask you as a Glober how you would explain the relationship between, and I talked about this quite a bit yesterday, but I'll ask you specifically since you're here. How do you explain an airplane in the sky and a stable, what I witness as a stable plane? What is the scientific explanation for that? Plane of reference?
You mean an airplane flying? Could you explain?
An airplane flying, an airplane flying above me, it seems to be just flying. I don't feel like I'm moving, because when I'm in a car and I see a plane going above me, I feel that I'm moving in the car and the plane is moving at the same time. But when I'm standing stable on the ground, it seems like the plane's moving and I'm not.
Yeah, so you're not moving relative to the ground, and the plane is. So it's all your perception of motion is relative to what you're looking at. So I guess I'm not understanding your question.
So my perception of motion is relative to what I'm looking at.
Right.
So you're saying that the plane in the sky is moving at a rate of 650 kilometers an hour. I think that's the speed.
Yeah.
Cruising speed of a plane. So how fast is the globe spinning? Like, what's the Earth turning at, or the according to the Globers?
Between 0 and 1,400 kilometers an hour, depending on the latitude that you're at.
Okay, so if I was witnessing a plane flying I was standing in, say, Alaska, versus standing down in the Caribbean, seeing a plane flying by overhead, I would witness those planes traveling at my experience of those planes flying above me would be different, is what you're saying.
No, they'd be the same, because the relative speed of the planes to the ground is the same in both places.
Got it. Okay. And what's
the airplane? Are you gonna continue? You have another question?
No, Miguel, insist. I didn't even realize you were here, my guy.
That was Jimsy.
Oh, sorry.
I was gonna ask. So the airplane is moving at multiple speeds and multiple vectors at the same time, just like the Earth, right, Matthew?
Yes.
There you go.
It's interesting. You know, on Jim Panda server just yesterday, the Jim Panda and one other guy, some French guy, were making the exact opposite claim, Jimsy. They said that things only always go in one direction. It's impossible for things to go in more than one direction at the same time. And I guess what they're referring to is a net vector.
Oh, a net vector. I didn't think about that. The fabric of space, you could look at it as a net.
Well, what I mean by net is in regards to gross and net. Grossly speaking, there's a lot of vectors, like at least 11. But the net result, according to what they were saying, the net result is only a singular vector.
Yeah, it almost blows my mind just trying to think about it.
Yeah.
So the other point that I brought up, and I think it was crap, what was the guy's name yesterday? He was on for a while. In any case, runway orientation.
Globemaster.
Well, there was Globemaster and Gemsy. You were an absolute star last night, man. My bad. But one of it wasn't Globemaster though. It was a guy before that, a younger guy, him and his camera. And one of the things that I was asking him was, so if the world is spinning, wouldn't it make sense that when you design an airport and you design a runway, that all the runways should be going in the same direction so that the planes all get the advantage of the catapult effect? Because if the world, again, is spinning, to me, if, like, I'm thinking about it like on a treadmill, right? The treadmill's going and I'm on the plane, I'm going to want to go off the back of the treadmill so I get that catapulting effect.
Opposite.
So
I think it would be the opposite. Why not? Wouldn't you want to go into the wind?
Actually, good point. Yeah, no, that's a good point, because then it would give you, the ground would be spinning beneath you and you would be going the opposite direction. That's a very good point. Yeah, good point. It's the idea of the hot air balloon, right? If you were to jump up in the sky for a long enough time, the ground should rotate underneath you and you should be able to just land back on your destination spot. If you had the ability to jump up in the sky like a hot air balloon and just hang out there for a long enough time, right? Matthew? Or is the hot air balloon still moving relative to the ground beneath you?
No, so what you're saying, using the Earth as a catapult would be a good idea if the atmosphere weren't sort of tracking with the ground,
right?
But since it is, then they take wind speed into account more than that. But in fact, when they launch rockets, they do take advantage of the catapult idea, and things are
no. Let's not bring rockets into it, because then you're going to talk about the arc, and the arc is literally just them following the curvature of the firmament. I'm not going to discuss rocket launching with you, because that's space stuff. I'm just talking about the actual time when a hot air balloon gets inflated, as an example. And again, I'm going to lily pad, but I think it's a parallel example to say that if I were to literally jump up in the air, the ground should rotate underneath my feet and I should land back in my destination. However, you're saying that based on the world turning, the world also turns the air and the clouds and everything around it with you.
And
right. So my question is, when does that force of turning, right? Where does that ability to turn actually stop relative to space? Because if you have that turning force and you're saying the wind and the clouds are all moving with the Earth underneath it, which we don't have any video picture evidence of from NASA that the clouds are actually spinning with the Earth. They've yet to provide that, except the overhead flybys they've provided where they show the clouds that are actually stationary and not moving. So question being, where does that turning momentum force stop?
Turning always requires an acceleration, and so if everything is already in motion, and if it's going to change, this is one of Newton's laws, right? That things stay.
No, you're referring to a scientist. I need you to explain to me without quoting a man.
Okay.
See if you can do that for me.
it seems like things stay in motion unless they are unless some force is exerted upon them. And so when you jump up, then the motion, or if a drone goes up or a hot air balloon or whatever, it sort of continues in that same motion, continues where it is, unless acted on by some force like the wind or some other types of forces.
I have a question, Matthew. Really quick, if you guys don't mind.
Please do, I insist. I'm still not getting a good answer, so I'm going to go on mute.
Oh, okay. So you say everything is in motion, right? And when I just, by that logic, when I take off with a drone or balloon, I'm still within the same motion that I was in when I was on the ground. Is that right? So I understand what you mean.
Yes, that's right.
Okay. So how can it be that everything is in the same motion? Why? I mean, the motion is determined to have a certain direction, right?
Right.
I mean, you can't have motion with a direction. How can it be that we have simultaneously thousands of airplanes flying around the supposed sphere, which has a certain direction of motion, while these can simultaneously choose whatever direction of motions they want to have as flight paths? And they all can equally fly the same speed, burn the same fuel, and so forth.
Yeah, because they're flying in the air, and so they fly relative to the air, the atmosphere.
Yeah, but it means one motion is playing against the other, right? Because we both agreed on motions, a motion having one specific direction, right? As with the atmosphere that supposedly rotates with the Earth, has a specific direction. Because you can't have motion and let's say a universal direction that just goes wherever it wants to and adapts to whatever it wants to. I mean, you need to have a specific motion in a specific direction, right? But when you have multiple motions within the motion that wants to go in different directions, how can we affirm that's even a thing or even possible?
Yeah, so that's a good question. Basically, it's because motion is relative. So when you're on a moving train, it's just as easy to walk towards the front of the car as it is to walk towards the back because of the same principle.
But
you're going to feel that.
That train
No, it'll feel the same. Walking to the front of the train, walking to the back.
No, have you ever walked on a moving train? You
I
can
have,
feel
and
it.
it feels the same.
No, hold on.
Have you ever been on a subway, or have you ever been on a moving train?
Yes,
And
it
got
feels
up,
the same.
walked to the bathroom.
Walking frontwards and walking backwards on the train feels the same.
That's a contained system, you know that, right? It's not like you feel.
That's my point.
It's contained. Like you're using something that is contained, while the airplanes, for example, fly in the atmosphere, which is not contained. It just sticks to a spinning ball, even though you yourself would say it's a very slow spinning ball, which we can agree upon because it's just once in 24 hours, which on a big ball will make it very slow. But in any case, it's a motion. But can we detect that motion? Because that analogy using the train or whatever that you live in is a contained system, right? You would agree. There's no force such as air or anything else which would be in motion.
Yeah, and same thing with the atmosphere. The air moves about the same speed as the ground, so it's like the air inside of a train moving about the same speed as the train.
What?
I mean, do you ever take into consideration the fact that you can find wind going in every direction?
Yeah, because it doesn't track exactly with the ground. It's pretty close though.
No. Like there's east winds,
Right.
and there's west winds, and there's north winds, and there's south winds, and every combination in between.
Right.
All over the world. In what way is that tracking with the ground?
It's not tracking exactly, but it's a little bit off. So if at the equator, if the ground is moving 1,040 miles per hour relative to the North Pole, and the atmosphere above it is moving at 1,030 miles per hour, then you'd experience a wind of 10 miles an hour, or maybe 1,060 miles an hour. So it's the 20-mile wind, the different direction. So it's just relative.
Exactly how do you think that the Earth makes wind go faster than the Earth is going?
The Coriolis effect and air pressure, like winds are caused by air pressure and all kinds of weather patterns.
Except for the fact that they're always, so for instance, out in the Pacific, over and over and over again, there's an it's a westward wind, but it's coming from the east. So wind coming from the east going to the west, right?
Yeah, so it's spinning slower than the Earth.
No, faster.
Coming from the east going to the west, so it doesn't go eastward as fast.
No, it's going to the west. Therefore, it's actually going faster than.
I think you got it backwards, but because we say that the land is spinning towards the east, and so things that are moving eastward would be spinning faster. Things that are moving westward would be spinning slower. But I get your point.
Matthew, real quick.
Okay, I see what you're saying, but then there's sorry, real quick.
No, go. No, go ahead.
Because I'm on the wind. There's also eastward winds, like between South America and Africa, for instance.
Right.
But also between America and Europe, for another instance, and also between Asia and America, for another instance. There's lots of eastward winds as well. They're referred to as west winds.
Yeah. Yeah, so those eastward winds would be spinning faster than the ground beneath it.
This just all makes sense to you. It seems logically deductive that the winds would go in all directions despite an alleged uniform routine spinning of the Earth.
Yes, it does.
Fascinating.
You realize that even gravity is disagreeing with you, right? Because if clouds have weight to them, then they would come down and be sucked in. Like I'm having a rough time accepting all of it. And you mentioned the idea of the train. The train idea we're talking about in the chat as well. The aspect of the train moving, right? You feel the force of the train as it accelerates and stops, right? That's torque. And when it gets to speed, that's horsepower that maintains the train in its direction. You don't necessarily feel the force of horsepower, so to speak, when the train is in motion because it's quiet and still, but it's still moving.
Right.
You look outside and you can still point a reference. And that's another interesting thing too with the spinning globe, right? We don't here on the stable plane, we don't have any points of references that tell us that we're spinning beyond the stuff that has been presented to us by man-made creations, right? Like 2D views, like in-front views. Where's our point of reference to be able to tell us that we're spinning? What are you using? Matthew?
Like a train, sometimes if it's moving very steadily and constantly, you can't feel the motion. And so in that case, you look out the window and you can see that the landscape is moving relative to you. And so same with the Earth, we look at the stars and see them rotating and infer that we are...
Yeah, you see them rotate.
Okay.
You don't see. How can we see the same constellations every year?
That's my question. 2.
Because they're very far away and they don't move much. I mean, if you look at the...
But think about logically, right? How fast we're allegedly... No, wait. But think about how fast we're allegedly moving through the universe according to your globe model. And then think about their statement that the reason you see the same constellations and has, according to history, been the same forever. Just think about how that makes any sense. If we're moving that fast and they've been here for that long, the same, non-changing, how do you wager that?
The distances, the math works out. If you look at the speeds and the distances, it all works out.
Okay, so the distances that they're telling you is what you're basing your
Yeah,
claim. You're not looking at actual observation. You're just going to the math that they spoon fed to you.
Yeah. So Polaris is, for example, 300 light years away. That's pretty far. But
Polaris is 300 light years away? What?
But it does move.
Polaris doesn't move.
Is Polaris and the other luminaries are they having their own motion, or are those stationary and we are moving?
Where the
Polaris is about between 300 to 400 light years away, but it does have a motion.
Sorry, I gotta shut up. No, sorry.
Oh, well, so what do you think proper motion is?
I'm asking because you're saying that they're really far away. That's why we don't notice any changes on the constellations, right? But are those lights are those far away lights? Are those moving? Are they having like their own movement as well, or are those lights stationary?
They move slightly.
So they do move as well. So we're moving.
The closer ones do, yeah.
We're moving. The Earth is moving at 11 different vectors, and those things are moving at probably no less than 11 different vectors as well. But still, we don't notice any changes on the.
We do notice a change. We notice that Polaris moves slightly, for example.
Well, we do this. We see the cycle that stays constant. Yeah, thanks for the correction. We do see changes, but it's a daily or yearly cycle that we observe.
Yeah, if you jump into the chat there, Matthew, you'll see Miguel's posting up a crap load of proofs that Polaris's location is so steady we can pinpoint it with the Georgia Guidestones that has a hole drilled in it that's maybe 2 or 3 inches in diameter.
There's older examples.
The motion is much smaller than that. So yeah, it's going to look fairly steady for a long time.
You can put a tube towards Polaris and look at it, and yeah, you come back next year and it's still there.
Well, it'll be 198 milliarc seconds different than the year before. But
what's a milliarc?
It's a 1,000th of a second, an arc second, a measure of angle.
And how do you measure that? What type of measuring device can you measure that with? Or is that just based on an obscenely long distance, i.e., like
photographic plates? They compare photographic plates of stars and see what the motion is. You know how the constellations have changed slightly. It's called the motion, the relative motion.
And what's the progression? Is the progression linear?
I don't know which direction it is. You can look up the proper motion of some of the closer stars if you want to see it on Wikipedia. For example, Polaris.
Does it go from A to B to C to D to E to F, or does it go A, C, B, G, C, D,
Oh yeah, no,
A?
it doesn't return to where it was before.
So that's why I asked the question, is it linear?
It's not cyclical. I don't know if it's straight linear or curved somehow. I don't know what the path would look like.
Isn't that a weird contradiction, though, to say it's not cyclical, but it may be curved?
No, I mean the spring is. If you look at a coiled up spring, it's it's curved, but the beginning of the spring ends up in a different spot than the end of the spring. I mean, something like that. Not, I'm saying the beginning and end points don't connect. That's all.
This is known how?
By measuring the proper motion.
Apart from assumption, how is that a known fact?
It's a guess. They guess at this fact based on observations of photographic plates, separated by years of observations, and then like calculate how quickly certain stars are moving through the star field.
And under the presumption that Earth and existence is billions of years old, then why would it be reasonable to assume that it's non-cyclical? Unless you have yet another assumption built in.
I'm saying I don't know.
Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, I would suggest that this is a house or a deck, not a deck, a house of cards. So assumption built upon assumption, built upon who knows how many other assumptions. See, there's an assumption within, astronomy, astrophysics, whatever, that there was a central point of which everything exploded from. So in that way, there's a presumption or assumption that in no way would it return, except for those that say that it will return. There are those that believe that it will all implode at some point in the future, which would be a cycle, by the way. So it's interesting when there are these sorts of contradictions within the same system of belief. It's a non-cyclical action that also may be cyclical, except we don't think that it's cyclical because this is the portion that we've seen, which is infinitesimally small according to our own paradigm. So our rational deduction is actually irrational, but it's perfectly rational because we appreciate the opportunity to contradict ourselves because everything is relative anyway. And yeah, I am being, facetious to some small degree in my caricature of these people who think that they're smart. But man, it is a corrupt system devoid of reason and logic. The faculties that have been provided to us naturally, just an abandonment. I think because of a hatred of the creator, but that's just my personal.
Exactly. And I don't think you have to apologize for being vindictive, being facetious, or anything, because we have been, as flat earth guys, we have been beat the hell up over this idea that we're not understanding these scientific concepts that they've been presenting to us for all this time. So I have no problem making fun of the globe guys and calling them all blue ballers, because that's all that they boil down to for me.
You know what's funny about the borders, actually? When you're over there in the other Discord, which is extremely crazy, these people will go so nuts about their heliocentric religion that they are almost like a preacher, as if, I talked about this yesterday with what is his name? With Gregory, he made me aware of it. The way they defend the heliocentric model is if like they're defending something fundamental which will give them something in the future, such as everlasting life or whatnot. They defend something that is nonsensical to defend, actually, because what's the outcome? Are you going to achieve paradise from defending the globe? Are you going to exalt yourself at a certain point where you get to a higher stage of consciousness? What is the very reason to defend things that are happening according to these people, in a way that almost sounds like someone who is, a preacher on the street, for example.
You make a good point. And what I want to talk...
sorry for a second.
No, go, sir.
There's no substance or there's no logic behind for these people, because they themselves, most of the globers call themselves atheists, but they defend the heliocentric model such if it's going to achieve anything for them further down their life, if that makes sense, right? It just what is the fruit of it all? There is no fruit in that whole thing. It's just nothingness. It's vanity, extreme vanity, and these people defend it as if it's a religion, because it is a religion. Otherwise, they wouldn't go so crazy. Most of them.
Gospel said the abandonment of logic. Did you said that, Gospel?
Hit it. Say it. Say it. These are important words.
So, is it more like a rebel child that has abandoned logic for his own self-destruction eventually, or maybe there might be, let's say, a deceiving side that is actually abandoning logic to maybe take advantage of his younger brother, just teaching his brother how to abandon logic, and in the other hand, he's doing. I don't know. It's kind of like I'm just thinking about how deceitful the lie is and how it's being used to take advantage of people.
Yeah. Ultimately, I don't want to suggest that logic is the end all, be all. Some type of secret paths to specialness or anything like that. And I'm using, I guess, coded language, but
you can bring the globe towards the abandonment of logic and reasoning, because it's just an actual. You can describe it with those. It goes with it. Like,
For
yeah,
sure.
I live in a curving, spinning globe adjacent to the emptiness of space or whatever. It just goes against everything we know.
the reconciliation of contradiction. It is a very commonly held belief, more common than I think most people would be aware of. But not a.
All right, so let's throw this idea forward. What happens if you go to school, you decide you want to take science, and you are completely, again, indoctrinated into the idea that you are in a blue marble. And say 20 years later, you're met up with a bunch of guys known as the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord or Discovery. And all of a sudden, that throws what you thought you learned in school into a tizzy, right? I'm playing devil's advocate to what you guys are talking about at this point. Your entire foundation, your family, your kids, everything that you've been doing has been based on a blue ball model?
Not really, because you can actually learn about the globe Earth and maybe speak about it and be kind of like a priest about it. But when you go to the real world and do practical things, you don't use the globe for anything. You have to actually do things in a practical.
Right. So what I'm saying to you, and exactly what you just amplified there, Gemsy, and I really appreciate that. Am I saying that right? Gemsy or Gemsy?
Gemsy. Yeah, Gemsy is fine.
So with Gemsy, with respects to that, I believe that that's where you require a proper innate, right? That voice inside you that's able to say, you're not speaking truth. Because I like these guys that get on a pedestal and start talking about the fact that the world is round. I question, as you say, they're what they're after, what they're truly after. Like, are you just a shill? Are you trying to just make cash off of an idea? Or are you actually believing that this is true?
The very thing is that just mind boggles me is, especially with people who debate flat earthers, and they debate them, on a level where they themselves get very crazy, such as on the Panda Discord. We know our goal as flat earthers, right? We know what they're hiding from us. We know about the creator. At least some people know. Not everyone. I would not just generalize it, but there are certain reasons behind why we are flat earthers, especially understanding the very construct of this deceptive system that we have all been born into. But what are these people, on the other hand, are actually defending? why are they defending it in the first place? Because first of all, there's nothing where you would get a flat earther back into which he would not have been known to before he was a flat earther. And on the other hand, what is the outcome of, I mean, if they think that the earth is a spinning ball, why did they even need to preach it as if it's a religion or something? Because I mean, they already know that. I mean, they can just go back to normal life. What does it matter to them? And I think only the people who have been confronted with flat Earth and actually know deep within the back of their mind, but they just suppressed it, that it is indeed flat, are the only ones that gonna be the globers that gonna have these debate channels and whatnot, trying to prove the heliocentric religion, because they know that if they would not do it and get confirmation by other ball believers, they would have a very bad life, because they would be need to suppress that knowledge that they have already gained through flat earthers all by themselves. And I think that's the very reason why you have people like Panda on the other Discord screaming sometimes their guts out. I mean, I'm not saying that I didn't do that sometimes when it gets heated, but I know why I'm trying to make people understand what flat earth is all about. But these people, there's no fruit within what they're preaching, like, imagine you would, if it's possible, convert a real flat earther to the globe. What new would there be for him to discover? Nothing. It would just be the same retarded lie that we have all been told since the childhood. So I just don't understand these people. They make no sense. It makes no sense for them to actually defend their globe religion. Like, what's the outcome? You're gonna know where the creator is? No. You're gonna know that you're important? No. You're gonna know that you have a meaning in life? No. So, what's the outcome of that preaching?
The powers be. I mean, or when someone has an advantage or let's say an administrative position, and they pass information down to people, and people have been given the wrong information about something, that will give advantage to whoever is at the position of power to manipulate people. And there's in a way people use, because when whoever is believing the lie, there's someone telling the story, right? So I would say, I guess most people kind of just believe it, and they go with their day. They're good people, even if they believe they live in a globe. That doesn't mean that, oh, this guy believes he lives in a globe, that means he's a bad person. It's not like that. But it's kind of like a fundamental piece of the equation. I will kind of describe it like people believe in authority, and most of the things that authority, whenever you go out there and you see the administrator doing things and kind of like taking care of the city or doing stuff, practical administrative things, they're doing their job in many things. But and you're doing your job, even if you believe you live in a globe. You're a mechanic or a doctor or whatever you do, you're doing your job. You're not using the globe for anything. But I guess that authority figure that is making the most important decisions, where we're moving our currency, our energy towards what? Hey, we need your taxes because we're going to the moon. We're going to space. That kind of stuff. So they have a big hold on the flow of energy, the flow of the end result of whatever effort you put into the system. Obviously, you reap your rewards. You work and get your money, whatever, and buy whatever you need, food. But then the flow of that effort is being manipulated to, I don't know, stagnate it, or just to benefit certain people to a higher. I don't know if you get what I'm saying, but someone manipulating the masses with such fundamental lies, it's a powerful position, I think.
Right.
But to the end, I think you're talking about the end goal. Why will they do this? I mean, that's a good question.
Yeah,
Oh
what
man,
is the
can I
what is the outcome? A station on Mars, or
can I answer that?
yeah, please.
So, you guys ever heard about the Tower of Babel? Some people also know it as the Tower of
I've heard of
Babylon.
it, but I don't. I've heard of it, but many people say like really small things about it. I don't know. I don't have like a whole picture about it.
So the Tower of Babel, and again, I'm not taking it on the religious talk. I'm kind of just painting the parallel so we kind of understand it. The Tower of Babel was something that was constructed because they knew where God was. God was in the sky, so they started constructing a tower to try to reach God in the sky. God was like, I'm not having.
You mean heaven. You don't mean the sky, right? You mean like.
Well, I say I need to take it a step, but I don't want to blow too many fuses, right? I'm just trying to tell a story to give an idea, right? So they knew God was in the sky, so they're like, we're going to build a tower to the sky and try to get to God. What I'm saying is this idea of inventing space, this idea of inventing NASA and controlling space, is just the identification of them being able to try to create their own God and give them the identification of their own God. That's what I think. That's the purpose of it, right? Make man believe in Satan, literally. Because he created space, right? He created NASA, he created space. Make man believe in it. That's what I'm thinking.
Right. He created a deceptive space of nothing. In principle, if you think about it, people believe in nothingness as being something that will give them anything.
Well, people believe in many things that actually mean nothing. Like many people say a lot, but they are not saying anything. Same thing with the belief. They believe in so many different things.
I understand, but I just wanted to put, most of these very crazy heliocentric believers are mostly, so self-proclaimed atheists. But I think Kiwi is 100% right. The way they defend it and the way they build up this paradigm is just showing their hopelessness of actually. They just wanted to create their own belief system, own creator, however you want to call it.
Well, God did that in the Bible for control. So if we're going to use that, that story, let's keep it consistent with what reality is showing us. Why do people lie? And the only reason why somebody would lie is to manipulate the situation. So in this situation, which, involves the population of everybody in the world, clearly at least their apex outcome, meaning their top priority, is obviously control. Because why else would they be giving everybody this nihilistic idea of life, that you have no meaning, you were just a coincidence? Because they never to read and write for a reason, right? In history, they did that so they wouldn't rebel, so they wouldn't become smart, so they wouldn't take back what is their living right there as a human, which is to know the fundamentals of where you live and to know what's going on around you. So it's clearly their priority. We can at least assume with logic that it's about control, because why else would they be pushing this agenda? It just makes the most sense.
Very well stated. It's the truth. I don't want to push the limits of the boundary of the chat, being respectful of the rules that are in place, right? But in terms of what we observe, there has been in the UAE, they have built the House of Abraham, which is the lands, and it was completed in March of 2022 this year, which is the lands for the one world religion. There is a mosque, a synagogue, and a Catholic church on the same grounds. Yes, they did. And in that church, you're not allowed to worship Jesus Christ. They will have their own Bible. And I'm of the opinion that in that Bible, the word firmament, mentioned as what he created on day 2, is going to be changed to the word space. And if you see that he created space, and you know that NASA controls space, well, then all of a sudden you've got people worshiping space. And who created space from NASA's book? That thing with the red tongue in their logo, right?
Serpent.
It's just so grotesque what they're doing. They're trying to get into the very minds of everybody. They're trying to control us on more than just controlling, where your tax dollars go, or more than just controlling, I think that's part of the reason why so many teens are depressed. Because so many of them have a nihilistic view on life that
Yeah, they're doubling down on the younger generation. They're definitely doubling down on the young people. It's kind of crazy because the older, like our generation, our parents, we knew a different world, but this new system that they've been putting in place is very, very strong, going strong towards the new people and
it's
the young
disgusting. They're doing this to children. It's just absolutely disgusting that what they're doing is just it's the worst crime that could ever exist.
All I've seen is 3D renderings of this thing. Are there any pictures of it being completed? Is it like?
No, I think you have to read the article. I think it was completed, but from my understanding, the completion date was March 2022. I don't know if they're keeping it under wraps. Yeah, Abrahamic Family House. I don't know if they're keeping it under wraps, but again, this is where I believe the Antichrist is going to show up. Right, and you've got the 7 years of the trib occurring. I believe that this is where it's all going to take place. But guys, I don't want to get into the religious aspect.
They've built
so
some
very thankful to be here. I don't want to get kicked out.
You're fine. They built some. This Ajay Associates have built some really elaborate buildings all over the world. Really, and I was just looking at their website, but the other pictures that they have of the things that they built are all photographs.
Renderings?
One for sure that I've seen with my own eyeballs in person. I know exist in Washington D.C. So Ajay Associates built the Smithsonian National Museum of African American History and Culture. I saw that with my own eyes. I was living there when that was getting completed and stuff. And open to the public, but I didn't realize that these are the same people that made all these other things. But again, when you go to the Abrahamic Family House, Abu Dhabi, it's a 3D rendering, and it's such an unusual picture because it portrays the surrounding area in a very Dune. Like the movie / but I didn't watch the movie, the new one, but it just looks so
desolate.
Desolate's a great word for it. Like everything out in the distance is just sand, but that's not. There's water too, I guess. Maybe is the angle, but it just looks weird. Like there's little shell-looking things out on the right side, and I'd like to see pictures of it being completed or even worked on, for that matter. I mean, it's a legit construction company. Like they built massive things in Russia, in America, in Africa, and now the Near East, as it's referred to, or Middle East. National Cathedral, Ghana. Yeah, I would like to see pictures, and Google Maps isn't that up to date, I don't think. I'll give it a whirl.
So them pushing this thing and expanding into outer space, and now in the news you see, we've been watched, and there's these beings called the Immortals, and we were made. Our creators came from outer space. That kind of stuff they've been promoting for a long time. They might be getting ready to give us some type of saviors that are coming from space or something. Some type of
Operation Bluebeam, maybe.
Yeah, but imagine someone sitting in the throne or something, like these places, the temples that they build, and they say this being is because with the technology and a lot of different things, and in TV they can show people a lot of different things, but
Project Bluebeam. That's what Project Bluebeam is.
Like I don't know, like healing people or making miracles or whatever. Who knows? They could probably portray some type of guy like he's God or some alien that came from space and is here to help us to fix humanity. Because right now, people are like against the wall, depressed, tired of life, very,
Looking
very
for answers. That's right.
Very engaged.
And that's what the idea of the Antichrist does, right? The Antichrist is the guy that shows up. He's like, I can do miracles, and he starts doing stuff. He sits on the throne. Exactly what you said, Gemsy, is exactly what's going to transpire. It's just that when you present people with the stuff to say, hey, this is actually happening because of XYZ, at some point in time, they experience cognitive dissonance and they run for the hills. So what do we do as people who see it from the purview of the hills that we stand on, if you will? We just wait. Watch this shit to blow up in their face. Sorry for cussing.
They have some amazing museums in Abu Dhabi. You can see on Google Maps. Oh, there's the Tower of Babel. Look what I found over in Abu Dhabi. Look what I found. Look at that. Look. I didn't find it on purpose either. I was just scrolling.
Where's that picture located?
I'll post the this should take you to it. I know it's a long link.
That's some universal alignment right there. You just happened to find it as we were talking about it. The universe is like, oh, here you go.
But it's right next to the it's just down the road. It's like a tenth of a mile away from the trifecta of abomination.
That fake old globe.
Yeah.
I've looked at old globes in museums and stuff in Germany, and they dated them back to like 700 or whatnot, and they all look
that's
very
funny.
yeah, but they look like props, like they don't look like authentic old. That more look like they made to be looking old, if that makes sense.
Hey, I guess you're still here, Matthew. Have you seen this one?
I'm laughing so hard out loud right now. Holy crap. What a great shot.
You're talking about the GIF, the two different pictures?
Yeah. Like, do you want links to NASA's website where those photos can be found, or?
No, I believe you.
No, the two identical pictures with the medium changed. That's basically what's happening. It's the same picture. It's just the medium, or not the medium, but
the foreground.
The foreground is changing. Thank you. Very well stated.
Yeah, so there's two different pictures with the same mountain in the background.
Yeah, but the pixels line up. Like, do you think that they like what do you think? You think that these pictures were taken from a different position, different
Yeah.
angle.
Two different pictures with the same mountain in the background.
My guy, look at the bottom left-hand corner of the picture. Do you see the shadow line on the rocks that are there? That shadow line on that little small rock on the bottom left-hand corner is not even changing. How can you possibly say there are two different pictures if the shadow lines aren't changing?
Guys,
Because they were taken at the exact same time?
Matthew, can I just quickly debunk what Matthew is saying? Matthew, do you think they collected all the stones in the picture where you have the big stones, the rocks, on the other side, on the left side, and collected all the rocks to make it look more clean? That's nonsense, dude. Like, it's as if these astronauts would have taken the time to clean up the ground. So if it's really just
I think those are genuine photos. I don't know why.
Yeah, but do you look at the first picture where you have only the rocks without the stuff like the car and this weird cardboard spacecraft? You will see that the stones in the background, that there's a field of stones, like let's say as big as two fists or even bigger, or your head or something. Do you really
Hey,
think
he said those are photos, and yeah, there are photos taken on a movie set.
but I want to debunk his analogy because he thinks just perspective and the craft is standing in front of the rocks. Why I would also ask or question myself, why would they go into danger and landing right next or like 1 meter or 2 meters away from rocks? And it just the whole analogy of saying it's because of perspective makes no sense, given the evidence of the rocks that you see around, given the evidence of the changing elevation in the background. Why the 2D looking background picture of the huge hill is still looking the same? So sorry, man, that's obviously showing you that it's fake.
No, I disagree.
And then show me how you can disagree with that. Did they have a little dump truck there where they put on the rocks and change the whole landscape, make it a different elevation, or how does it work?
Those are two different pictures taken maybe 30 or 40 meters apart or less, but the background of the mountain doesn't change that much.
Bullshit. The shadows are in the exact same spot. No.
That's impossible, man.
You think the mountain's really big and far away then?
Yes.
Yeah. No, I figured.
It's impossible. Look at the surrounding area and look at the line that is between that 2D mountain, which has a different color, by the way.
Don't forget, Clay. Everything is possible when everything is relative.
I mean, the mountain literally has a different color than everything else. It looks like it's if some guy has painted it on the background.
It's farther away. Maybe it's made out of slightly different material. I don't know. I mean, you're saying the mountain looks fake.
Why are you this? Why do you do that to yourself?
Because I think it's the absolute truth, and you guys are the ones that aren't getting it.
I'm not getting it. That the whole elevation changed and these small little rocks that you have in the first picture are all disappeared. Like, tell me, is it further away in the picture where they take a picture of the craft? And on the other hand, why would they land as close to these big rocks? And on the other hand, what is it? Further away or closer? Because in no way you would get rid of the rocks that you see surrounding the area. It makes no sense. The whole analogy of what you're trying to create there makes no sense.
Makes sense to me. I mean, they took one picture, they walked a little bit away, and
then
they took another picture.
Yeah, but then you're willingly ignorant of what I'm saying.
I think I found it. Check this out.
Again, my question is, do they have a dump truck and some guys with a shovel?
No.
Getting rid of the surrounding small rocks?
No.
No, right? So why are the rocks disappearing?
Because it's in a different location.
I think I found it.
How can it be in a different location if the
Hello?
background lines up?
Hello?
Sorry.
Hello?
Yeah.
Yeah, Gospel Bear posted both pictures at 19 past the hour if you want to look at the originals.
Yes.
No, look at what I just posted, though. What do you think?
Yeah, that looks like one of the originals.
Well, no. I zoomed in on the photo with the little buggy. Or I'll post it differently. Might make it more obvious. You know that same mountain exists in Hawaii?
It does not.
Oh yeah.
I don't get it. Either you're paid to be that way, Matthew, or
You're confident in your you responded very quickly to that. So
Yeah, this is a picture from the NASA website, and so it's on the moon, and so therefore it does not exist in Hawaii.
What the heck, man?
Hey, you know what?
I
That's
also have,
special.
by the way, I have a picture of Buzz himself
We
standing
need
in
a
front of that.
timestamp for that one.
I have a picture of
Oh.
Buzz himself standing in front of that very mountain in Hawaii. Give me a sec. For some reason, he needed to visit that location. Who knows why? Sorry. I will find it.
and therefore, that's some funny stuff. Thank you, old dude, for
yeah, there is it. There it is.
thank you, old dude, for actually So it is a coincidence then. It is a coincidence that this exists in Hawaii.
Yeah, those aren't the same mountain.
Mm-hmm. Because NASA said so, right? That's your logic that you're going with?
Because the picture that they took on the moon is not the same as the mountain in Hawaii. They're different mountains.
Yeah, because NASA said that they took pictures on the moon, therefore it can't possibly be the same.
Right. A picture, a mountain on the moon is not going to look exactly the same as a mountain on Hawaii.
Well, hold on. You might want to correct yourself there. Was that even a logical statement, truly?
Yes.
No,
two mountains are identical. So
Put him in detention.
If they're taking pictures of two different mountains, they will be.
Why not?
Different.
Why wouldn't two mountains potentially be identical?
Same reason two snowflakes are rarely identical, or two rocks are not identical. I mean, they may be close, but every mountain is slightly different from every other mountain. Do you think it's possible to have two identical mountains in two different places?
Man, I can highly recommend to you. There's a Russian documentary, the Russian guy actually who has a lot of experience about how you made these old green screen effects of adding backgrounds, and he made videos of layering these backgrounds upon each other to prove that every background that NASA has used for all their moon missions were were actually identical, just recycling their special effects within the studio. But I'm sure you're not gonna watch that documentary because it takes like 2 hours or so, or 1 hour. I'm not sure. It's been a while since I watched that.
But is he interested though? That's the question.
Not really. I don't think so.
Matthew, I have a question for you. Have you ever seen the video where three of the Apollo astronauts are confronted about going to space? One guy responds getting very upset and says, his son says, should we call the CIA and have them waxed? And then I think it was Buzz Aldrin, when he was confronted to put his hand on the Bible, he got extremely upset and ended up punching the guy in the face. Have you seen that video?
I've seen the video of Buzz Aldrin punching someone, yes.
So why is it that when confronted about whether or not they went to space, went to the moon, that these guys responded so aggressively?
That's a psychological question. My
No,
guess would
buddy,
be
no, it's not a psychological question. This is a plain Jane question that you were confronted with the Bible and you reacted like a little girl.
It's because they just fake landed on the moon in Hawaii.
my guess would be that they were frustrated by having to answer the same questions over and over and having one of their biggest achievements in their life questioned.
Interestingly, but the normal man would seek, you would think, salvation in the Bible.
Well, to be fair, that guy asked him to do something that anybody that actually knows the words inside of that book wouldn't agree to in the first place. So it was
that is very fair stated. Okay.
It was a bit of a catch-22 situation. But to be fair, on the other side, if I were put in that situation, I would say, I'm not placing my hand on anything because inside of that book it says not to. This is what I did. It's up to you to, to accept it or reject it.
I like the CIA response, calling
Yeah,
CIA
crypto.
to have them waxed. I like that one too.
See, here's the thing, right? The thing to me isn't that they kind of refused to do it. It was the angry responses which made no sense. So, like, I try and imagine, like, if you went to a sports star like Tom Brady or something and said, I don't believe you really won all those Super Bowls. Would Tom Brady punch you in the face? Or would he just laugh at you? Like, honestly, just think about it. If you went to Tom Brady and said, you didn't win any Super Bowls, you're lying, he would just laugh in your face and walk off. That is the appropriate response. The appropriate response isn't punching someone. That doesn't even make any sense.
Yeah.
If you guys want to see it, I have the clips on there, and that's I fully agree with you. They reacted illogically when they were presented with a valid question. That's my whole. Where there's smoke, I think there's fire.
Guys, let alone remember what Matthew just said. They accomplished the greatest feat of what man would have ever been done, and just look at the faces when they came back. You think that's faces of people that accomplished something that no one has ever done? Or let me ask Matthew: Is that a coincidence that they look like if they're hiding something?
No,
Oh, sorry.
One frame, like you're talking about one frame where they weren't smiling.
No, the whole weird interview that everybody knows, where even people that believe in the moon landing say it's just strange that they looked so sad and acted very weird.
Yeah, I mean, I don't find a problem with that.
Okay. Is there anything you find a problem with regarding NASA, heliocentric model, or anything? Is there one thing that you might say, that's a bit weird?
He takes it all for granted. 100%.
But isn't that crazy?
Not 100%. I generally disagree with the naturalistic explanation of the origins of the universe.
Does NASA in particular make any claims to that end?
That's why I'm sort of thinking through. I don't know if they do. I don't know if they do.
I know that on an independent level, a singular, like there's people that work for NASA that hold those beliefs for sure. From a corporate structure, like I don't know if it's fundamental to what they say or do necessarily, although it is in different ways. Why do we see the moon mountain line up with the mountain in Hawaii? Because they're different. Wait, what? Why doesn't the moon mountain line up with the mountain in Hawaii? Because
Yeah,
He's
there are two
using
different
a-
mountains.
But now you're just using a red herring, disregarding everything I said.
No, earlier you were saying, "Hey, look, it's the same mountain." I said, "Well, then why don't they look the same?"
Do you think that those pictures were taken from the exact same spot? Well, obviously you wouldn't, but do you think that that would be? Let's suppose that the moon photo, we'll call it the moon photo, is actually in Hawaii, and that is the actual mountain, same mountain.
Okay.
You suggested that the reason that they looked the same because they were taken in different locations. Well,
You just got a call.
Yeah.
So what he's trying to say is they probably took reference pictures of certain mountainscapes and then used it as their the technology of creating these green screens. Let me find this Russian documentary for you, and the Russian guy or this guy actually explains it pretty well how they use these glasses that you put in that you used to create these fake backgrounds back in the days. Very simple technology. That's why you actually see the astronauts, for example, being transparent when they come out. When the famous video where he comes out and you see the background actually behind him, transparent through the person. It's not because of some silly. It's just because of the technology of old green screen that they use. Why the astronaut is actually translucent. And let me show you how it's done. But I don't know if that's actually enough for you. But regardless, it's just so. You know what? 1 second, I have an idea. I think it fits it pretty well. Let's listen to another great accomplishment of the second car in space, okay? And let's listen to the very guy what he's about to say about it.
At Associated Press.
March at NAP. What was going through your mind? How amazed were you to see your roadster up there with Starman, with the Blue Planet, and how long will we be getting live views, do you think, from the car?
Well, I think it looks so ridiculous and impossible. And you can tell it's real because it looks so fake, honestly. Like, we'd have way better CGI if it was fake. And the colors all look like kind of weird in space. There's no atmospheric occlusion. Like everything looks too crisp. But we didn't really test any of those materials for, is it space hardened or whatever, So it just has the same seats that like a normal car has. It's just literally a normal car in space, which I kind of like the absurdity of that. And if you look closely, on the dashboard, there's a tiny roadster with a tiny spaceman. So Hot Wheels made a Hot Wheels roadster, and a friend of mine suggested, hey, why don't you put that Hot Wheels Roadster with a tiny spaceman on it, in the car too. Like, that'd be cool. Sure. So we did that. I mean, it's kind of silly and fun, but I think that's silly fun things are important. And normally for a new rocket, they'd launch like a block of concrete or something like that. I mean, that's so boring. And I think that's just the imagery of it is something that's going to get people excited around the world. And it's still tripping me out. I mean, I'm tripping balls here.
Alrighty then.
So you're saying, what are you saying that Elon Musk is saying? I mean, he's talking about having a car in space, and you're saying what?
Do I really need to further go into detail about obviously him not taking it very seriously?
No, he was claiming that there's a car in space from that clip.
Right. It looks. Can you repeat what he said? It looks so fake. And it must be real because it looks so fake, right? But we would have way better CGI if it would be
if it was fake.
Yeah, if they were faking it, they would make it look better. Is what he was saying.
Yeah. If it was fake,
Does
it
that
would look
make
way more
sense?
real than that.
Does that make sense? Is that logic?
Yes, that makes sense to me.
If it would be fake, they would have better CGI to make it more real.
Yeah,
that's
it looks different than we were expecting.
Yeah, but that's obviously the sound of a very disappointed man, because he's either knowing that it's bollocks, or he's thinking, let's just say that he thinks the globe is real, whatever. He's looking at that going, fuck me, that looks awful, and he's in damage control mode. Let's be honest, like he's a disappointed man in that moment.
It looks fake.
What about the tire?
What about the tire? There's no problem with the tire.
He self admits that they have not tested anything on the car for going into space. That's great. Cool story. I mean, that's honest, actually. It's just furthermore underlining that it's all fake.
Well, it's real because it looks fake, because CGI looks way more realistic than reality.
Right, that's what NASA always uses. Matthew.
What are we supposed to do with this?
One of the aspects of truth is that it sometimes is unexpected and doesn't look like we expect it to. However, when you do CGI, it comes out exactly like you expect it.
Right. Matthew, I have a question. Have you ever listened to Rammstein? Do you think Rammstein was on the moon when they had some special missions so they can record their video on the moon?
We all live in America.
And don't you think that the whole song is somehow a little, what's it called, mockery of the stupidity of Americans and all people around the world that have bought into that Western lie of, globalization, where you see Africans eating, I think it's a burger or something or whatnot. That America is a virus somehow. The whole song, that's, by the way, if you know Rammstein, and I don't like Rammstein at all, but there are many songs that they created that is really critical towards certain topics. For example, another song would be Radio. Unfortunately, that song, Radio, it's in German. I mean, you would need to use the subtitles. But there's many things, hints and stuff that they use, to mock the people that don't know. And this is literally a song mocking people who believe in the moon landing. Especially when you look at the ending of the music video, where they show you that set. And man, please watch it if you have never seen it.
Yeah, I've never seen it. Thanks for the link.
No problem. Pretty cool. And trust me, they didn't went to the moon. They actually filmed that in a studio. It just looks like it because it just looks too fake. So no, it looks too real, so it must be fake. Sorry, just it's level because it's curved, right? We just need to use logic here. I forgot.
Hey, Matthew.
Hey, Jim.
Hey, good morning, Matthew. How's everything going?
It's going okay.
Hey, if CNN and NASA came out tomorrow and said the world is not a spinning, watery, curvy, bendy ball, and that we've been lied to forever, would you need psychiatric help or seek counseling, or would you just say, okay, I was fooled and move on? I mean, would it be easy for you to admit to yourself you've been fooled, or would you need some counseling?
If CNN and NASA both came out tomorrow and announced that the world was flat and it was not round, I and most of the people on Earth would not believe them. And we would say, what went wrong with them?
Yeah, I just kind of wonder if there'd be a mass calling to counseling in psychiatric places, to seek help, because
No, there would not, because nobody would believe them.
Okay.
You would say no.
I just kind of wonder how you would handle it,
I would handle it fine because I wouldn't believe them.
Okay.
So when they say something that can be validated through direct measurements, you're not going to believe them. But when they say something based on cartoon images, validated through nothing in reality, no problem.
I wouldn't characterize it that way.
But that is what it is.
Right.
So even if the Globe establishment came out and said, sorry, Matthew, we don't live on a spinning, watery, curvy, bendy ball. We live on a flat and stationary and contained Earth, you still wouldn't believe it?
Well, who do you mean by the Globe establishment?
Well, NASA.
By the way, unfortunately, that Rammstein America is also German, and for some reason you can't have subtitles. But trust me, when he says Mickey Mouse, there's a reason why he says Mickey Mouse. He inserts a pretty obvious reasons why he says Mickey Mouse. But for that you need to understand what the background of NASA is and so forth. But just really, if you would really want to understand the mockery behind that song that Rammstein made, listen to the English lyrics. Let me see if I can find it in English. But I don't know.
Yeah, it's called America. It's called America. But it's spelled with a K.
Yeah, but they singing in German, right? I mean, the only thing that they say is America that the American would understand, right?
And the chorus is in English. I don't know about the verse.
Right.
Actually, well, he does say wunderbar, but I think everyone knows what that means.
Wunderbar. Yeah. Most people would understand what that means.
So Matthew, that photo I posted at 39 after the hour, which is a close-up of the thing that took Armstrong and Aldrin to the fake moon, that doesn't bother you that that's a NASA-supplied photo, and you're okay with the construction of that thing? Just want your opinion on that.
Yes, I'm okay with that.
Okay, all right. Matthew, my main man, Matthew. Love you, Matthew. That's why I love Discord. That's why I love Discord 24/7 so much. Is I have the privilege of talking to Matthew. Thank you, Matthew.
You guys are great.
Hi, Matthew.
Sup, Matthew?
Hello.
You must be smiling right now.
Why do you say that?
I don't know.
Yeah, you can hear it. You can definitely hear it.
Hey, Just Jenny.
Yo. What's up?
How's this, Just Jenny? Run, Forrest, run! Run, Forrest, run!
I
Is that
do.
pretty good? Is that pretty good?
Run, Matthew, run!
No, Matthew's doing his job.
Learn, Matthew, learn.
Wait. Is Matthew a flat earther now?
Closet Vather.
Well, everybody
No, I'm
thinks
not.
he's heading that way, but I don't know about that.
No, he's collecting a paycheck. That's all he's doing.
Well, no, something else he's doing is
Well, that'd be called a show, wouldn't
he's being an example for the listening audience. I think that's pretty nice of Matthew to hang around with us.
Thank you, Matthew.
Hey, Matthew, if you were a father, and I wish you were, because it's really a great honor to be so, I'd be sending you a Father's Day present on Sunday.
Happy Father's Day.
Sunday. Doesn't the sun come up every day?
Ba-dum-bum.
Later they say your video is so funny.
Joe, I heard that.
Well, if I didn't throw in some idiotic funniness, then it wouldn't be funny.
No, we need more comedy in this game here because it's been going on way too long. They've been having a pass for too long. I say it's open season.
Yeah, I miss like a year ago when I first came in here, like when they actually argued about stuff that actually made sense. Now they just argue about stuff that doesn't make sense. It's like, I don't understand. Like, you would think that it would get progressively better, right?
You'd think.
Well, you know, if I was that bad at something, I think I'd have given up by now.
Sadly, the globe, the spinning, watery, curvy, bendy ball believers have drifted toward not Professor Dave more than they've gone toward logic. So, I guess the spinning, watery, curvy, bendy ball community is getting more dumb every day and going more toward not Professor Dave.
Correction, please. A correction. That would be P. Dave, not what you just said.
Well, I did say not. Or pretend. How about pretender? Pretender, Professor
Pretender Dave. Pretender Dave or P. Dave. That would work. Anything else? The stolen title. I don't care if you twist around the English language. I don't give a no. It's P. Dave.
Okay. So two-time dropout P. Dave. How's that?
What? Yes, that sounds great. I mean, he's had his pass for too long. I'm just saying.
I'll definitely go with P from now on. So thanks. Run.
Please don't say
Matthew,
that. Please stop saying it. You're going to invite bad people.
Gemsy did a good rip apart on Professor Dave last night and his numbers, his 2 million subscribers and his 50,000 views on his videos. That guy's
paid for, by the way.
He's pushing a crappy agenda. That guy. I'm pretty sure he's a Freemason. His buddy FTFE, Fight the Flat Earth, that little buddy from the UK. Him and I shook Professor Dave's tree, and FTFE fell out and came to his defense. So I engaged with him, and FTFE quickly mentioned that he was a Freemason, and at that point I realized that that's why he pushes the Globe agenda, right? If you get into a discussion with a Globe guy, ask them, are you a Freemason? I'm telling you, 90% of them are going to report back to you and say yes.
Well, they don't have to tell the truth. I mean, why would you even bother asking the question, really?
That can't be true, because if 90% of the people on Earth are Globers or more, then how could 90% of them be Freemasons? There just aren't that many Freemasons in the world.
Who claims that?
There's a difference.
Are you kidding me? Are you serious, bro? Really?
Yeah, how many Freemasons are there?
Uh-oh.
Wow.
Yep. Crypto's talking.
Yeah, basically. So there's a difference between a glober and just a normie. So when we talk globers, we're talking about the likes of Fight the Flat Earth and Sectester Dave and yourself and a few others. People who defend the globe in online debates are globers. People who just think they live on a globe and have never bothered actually engaging their brain for more than 5 seconds to think about it are normies. They're not globers. So there's...
Thank you for that clarification. Much appreciated.
I would suspect if you ask most normies if the Earth is a globe, they would say yes. So I would say by definition they are globies.
I just gave you the definitions.
And I disagree with you, those definitions.
So, well, they haven't had the proper amount of knowledge to discern the title for themselves. So, like he said, they're normies.
You can't disagree with someone that literally defines the terms for the sake of the context of the statement that was made. It doesn't even make logical sense to disagree when somebody's setting the basis for interpretation of what they meant.
Yeah, when they say level is curved, that's when I just go, nope.
So, rookie. Can I do that when I define sea level?
Yeah, you did that, and it helps people understand what you think level means. Of course, that doesn't change what the word means, but for the context of the statements that were made, crypto is literally providing an understanding for that specific context.
Okay, fair enough.
You can't generalize it out.
Okay. No, you're right. You're right. He was defining what he was meaning, so I think you're right.
Well, it was a more general definition of what we mean as a group when we say globers. We don't mean everyone who believes in the globe. We mean people who defend the globe actively.
Got it. Yeah, that makes sense.
Okay.
But you're not real good at that, Matthew, because the new line from Las Vegas just came out about 20 minutes ago has you at 26.1% possibility of being a closet flat earther. So Vegas is seeing through you slowly, and a lot of us saw through you right away. So keep it up. You'll be at 30% by next week.
Matthew, do you disagree with the color yellow? Huh?
No.
Okay, I'm just fucking with you. Don't let him push you out, man. Just go measure the Earth for curvature once, please. If you can. If that's... How much time have you spent here, Matthew? Can you give a ballpark?
I don't know. I'm usually like multitasking, doing other stuff, editing pictures and working.
No, okay.
So, oh well.
I'm not saying like giving us 100% of your attention. I'm saying how much time have you been logged in and talking and engaging with us? How many months?
Five or 6 hours a week. Yeah.
5 or 6 hours a week. I'd say a little more than that, but okay. Let's just go. Let's be generous and give you 5 hours a week.
So 150 hours. If you could multiply that by three years.
By 3 years, okay, 150 hours. How long do you think it takes to go to a place like, say, where the Black Swan was filmed and do the same observation? How long do you think that'd take you?
Half an hour.
Would it take all day, even?
Yeah, it'd take like a day, yeah.
Okay. So you could have done that a handful of times in the amount of time you've been wasting our time and yours. Probably just ours, though, huh? Here in the server. Wouldn't you say?
Yeah, I could have done that a handful of times.
So you could have done anything, and you haven't. You just come and blah, 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 right?
A while back, I decided to, quote, do my own research, and so I did some moon observations.
Have you observed the Earth? Hold on, I'm almost done with this one. Have you observed the Earth, though, at all? And Or can you use it as an argument, or are you just going to not have an argument ever?
No, I can use my moon observations as an argument that
No,
the
you can't.
flat Earth story doesn't hold up.
How do you divorce your moon moon ideas from the assumptions that are required to have the ideas you have about the moon?
They support my assumptions.
That's okay with you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
To have an assumption.
That's how it works.
I mean, that's how confirmation bias works. Yeah, it is. That's okay, though.
Yeah, I don't. I mean, I assume the Earth is a ball. I look around and see if the evidence supports it or not, and so I confirm or deny it based on the evidence.
What if there's a different cause for the observations you're making?
I'd be open to hearing it. I haven't heard a better
Rayleigh criterion. I talked about it earlier today. Were you here when I was talking about that? Yeah, you were.
Yeah, so the full moon stays the same size all night, and somehow it gets magnified just exactly the right amount as it goes away.
Huh?
That doesn't seem plausible to me. That's all I'm saying. I would assume that physical objects follow the law of perspective, including the moon.
Yeah, and
if the moon gets farther away, it should decrease in size.
Why?
Law of perspective. As things move away, they appear smaller.
Yeah, but there's other factors involved in our observation of distant objects.
Yeah, like the atmospheric lensing, for example.
Exactly. There you go.
I find it unlikely the atmospheric lensing would exactly compensate for the distance.
Matthew, if you're intellectually,
you got a phone call.
I think what he's referring to is vanishing point versus the sun actually setting, right?
We're talking about the full moon. As the full moon stays the same size from like 9 p.m. through midnight, through 3 a.m., through 5 a.m. It's the same apparent size in the sky.
Gotcha.
Which I think would imply that it's the same distance.
Yeah, and you're off in the weeds again. Hey, last night when I told you that your claims are irrelevant unless you've performed the exact observation that you're defending or denying, that I don't know if that was a full sentence. Sorry, but what I'm saying is you have to perform the work before you talk about the work. So, like, say for instance, Black Swan. The reason I don't talk about the Black Swan is because I didn't take the picture, I didn't take the video. Other people want to talk about it. That's fine. I don't use it as proof of anything one way or the other because I didn't do it. That's just me. Now, other people aren't going to do that, and that's fine. Here's the deal, though. You won't even lift finger one, Matthew, to do anything to truly counter, scientifically counter anything that we're saying and that we've found. You're just going to sit here and gum flap and jaw flap. You will let me finish speaking, too. So what I think you should do is have a little personal dignity. Take this seriously for once. Go out and do an observation like the Black Swan, because then we could compare them, right? Do a bunch of them. Do 5 different ones, and then we can compare them to the Black Swan. Other people can go out and do it too. Really, really dig your teeth in, your feet in, or just, dip more than your big toe into the water here, because it's really pathetic that all you do is you see the shock is, it's over with. I'm no longer shocked that, oh my God, he says that, he admits that he assumes. Oh my God, I hope the audience sees that. Yeah, fucking ridiculous. You're doing that on purpose. It's an act. You're trying to stumble us up when we see you saying, yeah, I just assume things. Then we're like, oh fuck, now what do we do? Yeah. So you need to go perform anything at all before you should be taken seriously. I hope you agree.
Sure, that's why I posted the performance of the measurements and the observations I did of the moon.
Well, Sean, this is the point.
The Earth, bro. We need Earth stuff, not moon stuff. Sorry, go ahead, Sasha.
This is the point. You are asking that not only Matthew, you are asking that in the last I don't know, maybe let's say 1 month, maybe 1 year. But I'm hearing, and you are asking almost every person, and you are so surprised, but nobody wants to do it, And I think let's make some kind of first Glober who went into reality,
Yeah.
And he will have and someone will, I don't know, someone will make some video, and then we will give him prize. I don't know. Let's collect some money for him because he was the first glober who went out, and we'll see what he find it out. But at least he did it. He was outside,
Yep.
Right.
Yeah, I've tried that with a couple people and they refuse.
They'll never do it. Not one of them will do it once. This is your triple, quadruple dog dare, Matthew, if that shit even
You would
matters.
think that they would want to see what you saw, right? So they could understand why you think what you think, right?
Right,
But
exactly.
for some reason, and I even offered to pay for the gas and drive them over there. They were like, "No, I'm good. I don't need to see that."
Maybe it's a fear, because if you see there something what you don't want to see, that means flat. In this case, Matthew doesn't want to see flat. And if he see flat, he will know that it's flat. And that will maybe give a fear, because then you're going against the old...
That's right.
I think
That's right. You can't. I'll leave it here. I got
Then you go against all authority, and you cannot say anything, because who knows what authority will react, and better to be quiet and go on, and let's wait that authority resolve this problem about shape.
Right.
Yeah, it's simple. It's very simple. He will not be able to unsee what he finds if he goes out and
I
tests the
can
globe math
understand him
against
in one
reality.
moment. That's only my opinion. But I think that he's waiting that authority say something like, the earth is flat and we were wrong and blah, blah, blah. Something like that on news one day. Well, I don't know.
Right.
That's right.
Or you would say things like,
Did you know that the Earth is flat? There's no curvature, it's not spinning, and space is fit. Do they have any evidence? They do.
Holy shit, can you send that to me, please?
And listen to Devil, because
Where'd you get that? Sorry, Claire Nucille, that's brilliant.
It's
Who
on
is
my
the person-
YouTube channel.
Oh, God.
Matthew, you are the person who was speaking like we were speaking about 1 hour, what is evidence and what is proof, And then I come to my wife and I ask her, if I want to translate in my language, and I ask her, because she's not, my English is not so good like her, and I ask her, what mean proof and what mean evidence to translate me in my language. And look at the Devil, she said the one word for both things. And now my understanding will be, fuck, these English people, they are, or Matthew, or whatever, now we are debating about two things, what in my language mean one thing. What shall I do now?
He's afraid, man. And that's okay. Listen, Matthew, it's okay to be afraid, right? You don't have to admit it to us. Yeah, see, you interrupted, and it's a defense mechanism because you actually are afraid. But anyway, you don't have to be. I don't want to be a dickhead and be like, you're just afraid, pussy. You can't go out and do stuff. That's not the deal. The deal is actually to try to light a fire under your ass so that you go out and do it once, right? Do what we've done once, right? Go to the Black Swan thing. Go. Where did the guy get the long distance photography record? 273 plus miles. Go there. Try to take a similar picture. Do something at all that allows you to see whether or not the globe math is wrong or right. And by the way, you'll find that it's wrong. And then once you do, it's okay. And it's okay to say that you were wrong. It's okay to, in your mind, see that it's actually flat and go, holy shit, that is reality. Dag nabbit.
And for me, it's normal even to teach. I will teach Matthew, because authority wants that. We will all do the stuff for authorities, because we cannot change this world like this in the click. If I go outside and say, look, people, that is flat, believe me, blah, 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 let's go together, everybody. That will not work like that. Never.
Okay, so someone did go to the place where the Black Swan image was taken, and they took some pictures.
I know, but was that you, Matthew?
No,
was that
but
you?
I think
Well, then why are you talking about it, dude?
Because you guys want me to go to this place and take pictures.
Oh, I do. These other folks are may or may not share my sentiment here. I want you to do it.
Let me explain why I think it wouldn't be worth my time. Because different people have come up with different results by taking pictures at the same spot. And so what would me adding one more picture say either way? So I
Do you know what empirical means?
Yes.
Okay. The only way for you to gather empirical data is for you to go and do the fucking thing.
What if somebody else does it and I look at it?
It's not empirical unless you were there with them.
Matthew, maybe you're right, but I will check that. And very soon, in July, I will be on the beach after.
Yeah, here's the thing. You don't see a problem with appealing to someone else's work?
No.
I rest my case.
He doesn't need to go to check. Other people check it for him. Only if he don't want to believe that people, then he can go to check.
That was a great mic drop question. Not believing in, or believing in other people's, seeing problems with other people's creations.
Kiwi,
Matthew, you don't see a problem. Sorry?
Kiwi, have you been to Paris?
Have I been where?
To Paris, France.
Yeah.
Have you been to Cairo, Egypt?
No, I have not.
Do you think the pyramids are real?
Do I think the pyramids are real?
Do you think they exist?
Yes, I think the pyramids exist.
So you trust other people's eyewitness testimony and trust pictures taken by other people?
Yeah.
Yeah, me too. I agree.
Okay.
You didn't do anything there, Matthew.
Let me ask you this.
Hold on.
Hold on. No, wait.
Sometimes you can
Matthew's
trust...
not. No. Hold on, guys. Matthew's not going to do the old, hey, I did this, so this works, and so on. No, it doesn't work like that. What I'm explaining to you is that you are using the scientific theory, right, to apply that adage as well. I realize that the picture that you're showing of the black swan is producing inconsistencies for you, and in an experiment, you can't rely on inconsistencies. I get that. But when it comes to actual events, like a city where people live, or an actual object that actually help us develop as mankind, i.e. the pyramids, you're being extremely ignorant in asking a question like that. You were just presented with an amazing question, and you were left
Kiwi, can I answer him?
An answer
about pyramids.
Can I get in here as well? I'm trying to get involved. It's also completely irrelevant because nobody is questioning whether Cairo exists. So it actually isn't. It's a non sequitur and a red herring at the same time. It has nothing to do with what we were talking about, which is the question of the shape of the Earth, because we actually question your sources. Whereas neither side is questioning whether Cairo really exists. So nobody needs to validate.
But listen this, Crypto, listen the devil. You buy the ticket to airplane, you fly to Cairo, you go there are pyramids, and you check it, and they're there. Now you need to do that, Matthew, with the horizon. The same thing what we did with the pyramids. That means everybody else, I didn't check it. That means I don't know, but I believe other people, like you said. Let's believe now. Let's try to believe other people who made observation of the air.
Matthew, do you believe in Cavendish as an example? It's a heavy experiment that people refer to. This guy that did this experiment back in the day. Do you believe in what he did?
I've read descriptions of it, and it seems reasonable.
Okay. Because apparently he was nuts.
Yeah, I mean, that would be the genetic fallacy if I were to judge what someone says based on who they are.
Okay, so you do in fact take what people say and consider it then. You don't wholly, because based on the question that was asked of you prior, right, you said you believe in what other people have done, right? And this is the point that we are asking about science. Science is always talking about the shoulders of the giants that they stand on, but has anybody actually stopped to take the time to vet the giants of the shoulders that you're standing on to think that the world is round?
Yes, they have.
Yes, what?
Yes, they have taken the
They've
time
been vetted?
to look at that type of stuff.
So Cavendish has been vetted by then?
Yeah, the Cavendish experiment has been repeated many times.
Thank you.
Matthew, can you demonstrate or tell me where anyone has ever found a magnet that pulls on physical objects besides metal? Can you show me like a scientific proof or some kind of an experiment that shows that? Because I've never seen any kind of magnet that pulls on people and water and all that. I've only seen magnets that pull on metal. So I'm curious, how does gravity work if there is no such thing as a type of material that can pull on everything? I don't get it.
I think that there is a slight diamagnetic effect in water, but not very strong. But magnetism and gravity are separate things that work differently.
But that's what I'm saying. If the center of the Earth is pulling directly inwards and holding everything on, where is there in the world, anywhere, a material or any kind of thing that can pull on everything except for metal? There isn't, right? Do you know of anything that, like a tractor beam or something?
Yeah.
Do we have something like that?
Magnetism works on metal and gravity works on everything.
Right, but do we have some kind of a proof for that? Do we have any some kind of a material or a metal that does pull on everything? Wouldn't you think there would be something like that?
You're saying that because gravity only works on metal, because magnetism only works on metal, therefore gravity can exist?
No, I'm asking you if there's a scientific demonstration of some kind of anything pulling on anything but metal. That's what I'm saying. Can you show me a magnetic field that pulls on physical things besides just metal?
I don't.
Can you demonstrate that?
No.
Okay, so why are we discussing it then?
We're not. We're discussing gravity, which does pull on everything.
But that's what gravity would be, right? The belief that something physical could pull on everything, right?
Matthew, it's a Cavendish. Why we don't use any other material apart from metal? Because
metal's pretty dense.
Yeah, the wood is also dense. The plastic is dense. The what else? Everything is any material. Let's make 2 wood spheres and let's see if they are attracting each other. Because you know how many woods we have on the air.
Yeah, and some of that, like redwood, is especially dense, so that would be a good idea.
Yeah.
Let's
but we don't have that. We don't have that example with the wooden spheres, Cavendish, or plastic.
Let's just face facts, folks. Globe lovers are just like a spouse who looks at their spouse and goes, they would never cheat on me. But in spite of evidence, physical evidence, photos, even the spouse going out and seeing their spouse kissing others in a movie theater or a restaurant or a nice walk down the beach, and they're hand in hand, the spouse still thinks that the spouse is faithful to them, even though there's so much empirical and observation evidence that they aren't. They run back to the fact that they believe their spouse isn't cheating on them, just like globe lovers run back to the fact that they can never be lied to about their fake globe. It's the exact same thing.
I asked a professor that same question, and he couldn't answer it either. He said, well, no. I said, well, then how do we know that such a thing exists? And he just looked at me like, I don't know. And I was like, well, I rest my case there. I mean, what else do you say to something like that?
I say my spouse could never, ever, ever cheat on me, even though I see it for myself that they do. I still believe in them and love them. Yes, yes.
Yeah, that would be a belief, yeah, absolutely. You know, all we're really asking for here, Matthew, is physical, scientific evidence. And you claim or at least I've heard you claim, that science or the scientific, whatever you want to call it, in general has that answer and can prove that. And if you really believe that, then why is it that they can't present this evidence? That's what bothers me the most. That's the thing that really is keeping me from ever considering it, is because they literally will not talk about it. They will not show evidence. Why can't they? They've got evidence, right? They've been to the moon, they've been to space. Why not just show us the actual physical evidence for it? It's not difficult. It wouldn't cost a lot of money. But instead, they spend all their money trying to talk us out of it and shilling us, right? That makes more sense, doesn't it?
I suspect whatever evidence they attempted to show you would discount.
Well, that sounds like a cop-out to me. Because I'm not one of those people. If you took me up in the space shuttle and showed it to me as a ball, I'd believe it. But you can't do that, can you?
Not yet.
And can you get me up high enough to see the curve? No. So why would I waste my time believing in something like that?
Because it's true.
I don't understand. It just doesn't make sense to me. Not logical. It's a story.
Exactly. It's just a story.
It is. That's all it is. It's a really badly acted story, too. Because the people involved don't know how to fake. Kind of like people that lose their children in some kind of shooting and then suddenly start giggling when they're being interviewed. Yeah, right. Like I'd giggle. Ha ha ha, very funny. Everything you see on TV is so obviously just a big pile of steaming you know what. But everybody keeps watching it, don't they?
Man, I haven't watched TV for such a long time, you can't imagine.
TV? What's that?
So yeah.
How are you guys doing? Hey, Clay, are you there?
Yes.
Hey, what's up? How you doing?
Good, and you?
Pretty good, man. Hey, were you there? Were you yesterday? Were you at the what is it called? The debate flat Earth? Were you there when they were talking to me about the in the debate Earth flat server?
Yeah.
When they were do you remember where they were talking to me when they were like suggesting me to do an experiment to prove that the horizon actually doesn't stay eye leveled? Were you there in that part of the conversation?
Yeah, yeah.
Do you remember they were like, they showed me a pic. So they showed me a picture.
Mm-hmm.
You know that experiment that they use when you use like colored water with the tube.
Yeah, I've seen that. That's so retarded.
Okay, I found it quite interesting actually, but and so you could see in the picture that the horizon seems to be like below the eye level.
Yes.
Look, I'm gonna post. Listen, I'm gonna post the picture that they showed me.
They don't understand perspective. That's the problem.
Yeah, I don't know. That's what it seems. So I was like, watch, I'm gonna post the picture, and I'm gonna show you what I did by playing around with the colors, the tonalities. You know, with the different filters that
Yes.
usually phones have. You know.
Let me guess. The horizon actually rises to eye level, but because of them not understanding perspective and the limitation of perspective, it looks like as if the horizon is below.
Well, look at the. If anybody is out there, you can look at the picture that I've just posted. So it's like two tubes, right? I mean, it's a single tube bended like a UB, like the letter U, right? And so one part of the tube is in front and the other one is on the back, showing its side a little bit. So that's, as you look, right, through it, you can see that it's leveled, right?
Yeah. Can you?
So we're comparing.
Can you show me? Can you show me? What is it called? Can you show me that picture that you edited? So
Yeah. Yeah. I will post it. I will post it right now. Take a look at the picture, the original picture that I've just posted, and you can actually see, because I'm like, guys, wait a second. You can actually see something in the back. I mean, it's not very clearly. And I was asking them, like, is it just my imagination, or am I looking at some sort of horizontal line above the sea level, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know exactly what their claim was, and I'm like, is that just my imagination? Or am I looking at the horizon further, like, but it's not very clear, but you can kind of see like a
right.
You can see it kind of covered by the clouds or something. So I started playing with some pictures. I'm gonna post.
Again, they don't understand perspective. They think that because they can make a picture like that the horizon must be on eye level, even though the further you go up, the further you need to be also away to see that it's rising. And on the other hand, we have pictures like with what is it called, with Felix Baumgartner's Jump, where you can clearly see that the eye level is the same with the camera, right, when he was on ground and when he was on his jumping altitude. So I mean, it's already debunked what they're trying to debunk.
Seriously, well, it doesn't seem to be debunked to them. So I started like.
Yeah, I left the server because they are very much.
What do you think of the picture that just posted?
Which one? You posted several.
Yeah, I know. Like, just take a look at them, because I was just playing around with the filters. Like, I picked up my favorite ones. But you can see the light actually. Another important like observation, it's the sun is illuminating a certain area in the ocean. So it seems like the sun is actually making the back part of the horizon. But you can still see like an edge, and it's horizontal. It doesn't seem to be a cloud. It actually seems like the legit horizon, and it's just at the eye level, next to the color water thing, tool of measurement.
Do you have
you can clearly
pictures?
see it.
Do you have the other pictures? Do you have the other? Yeah.
No, I just took. Those are the best ones. Those are the best ones I was able to.
No, I mean the other original pictures where he was on a higher mountain.
The other ones.
Yeah.
I didn't play around with those yet.
Yeah, but do you have them? Can you post them? That's my question.
No, I don't have them. I have to download them. I have to search for them.
Oh, okay.
But what do you think about this example? Am I just like do you think it's just the sky what you can see in the back, or I mean, it's not very clear, right? Some of them, one of them is particularly the best, which is like the one that has most yellowish color, in my opinion.
Right, but you need to understand one thing: the stupidity of the experiment in itself is
no. Listen. The experiment actually proves the Earth is flat, bro. It's not a stupid experiment.
I know, but what they're trying to prove is stupid. Because if you would use the camera and you would just go a little bit more up and take the photo, you would exactly achieve the point that the horizon is lining up with their weird tubes. But when you go a little bit lower with the camera, it's not adding up with the background. Because I don't know what they're trying to prove here with two tubes of
no.
filled
The
water.
angle. Listen. The angle has to be on an eye level, and you can achieve it by just looking at the two surface of the color water thing. So they have to be even. So it's not stupid. You can actually do it, and you can actually prove the horizon.
You're right, but
okay.
The way they made the photo is stupid, because you can just take the camera and go a little bit lower, and you will have you will have exactly that photo that they made. So if you take the camera and go a little bit higher or right behind that red stuff, you will see that the water is on the same height as the horizon, the background. It's just because of the perspective that they don't understand. Again, either way, the guy who made the photo did it on purpose, or he was too stupid to understand that he would just put the camera a little bit more up, that his water would align with the horizon.
You're supposed to put it right in the middle.
Yes, it needs to be in line with, and just because the two tubes line up does not mean that it's all three lining up.
Exactly.
Clay is
all
correct.
three lining up. What do you mean all lining up?
Yep. So tube 1, tube 2, and camera being 1, 2, 3.
Exactly. So if the photographer would have put his camera a little bit more up, or maybe position himself right, the two things in the center, and put his camera a little bit more up, it would perfectly align with the background. But he did it on purpose.
Isn't that stupid? Like, why wouldn't he do it? Like,
they use something that they don't understand themselves to make a proof, which makes no proof. Absolutely senseless. It's absolutely retarded. Actually, just shows that water always lays flat. That's the only thing you can prove, that the earth is actually still flat. Whatever they try to prove there is stupid. That's all.
That if you put the camera a little bit down, would that still make a difference if it's eye leveled? It shouldn't, and it doesn't. What I'm trying to prove right here is that I've noticed it. I noticed that you can still see the horizon, not clearly. I started playing with the filters, the ones that you get in the image application thing, the photos. And I was right. You can actually see a straight horizontal line above the quote unquote visible, the visible quote unquote obvious looking horizon. But you can see on the back a straight horizontal line, which you could say, well, maybe that's just like a straight horizontal cloud. But come on, it's kind of yeah. And what you were saying, it's a very interesting point, because actually the camera is a little bit centered lower, right, than in the middle, right? And
and again, it's about how you position the camera. The inconsistency of the experiment in itself shows that they're too stupid to make the right experiment. For example, to show that the horizon is actually going up to eye level is the same thing as you would see in a video of Felix Baumgartner. So you have a camera which is fixed and mounted on a certain position within the capsule. Then you look on the when it's on ground, almost at the same height as someone who's standing straight up. Then you look at the horizon. Then you go up as high as Felix Baumgartner was going, in that type of scale. And what is important is that the camera needs to be at this exact same position in order to show that the horizon is still at the same position as when you were on the ground, which it is in the Felix Baumgartner video, which proves that whatever they're trying to debunk is retarded, because they're just using different positions of their camera on different elevations. Because if you just move the camera a little bit more up, you will suddenly see the red water aligning with the horizon. Wow! Just because you move the camera differently. So this proves nothing. This just shows how ridiculously stupid some of these people are, actually. Or let's say maybe on purpose, as the same way as they fake curvature with helicopters and whatnot. I mean, how many times have they been caught faking curvature, right?
Yo, Clay, you just mentioned the Red Bull, the jump. I just posted it in the chat, and you can see, as you say, the orientation of the camera and how the horizon bends and changes as the camera moves and changes. I just threw up a minute video of it.
No, I'm talking about the camera which is mounted in the capsule.
Yeah, I have at the beginning of that clip, it shows the when he walks out, and it shows the in-camera or the in-capsule angle, and then it shows the orbital camera as well. I'm just saying, that clip, it's a minute long, it has everything in there. Check it out.
Okay, yeah, I now understand what you mean. Yeah, but it just shows that they're wrong once again. The horizon does always go up to eye level.
Did you guys also see that the capsule has changed from from one scene to the next. The side of the capsule has a different construction.
Yeah, I never got a good answer for that.
They didn't take it in one shot. They took it several times and try to make it like it was one shot. It proves it's a forgery.
Yeah, again, I'm just saying what they tried to do as an experiment is completely wrong.
Are you saying so? Let me. I just want you to tell me like what you think, and I like. Can you actually like? Do you actually think that that's the horizon? Like what I'm like with the. Can you actually? You can actually see the horizon, bro. Or is it just my imagination? You can actually see it, even though the experiment has been done, like you said. Okay, not in the best way. But assuming that it has been done at the eye level, like it's being shown by the color water, that would still prove. I mean, you can still see the horizon on the back, bro. Like there is a part of how it's not very visible, but you can still see it, and with the filter, it's even more obvious. It's quite interesting. It's actually meeting the eye level. The horizon is actually meeting the eye level. That's what it seems.
You also want to consider that they're not at the height that they claim they are. They're probably a lot lower. That's also a good possibility because they can't go much higher with helium balloons.
What about helium balloons?
Well, the capsule he was in was raised by.
But you guys are talking about something different, though, right?
Felix Baumgartner.
Yeah, he's talking about a mountain picture he posted. He's not talking about the Baumgartner thing.
Oh, okay. Sorry, my bad.
Yeah.
No, it's okay. I was very thankful. I was very thankful that they couldn't. Sorry?
I was just saying, Godric, someone did mention the Felix Baumgartner jump not too long ago.
Correct, yeah, I think.
Yeah. Just in case you thought he was going mental.
No, it was a matter of comparison. That's how that came up.
Exactly.
Dude, I'm learning about the helio centric model. Dude, I'm learning. I've never learned so much, bro, from that story. I'm like asking so many fucking questions, bro. I sometimes I just fucking drive them crazy, and I'm seriously like learning a lot, dude. Like, but it always seems to get to a point that it's just like.
You know what's funny about that, man?
What?
I didn't mean to interrupt. I'm sorry. I always interrupt people, but I have something nice to say. So, you know, it's funny because you're learning. You're not learning anything about the physical world. You're just learning what's inside people's heads. Nothing tangible. You're just learning about theories in heads. Isn't that funny?
It's quite fascinating.
Yeah, like this collective consciousness of just fairy tales, you know. That's all it is. Comic books. But anyway, I appreciate your dedication. Is it Leonel? Is that how we say it?
Yeah.
Leonel?
Yeah, okay. Leonel.
Is it Leonel? Yeah. Okay. I just want to make sure I got it right so that when I butcher it later, I can feel even worse.
Okay, thanks.
All right.
And the right way to answer that question, Glatt, would be yes, but only once and only for this question.
Precisely, yeah.
Yes, I can be wrong, but only this one time.
But only the one time, yeah. I posted earlier that Spin Doctor's song "Little Miss Can't Be Wrong." I grew up hearing that on the alternative radio stations, and I never actually had a use for it, right? Because everybody's met somebody who can't be wrong, right? Know it all, me. But yeah, so I finally have a use for that song. "Little Miss Can't Be Wrong."
And I want an audio clip of that thing Matthew said earlier.
Oh yeah, I didn't even mean for that to be a mic drop moment, but he set it up.
It was so good.
Knocked it down. It was perfect.
Dude,
yeah.
That was an alley-oop, and he totally dunked it in his own net. It was awesome.
You all might be talking about something different. I'm talking about when I cracked up after he said the logical statement of it can't be. That mountain can't be the same mountain as is in the moon picture because the moon picture was taken on the moon.
Right. Yeah, that was really good. That was good.
Go ahead.
He said he said it much more thoroughly than I just did. I'm just kind of,
you're summating. I get it.
And he said it with
good.
He said it with so much confidence. You know what I mean? It's crazy the confidence, and it's not like ego confidence. It's like, oh yeah, of course, of course I'm right. Of course this is the way it is. Of course I just assume. Of course.
It would be impossible for it to be the same mountain because the other picture was taken on the moon, so it couldn't be the same mountain. It was like, it was funny. It was truly funny.
So Glatt, what was I couldn't even remember the exact question and how you asked them, but what was your question? It was do you back check the people that you...
No, it was like, you're okay with settling with using just somebody else's work or something like that. I don't know. The sentence came out perfectly. He said the answer perfectly, and then I said I rest my case. Yeah.
And there was dead silence after that, and then there was me. That was awesome.
Right? There's a lot of those moments. Gospel has had a lot of moments that we could clip out with just Matthew, for sure. Mm-hmm. Lots of us have. Tons of us. There's just, we ask him the question. He concedes. Like, he doesn't have any problem. He'll concede, and then it's silence.
Yeah. His concession stand is wide open in the parking lot.
Exactly.
Nobody's buying it. Nobody's buying it.
Nobody. Like, if his students were to come in and listen to us, man.
Dude, I just cranked up the... hold on. Okay, so here you go, boys. I opened up my Red Bull Felix Jump video, and I'm about to post a screen share.
I happen to completely agree with one of the statements he made, though.
Who, me?
No, I'm talking about Matthew.
Well, damn it, go.
The when he said that if CNN and NASA said that thing, that nobody would believe them. I think he's probably right.
Yes. Massive, and I think that is a massive cognitive dissonance. I think that's what the idea is.
So if you had all agencies, like let's say all of a sudden flip the script worldwide, just like was done a couple of years or something. If there was a flipping of the script and a massive reversal, then that would become... I don't think that you could... It would require like what happened in our recent history. It would just require that sort of level of narrative, and then most people would be like, oh, wow. but I am certainly concerned with not desperately concerned, but I have my eyes open and my ears open to this whole Lin Wood thing. I think it's certainly a setup.
Lin Wood, you didn't go there.
Oh, yeah, I think it's a major setup.
Huge setup. Here's what's going to happen, in my opinion. That person is going to take a fall after having admitted they believe in flat Earth.
Well, not just that, bro. It's worse than that. They're going to associate all flat earthers with January 6th.
Yep.
Wow. What I didn't even think about that, dude.
Yeah.
And still we're going to win.
and you know what's hilarious is Matt Groening is leading the charge. Because you remember The Simpsons had that glass dome come over the top, and then he had the guy with the antlers standing at Capitol Hill, right? We all saw the cartoon of Willie, the custodian, right? And then you saw the guy in real life wearing the antler horns. Right, Matt Groening, the Freemason himself, he's leading the charge because, again, I'm saying, guys, I'm not accusing Freemasonry as a club. I'm saying that when you get to the level of the high degrees, you know all, so you're able to manipulate what you're able to manipulate in order to tell the tale that you need to in order to serve yourself. Because that's what Freemasonry teaches. It teaches, from my understanding, the development of self within the system that they teach.
Self-worship, Luciferianism.
My man, you're catching it. Love it. See, I'd like to interview you.
Me?
Yeah, man, because these are the ideas that people aren't understanding. And I feel like I'm sitting there saying, guys, like, not even the town crier, like Homer walking up and down the street, dinging the bell like the end is near. No. More of a standpoint of, can we actually consider this? Because I don't think we're really considering it. I'm like, do I need to have somebody rolling with me right now to be like, hey, do you see this?
Listen, man, if you want to interview me, you got to interview all of my cohorts here too. Sorry, buddy, you can't just single me out.
And I'm saying, I would love to have an open discussion, post on my channel, like a little stop and drop and whatever, just to throw around some ideas for the general public. And I know you guys are doing it now, obviously, on your channel. I also have my community that I would love to appeal to. And this is just an open invitation to anybody, honestly, that would like to sit down and chat and throw around some ideas, right? I would love to interview you guys on a public level. That'd be amazing.
If I've got some time, I'll do it for sure.
Appreciate it.
I'll send you a DM.
I'm down, dude. I'm down. If there's something I can contribute, I'd be happy to do it at any time.
I really appreciate it, guys.
But like I said, no one here's a superstar. We all know the same information, and all we're trying to do is lovingly share it with our fellow man. At least that's what I think we're doing here.
Yeah, most of us.
And I talk about the ego, right, and how damaging the ego can be to the inability to see, how harming it can be. Just remove the goggles that you're used to seeing the world with, right, and let's just try to engage it from a different perspective, so maybe some things might start to shoot out at you and slap you in the face to say, hey, what about this?
Yeah, you know, one of my favorite thing about this whole deal is, even since 2001, all of the research I've been doing and everything since then is, to me, the best way to comprehend these topics, whether or not you agree, is to keep emptying your cup. Because the cup's going to fill up. It's only a certain volume. And then when it gets there, it's up to the person to say, okay, well, it's full and there's nothing much else I can do to add to this. So I guess to learn more, I might have to empty it a little bit, an inch or two, or God forbid, empty the whole cup and start over. And with this worldview of globe versus anything else, the worldview is globe and appeal to authority, i.e. collective ego, right? And that's why we get made fun of immediately and people just go with that. I don't know where I was going with that, but yeah.
No collective ego. You left it right where it should be left, in the idea of collective ego, right? Yep. And again, I'm not, gentlemen, I try my best to not get preachy. I know that, the topic at hand is we're a flat earth community and we present the measurable things, right? But the idea of collective consciousness heavily resides with the idea of Jesus and what he did, right? And it's just the idea of being able to observe versus beat somebody over the head with the answer. Science says.
Chaos order.
All right, boys. Sorry, I gotta split up. Got a work call. I'll be back. Love you.
Drop a bomb, flat Earth debate link. Oh, look, he's yelling at somebody again. Blah, blah, blah. Zippity doo dah. Copy image. There's that. Copy image. That. Copy image. Yup.
Angle.
What you doing there, Lionel?
Hey, Doug. I'm gonna share a picture that I found. You're gonna find it interesting. Take a look at it. You're gonna find it controversial and kind of like interesting. Watch. Take a look at it. Assuming that the ISS is up there, right? But it's kind of weird. Just found it on Pinterest. Showing the horizon, always meeting the eye level.
Yeah, I would just put quotes around 250 miles high. Well, I mean, I know it says from ISS in quotes, but
That's a good point. I didn't notice that. "Quote unquote" ISS.
Yeah, but I would rather put the from 250 miles high because that's unconfirmable.
Hmm. Wait, what do you mean? It's what was the last thing you said?
It's unconfirmable that it's that image is from 250 miles high.
Yeah.
The other ones have repeated and independently sourced origins, whereas the other one is from an exclusive source.
Yeah, I agree. Opposite.
Anybody want to talk about salt?
Sure. What about it?
I've tasted a lot of different salts, and it just it's kind of fascinating to me how many different flavors salt will have.
Do you have a favorite one?
I do actually. It's an American salt, and here I'll pull it up.
Okay, I'm curious about this. I'd like you to compare that salt to Himalayan pink salt.
Yeah, it's similar, but not the same. So this is my favorite. And no, they didn't pay me.
Okay.
No, they didn't pay me. But
we're gonna believe you.
Yeah. All of a sudden, the server is like a covert product placement.
Making it rain over there. Yes, glad.
I wish.
Crystals in your eyes.
All right. This company, Real Salt, or actually, I guess the company is Redmond. It
Amazing
is.
taste.
It really is. Here's, I guess, the other side of the container. Yeah, Salt Bay is pretty funny. So if you just get a jar or whatever, that canister maybe is the right word for Morton's, just straight up regular Morton's salt or off-brand Walmart salt or whatever, it has a harsh taste to it. And
most definitely. Mm-hmm.
I've had the gray salt, I've had the pink salt, I've had fancy flake salt. I've had these different salts, and they have different flavors, different feel on your tongue and stuff.
Yeah.
And this one feels salty, but also not too salty. There's something really unusual about it.
Sea
and I
salt.
can only. What's that?
It's the sea. Because I think it's the would it be what's iodine? The ionization maybe?
Well, this is actually
it's sea salt. I think that's the difference.
Well, this is actually coming from Utah.
Okay. But it's still sea salt. And I just have that feeling that when you say sea salt, it has more of a softer taste to it versus like something that's been, I don't know, milled or ground or whatever. I don't know. I'm just throwing out ideas.
Yeah.
Throwing out ideas. But sea salt is like sea salt potato chips. Salt and vinegar, you have those Miss Vickies, they use the sea salt, has a different taste.
I'm just saying.
Yeah.
I've had other sea salts.
Okay.
Yeah,
I didn't realize that. Okay.
Like Celtic sea salt is what I was referring to when I said gray.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I didn't realize you were talking about sea salts across the board. I thought you were talking about like table salt and then like pink Himalayan salt, those kinds of difference. I didn't realize you were comparing sea salts. Apologize.
Yeah, maybe I would have to literally do a side by side on the Celtic gray sea salt and this stuff. But why am I talking about this? Because I was just eating an Alter Eco, a bar of chocolate that has sea salt incorporated in it, and the brand is Alter Eco. And I was tasting, and I was like, you know what? It has a similar.
No way.
A similar thing going on with the, there is a difference between mountain derived and water derived salt, and I don't know what all those differences are. I'm sure it's probably a mineral present difference of some kind.
You're saying that the sea salt is a little bit harsher in taste?
No, the opposite usually.
The opposite?
Yeah, in my experience.
You mean rock salt is a little bit harsher than sea salt?
In my experience, yeah.
Harsher. I find, like, for example, pink salt to be so, like, it's almost like you can't really put too. It's difficult. It's almost like you can't really put too much on it. It's kind of like
Yeah, that's the way I feel about this stuff. Although I do, I'm not a salt guy. Like, I don't like to put a bunch of salt on my food ever. Like, I use very, very, very little amounts of salt. But despite the low quantities, it actually means that I typically prefer to focus on quality. And anyway,
I think salt is it's a gift. I mean, from nature. I mean, we don't really value what salt really is. I mean, it's.
Do you know that it's where we get our word salary from?
I don't even know what salary means. Salary.
Your wages, your payment for work.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Wow. Yeah.
Well, salt was used as a currency.
How long ago?
That's a fine question. Somewhere in the neighborhood of 1,500 to 3,500 years ago.
Wow, that's not even that much, right?
Depends on your perspective, I guess.
It was more expensive before than now, I think.
Yeah, it was more valuable, and it was a matter of life and death as payment.
A matter of life or death. That's like, wow.
Well, only because salt is used for preservation.
Okay.
In fermentation, salt is used in preservation. Salt is used in I don't know, preventing wounds from becoming septic, and, all sorts of different.
Oh yeah, Gospel. Now I remember. Even for the shoes, for the shoes production, because of skin of the cows. I don't know how to say in English. Even that with salt is helping to prevent. How to say prevent.
Well, that saying, even he's worth his salt, kind of makes sense now. I never understood that.
Yeah, there's phrases that get handed down for a longer period of time than the meaning gets lost in a single word, but then it somehow gets preserved through colloquialisms, idioms. Well, colloquialism's not the best way to say that, but through idioms and sayings and stuff.
It's fascinating. It's a type of currency that eventually just expired, I suppose. Because I suppose that people realize how to exploit maybe salt, and it just at some point maybe it was very scarce, but then people find out like how to. They came up with a better currency for sure. More difficult to find. Scarce, more scarce. Or maybe gold was always present. Maybe they had salt and gold and salt. Maybe they still had gold back then, and maybe it wasn't the only one.
Yeah. Gold has always been not necessarily used in payment of wages, but it was a precious commodity that was typically used for idol worship, historically speaking. There's a reason why they chose gold.
I love gold.
Gold is amazing, I think. Certainly valued.
Thanks for entertaining my my salty conversation.
Very salty, very salty. but I do have a very cool experience, because a lot of years ago, kind of like more than 10 years ago, terrible with years. I remember I had a friend he worked at a one of those what are they called, like those healthy shops right here in Spain. They're called herbolarios, but I don't know, like
sure.
And he worked in one of those shops, right? And he was my friend. I used to go there and buy stuff, and I used to stay like half an hour speaking with him and stuff. And I asked him one time, I'm like, what is this deal with, like, why does people have so much fear with salt? Like, why is everybody talking about salt being bad, right? And I asked him that, like, what's up with, what's going on? He's like, dude, as long as the salt is healthy, you can eat as much as you, like, since he said that, I'm like, oh, thanks. Okay, awesome. Like, so I don't know if that applies to it. Mm-hmm.
There's a way for folks. Let's say that somebody is having fears, right? And they have what you could technically experiment. Let's say you have a history of high blood pressure, right? And what you do is you set yourself up with a standard diet. You're gonna torment yourself with eating the same thing for a month. And for 7 days, you're going to eat something with one, maybe 3 days. I don't know. Whatever period makes the most sense. You're going to eat a thing with a certain salt level. Then you increase it, and you check your blood pressure. 5 minutes after eating, half an hour after eating, and 2 hours after eating, each time. And you just keep on doing that over and over again, and you test it, and you see. It's technically a thing that you could prove to yourself whether or not there's any type of correlation between your salt intake and your blood pressure. But you're taking hey, this is not medical advice. It's a hypothetical.
Yeah. And another thing that you need to explore, you would have to explore, is like, does it really matter to have high, like, what's the deal with high blood pressure?
I don't know. Have you ever seen somebody with a 210 over 130? You ever seen what they're like?
No, I never really investigated. I don't really understand the concept of high blood pressure. Like,
well, your blood pressure matters. So let me just say, if you're like at an 85 over 40, you're not doing well. If you're at a 215, 220, 230 over, 120, 130, 140, whatever, if your blood pressure is out of the normal range, you're not doing well, or you're in the process of dying, or you're unconscious. You're one of those things. There wouldn't be like a dude just standing there smiling with a 300 over 200 blood pressure.
Sure.
Like, it wouldn't be like, oh yeah, everything's fine. I'm fine.
But what does high blood pressure do? How does that make you feel?
Well, I wouldn't personally know. My blood pressure's always been, in the 110s over, the 70s, and I have a fairly low heart rate.
But what I'm saying is somebody who's having a heart,
I've just observed it. I've seen it in people. Yeah,
I had it when I was drinking a lot, and it makes. Now, there was always alcohol going through my body too, affecting things, but I was more anxious, and I had bipolar waves of motivation, physical motivation, emotional motivation, to the point where I could either crash out for 20 minutes, or I could use that 20 minutes to, change, because I was working at an old folks home, so change a bunch of diapers, take a bunch of food, take a bunch of dishes back, make some beds, take someone to the toilet, you know what I mean, in that 20 minutes. and it was basically what I think is happening is my heart and blood pressure, like my whole system, my cardiovascular system, is trying to find a balance and equilibrium, but it can't because my heart is working very hard to pump the blood, and therefore the whole cardiovascular system's working very hard, but can only do it in spurts, right? Because there's only so much stuff we got in our body, especially if you're not eating a lot and you're drinking energy drinks and all this kind of thing.
Yep.
Blood pressure is definitely, it's I don't know, woosah, calm yourself down as much as you can, because eventually one of those systems is a gasket's gonna blow if you got super high blood pressure.
So the idea of salt and high blood pressure, how they relate, the arteries of the heart and the veins. So arteries carry blood, I think, to the heart, and I think arteries carry blood from the heart to the muscle. I think that's how it works. But arteries do one thing, veins do another thing. When you eat a lot of salt, that stuff deposits into those veins and arteries, and they start to harden. And what happens is the blood that's trying to flow through it, think of it like a garden hose, it becomes pressurized, and the blood doesn't flow. It flows too high of a pressure through, and the heart has a tough time as a muscle regulating that blood flow. So the important thing to do if you're experiencing high blood pressure is one of the things people notice is their eyesight gets really, really wonky. You drink some water to help bring everything down, and the water intake is the balancing of the salt, if you will. It's kind of a counteracting balance. But the high blood pressure is definitely key. It's one of the first indicative signs of a failing system.
Do you really think that salt gets stuck in the arteries and stuff? Isn't the nature of salt? Doesn't salt dissolve when it gets in contact with a liquid?
No, what I said, it contributes to the hardening of the veins and arteries. It's a contributing factor. I apologize for the misrepresentation.
How probably based on its feature of drawing out liquid.
Exactly.
It probably just facilitates pulling the present liquid or water content in the vein tissue. Something along those lines. I don't know if that's all.
I drink, for example, I drink water. I drink a liter of water with salt, like salty water. Nothing happens to me, bro. Like I've done it for like months. Nothing ever like. No, I never experienced like anything bad. I mean, nothing that I've noticed, anyways. You know, like I said, like when my friend told me that nothing can really happen to you if you like have healthy salt, I'm like, dude, I love salty water. I put salt in the water.
But you know what happens if you put too much salt in that water? Do you know what happens?
Yeah, it tastes disgusting.
You piss out your ass. Sorry to be disgusting about it, right?
No,
if you go and if you inadvertently drink seawater,
right?
Course. When you're swimming in, you'll piss out your ass in a minute. And you only had like maybe a teaspoon of it, right? I'm not saying that salt in water isn't bad. No, hold on. I'm hearing what you're saying. The iodization, I think it's the process of it helps with the health of the water when you add a bit of salt to it. I agree with you. I'm saying too much of it can blow a gasket. Too much of it. Everything in balance, and that's the ego. Balance.
Look what I started. I know I have this article somewhere. I have an article to share with you. Clapped. I know you'll like it. I can find it.
I've seen some how do you say, I don't want to say doctors, but people that try to help people that are kind of have conditions and sick, and I've seen a couple and other people talking about adding some seawater to fresh water. They add just a little bit of it, and they kind of like, let's just for lack of a better term, mineralize the distilled or fresh water, and they mix like I said, the seawater with fresh water, and they help people with, kind of situations, and it helps them.
I think it alkalizes your body. I think it's because when you get stressed, the body releases cortisol. That's the chemical, and I think the idea of adding salt to the water is it's a process of helping your body go more alkaline. I think because when you consume too much sugar, you're the opposite of alkaline. I think process of alkaline. Yeah.
Who is jumping in and out of the VC right now?
Yeah, let's open his mic to see what's going on. Where is he?
Well, I just hear a bunch of in and out, and I was trying to find out who that was.
Oh, it might be me. I might be clicking in and out.
No, it was in the middle.
Mute on mute?
No, it was while we were talking. Glad you were talking about gold up there. I just wanted to mention something I learned recently. Gold in stained glass causes the color red. I recently had the opportunity of having colloidal gold.
Ooh.
And it was red.
Yeah. So I'm looking right now at the red. That's I'd like to talk about that later after I say a few things. So I have monoatomic gold right now in this container, but it's an empty container. I drank it all. 32 ounces of monatomic gold from Angstrom Minerals. I got it at a health food store here called No Name Nutrition. Now, they're the best in the world that I've ever seen. They get gold, silver, copper, drinkable, bioavailable, monatomic stuff. Amazing. Now, that has nothing to do with what I'm about to say. My opinion about the stained glass thing now makes more sense. Because gold is superconductive, I think cathedrals, cathode ray, L is in God, right? So that's why these are all, you know what I mean? Cathode ray.
Here we go. Feel it.
Cathedral. So that's the deal, in my opinion, man. And so the gold thing just speaks to that.
But you keep going. You're on pack. Go.
No, that's it so far. No, that's okay. Go ahead, gospel. The thing is, listen to this.
Okay.
Since gold is superconductive, if you consume it, it's just alphaizing everything in your body.
We are all alchemists, boys. This is NJ, boys and girls,
much,
right?
But don't say that too loud around Christians.
Bro, listen. We are all alchemists. Our job is to transmute lead to gold.
Wow.
I don't think it's our job. I just think that we're able to do it. But I don't think it's our job.
Uh-oh, I got somebody.
Alchemy is not about the transmutation of lead to gold. Alchemy is about
your row button get, which isn't very normal for you.
Get. Number one. Get. Okay. Listen, hold on. Before, I want to preface it because I'm glad you're here. Right, and again, I know it's not the actual. I'm not saying lead to gold. I'm just saying negative to positive. Okay, but I want you to speak on that alchemy. Go, tell me.
All right, Lionel, you're hot micing, and before this conversation goes in areas that I didn't intend for it to go, I just wanted to finish. There's all these different metals that are used in stained glass production, and I thought it was interesting. And you said you had that monoatomic gold. I mean, was that liquid not red in color when you had it? Glatt? I would figure it was reddish. And then you mentioned somebody having colloidal copper, and that sounds extremely disturbing. It is allegedly highly toxic. But yeah, the reason Kiwi that Glatt said what he said is because there's people like me that are really annoying and will be like, oh yeah, alchemy now we have disciples of Manly P. Hall in the chat. Right. So I get kind of annoying when people
My dude, that's a fair statement. Okay, I apologize for that. That's totally fair. I'm learning the community. Totally understandable.
Yeah.
But no, there's no but on that. What I love though that Glatt dropped, right, was the idea of stained glass windows and the electricity.
Yeah.
The potentiality for have you guys ever explored the idea of like cathedrals creating electricity or creating power?
I've heard the stories. I've also heard the bad etymology thing. So here I'll just post in the chat because it's it could be helpful. It could be helpful.
I tell you what, it's not a energetic grid.
I heard the first part of what you said there. Here. There's those two words. Kiwi.
Thank you.
And then you have the word War of the Worlds. Interesting. And then you have the Ray word. So Hata is definitely etymologically linked in cathode and cathedral. That is a similar root. But as for the ending of cathode, which is hadath, a way, a path, a track, a road. They think it might have an origin in the word Exodus, which is, that's interesting. And then when you're looking at cathedral, you have a different word, hedra. Hedra being seat, base, chair. So you have this place where you're sitting down, cathedral, a place where there are many seats and benches, so on and so on. So anyway, it's interesting. Thank you, Glatt, for posting that. But I suppose that's packaging and not the liquid color. Monoatomic bioavailability, instantly bioavailable. Yeah. And what the other bottle that I was referring to, it said something about nanoparticles. But whatever. I thought that the stained glass thing is interesting, how they make the colors. I looked into that a bit, and I was like, oh, interesting, all these different... Isn't that funny? They have AUG, AU, in their name. Very weird A symbol there with the circle on the A. This all sparked because of my asking about salt.
Yeah. You were saying something interesting about salt that alkalines the system, the blood.
I didn't say anything about alkaline systems in regards to salt, but are you suggesting that salt changes acidity?
It changes the acidity, no?
I'm not. I'm not aware of how much or if. Acidity of water. I would, if it did, I'd imagine it would make it more basic. But let's see.
I would guess that natural salt it's not acidic. I would say, but I don't know.
It says the average pH of salt water in the ocean is about 8.1, close to the surface, which means it is generally alkaline rather than being acidic.
Yay!
However, carbon dioxide in the water can affect that.
They're always saying so neat. So.
There's I forget what they have machines that you can run water through. I forget what it is that alkalizes the water. I can't remember what it is that it uses.
I heard about it. Yeah.
Oh.
But 8.1, I think, isn't that like just really minimal?
Alkaline water and alkaline foods.
Yeah, there are foods that.
Yeah, fruits, vegetables. No, fruits, vegetables.
Dr. Sebi was a good man, explaining a lot of this alkaline food and.
It's all about electricity, right? It's like conductor, no? The purpose of
yeah.
It's related, right? Jeez, I know.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
It will help the nervous system, That's a very important system in the human body.
I have multiple sclerosis, so I know that well. The nervous system is tremendously important, and the major enemy of the nervous system is inflammation. So anytime you get stressed or you have trauma, like you bump your elbow or something like that, your body reacts, it swells. If you can counteract this.
Well, if you want to reduce the inflammation, I recommend a vegan diet, and you will see that you will not experience that many inflammations.
I'll do you one better. Gluten. Gluten is the number one, especially in today's diet, because we eat bread with yeast in it. Yeast causes the bread to rise, which is a form of inflammation. So if you can remove gluten completely from your diet, which I did for a while, you will have amazing results. Cannabidiol is another great anti-inflammatory agent. Advil is an anti-inflammatory agent. Tylenol is not an anti-inflammatory agent. Tylenol is a blood thinner, as an example.
Tylenol is not good, but in Romania we have a pharmaceutical drug called Algocalmin. And this is a very good painkiller. It was like back in the days you could buy it from pharmacy, no problem. But nowadays they ask you for a prescription from a doctor, And they also raise the price like a lot, 100%, It was so cheaper back in the days, and now it's very, very expensive. It's still, there is a pill and also injectable liquid vial, but you can also drink that, and it's having an effect like instantly, very, very quick. Unlike any other these new drugs which they prescribe for season flu or stuff like this.
So it goes into your bloodstream then?
Yeah, but for example, ibuprofen I saw some pills which are encapsulated, and inside it's a liquid, you know. And I took one of those, and I crushed it in my feet so I can feel the taste of it, you know, because I'm very interested to know what's the taste of something that I'm ingesting, you know. I don't like to just take things without knowing. Yeah. And man, I tell you what, it was like hot, like peppers, hot peppers, you know, but it was pinching your tongue, and it wasn't natural hotness from the peppers. It was some chemical inside which actually creates pain, you know. And this is a painkiller based on like when you have a headache and you take this pill, it will give you stomach pain, and because you have two places of pain in your body now, the nervous system actually triggers itself, and yeah, it doesn't hurt your head.
No way.
No way. What?
Is that dude? That's insane, bro. Dude, I've been taking. You know, I was taking this. I had a tooth pain, very.
Yeah.
And I've been recommended to take a pill for lowering down the inflammation, which that in itself reduces the pain. But on top of that, yeah, exactly, that's right. But on top of that, I've been recommended to take ibuprofeno, the one you've just mentioned.
Yeah.
And I'm like, painkiller, you know. I took a few of them, and I'm like, painkiller. I don't really want to kill anything, you know.
Yeah.
I don't know. Anyways, so now that you tell me that, if that is true, bro, damn, dude.
These medicines are now based on pain transfer, you know. It works also, for example, when you have a tooth pain, there is a nerve at your hand or elbow, and if you stimulate that nerve, you create a different pain in a different part of your body, you know. And when you have two locations of pain on your body, then the body ignores all of them, you know, starts ignoring them. Yeah.
Thanks for sharing that.
Yeah, I don't feel like the taste was literally disgusting of that pill, you know. And in comparison with that algocalmin, that's a white pill, you know. It's like compressed, some sort of dust, you know. But when I chew it, yeah, I can feel its bitter taste, and when something has a bitter taste, that's most likely because they extract all sorts of substances from plant life, seeds, flowers, whatever, and these do have a bitter taste. These good, healthy chemicals, you know. Yeah. But yeah, I still don't recommend this pharmaceutical drug like everyday use. People should really, because whenever we have a pain or something, there is a cause for that, and they should address the cause, you know. Yeah. So if it's a bad tooth, don't take everyday pills, you know, painkillers. Just go to the dentist, sort it out. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm doing that. Thank you.
And actually, what's the most important thing in human health, the teeth health, that's where they make everything so expensive, and no medical insurance covers that, only for those people from the high blanket of society. they are given teeth insurance and stuff like that. This system is wicked. The medical and many doctors also know very well that a lot of health problems degenerate from the health of a man's teeth, you know. And fluids and genitals contact.
Sorry. Most problems manifest in the teeth, in the human's teeth. Is that what you said?
Yeah. Cavity is a bacteria disease. And, it's not the treatment. I mean, it affects your teeth, but that bacteria is inside the guts and sexual organ, the genitals. That's where it's coming from, you know. So when we have cavities and stuff, that's because the problem is in our guts, and that's where we have to take medicine which heals that. But they don't give us medicine for that. Even Candida, for example, which is like number one mushroom causing cancer, they never, when you go to a doctor, they will never give you a prescription to heal from Candida, but they give you some prescriptions now which actually puts that mushroom into a latent state, you know, like inactive, but it's still inside you and it's still doing stuff. And once you carry it 40 years, you know, for a whole lifetime, after 40, 50 years, it will strike you, but it's beyond chronic, you know, like after that much time, it propagates throughout your whole body, you know. So it will be very hard to get rid of it. Yeah, I recommend, for example, BBI Solutions or BPI Solutions. Those guys make one of the best colloid gold solutions. Colloid gold suspended in distilled water. And you can find all the nanoparticles starting from 5 nanometers up to 180, 300 nanometers particles. One 5 milliliter or 50 milliliter vial, it will cost about $50, but it's worth it because that solution concentration, you only need to take one tiny droplet to 2 liters of water, and when you drink that, that's pure health.
You can experiment with your body, you know, you can try different things and see what really works.
Yeah.
You know?
And why is gold so important? I say it's because the blood is red because of the gold nanoparticles content it contains.
Bruh.
And
That makes literally no sense at all.
Why?
Doesn't make any sense?
No, that makes no sense.
Okay, tell me how you demonstrate that the blood contains iron.
I didn't say anything about iron.
I know you didn't, but I'm talking about the blood chemistry.
Yes, and you're claiming that blood is red because of gold.
Yes.
Where's the gold coming from? Where's the gold coming from?
From what you eat, from the ground. Yeah, you eat plant life, which extract nano particles of gold from the ground. It doesn't matter where you go in this world. When you take a ton of earth, yeah, dirt, and you wash that, you will find that all dirt has a gold content in it, nanoparticles. Yeah,
So why?
it's everywhere.
Yeah, the
So-
quantity the quantity of gold required to make a thing red can't be accounted for in blood, though. Okay, you look at the liquids, that the colloidal gold liquid and stuff. It's not the same type of red. It's definitely not opaque. It's different in so many different ways. To claim that it's red because of gold is just profoundly absurd to me.
Well, I mean, like, what can you expand a little bit on the topic, like, and why the blood?
You see, in the chemistry based on iron, the chemistry of blood based on iron, the blood has to be ferromagnetic, but the blood is diamagnetic, and gold also is diamagnetic. But from the diamagnetic metals, yeah, gold is the only one which in nanoparticles, yeah, when it's nanoparticle size, it reflects only the red or absorbs only the red spectrum of light.
Okay. So here,
it shows red color, and when you look at solutions of colloid gold, yeah, I bet you that it's not bet. I know that you have the exact color of the blood. It's the exact red tint, yeah, which the blood has.
So you see how I posted an
gold also
article.
coagulates.
Get.
Yeah.
You're making claims. Do you have any basis for these claims besides your imagination?
Basis, imagination. Oh my God. Does blood coagulate?
Do you have any basis for your statements besides imagination?
Listen, does blood coagulate? When you cut yourself and you have an open wound, yeah.
Can you find any citation that states that gold is a common mineral found in blood?
Again, my question would be...
Gospel, I'm not saying, listen,
You literally said that
What I'm
that
saying
blood was
that
red because of gold
this
get.
witchcraft, pharmaceutical and medical industry, yeah, they are teaching you the bullshit. They are giving you the bullshit teachings, yeah. They are lying to you. They are telling you that your blood is worth nothing. It's scrap metal. Yeah.
No.
It's iron. Yeah, it's scrap
blood,
metal.
No, blood isn't metal. This is absurd to make an argument from that basis. Blood is not metal.
What?
Blood isn't metal.
No, but we're talking about the color here. We're not talking about.
Is a cell. Yeah, I give you that. Yeah, hemoglobin is a cell.
Because the liquid, which blood exists in, also has other metals, doesn't mean that the blood is the metal. Again, find me some type of citation where gold is referred to as existing naturally in blood.
I just told you, yeah.
No, you said it.
Take a droplet
saying
of
words is not a
blood.
citation.
Listen, do this experiment yourself, yeah?
No.
Show me an experiment where you demonstrate that iron will show diamagnetic properties.
Why would you need blood? Why would your body had the need to actually create gold if that would be a possibility? Like why? And wouldn't the alchemist then use like hundreds of people's blood to create gold? If that would be the case?
No, that's not the point.
Yeah, again, find me any time ever where gold is referred to as naturally existing in blood. I'll wait.
Well, you believe that then you are going with the mainstream narrative, like the medical industry narrative, and you're saying, yeah, this is what we have today. The official blood chemistry is iron-based.
Narratives. It's about the trace minerals that they find in blood. Find me a time where anyone has ever found the mineral or the metal gold as naturally occurring in blood.
Have you heard about anemia?
You're avoiding the issue here.
No, I'm not avoiding
you made a claim,
the issue.
You have no basis for your. It's called a baseless claim.
Options.
You made a claim. You have no basis for your claim. Get. I'll provide you all the opportunity you need. I'll hold off the conversation. Everything. Provide evidence to support your claim apart from imaginations.
Right.
I told you what to do, yeah? And I told you
but that's not definitive.
The official narrative, the medical industry, yeah?
That's not definitive.
When you go to I didn't finish talking. When you go to university to study to become a doctor, you will learn a iron-based blood chemistry.
So are you suggesting that your claim is unfalsifiable?
Listen, I haven't finished.
Are you suggesting that your claim is unfalsifiable?
And this is the official narrative accepted worldwide, and no stupid man had the interest to investigate whether this is true or not.
So you're suggesting that your claim is unfalsifiable?
I'm suggesting you. Yeah.
You're making baseless.
I'm not actually suggesting. I'm telling you. I'm telling you facts.
No, you're not. You're making baseless
metal.
claims.
Yeah. Human blood and all mammals with red blood. Yeah. All hemoglobin from all living organisms show a diamagnetic property. Yeah. Diamagnetism is a magnetic property. Yeah. Now, to demolish this claim of mine, yeah, my positive claim is that blood contains gold. Yeah? To demolish this claim, you have to show me that you can have iron showing diamagnetic properties.
No, blood is an iron.
Yeah. You have to demonstrate me. Listen, iron is ferromagnetic. Do you know what ferromagnetism is?
We can easily end this.
But again,
okay, good.
Blood is not iron.
Have you ever tasted your own blood as a child? How does it taste like?
You can't just say blood is not iron. I didn't say blood is iron. I said blood contains iron, and the blood chemistry. I'm talking about the blood chemistry. Yeah, it means it's a fucking formula.
I know you're getting frustrated, but you made baseless claims. You can just simply agree to the fact that you made a baseless claim. You don't have a foundation for it. We can move on.
I have something I'd like to render for you guys to consider.
Hold on. You know that I'm too stubborn to just allow people to get away with baseless claims and act like it doesn't matter. It's a baseless claim.
Again, I would like to know what Gatsby.
What do you mean by baseless claim?
It has no foundation in reality except in your own imagination, as real as that may be.
Gatsby, how does your blood taste like when you have it on your tongue?
None of that's going to be useful.
It tastes like blood.
Yeah, but no, it has a distinctive taste, such as.
Such as what?
Iron. It tastes like iron. It does. Oh, come on. Okay,
you've been told that's the taste of blood. That is the taste of iron.
Wow.
I'm a Terminator then, probably.
Again, I told you it wouldn't be helpful, Clay.
I know.
Okay, so the thing that I experienced was with multiple sclerosis. The thing that Dr. Zamboni, he's an Italian doctor. He studied how blood moves in the body of people, normal body people versus people with multiple sclerosis. And one of the things that he started hypothesizing was that people with MS have an evidence of narrowing in their veins, which leads to blood pooling and blood collection. In those areas where there was blood pooling and blood collection, in those immediate areas, there was a deterioration of the tissue, I believe, that's immediately surrounding those veins, which they believed that the blood pooling led to iron contamination within those areas, because blood is not supposed to sit or pool in an area that can lead to bad things. So the evidence that metal or iron is contained within blood is in fact something that science has been looking into. I paid $30,000
for sorry for losing my
procedure on that
and swearing. I wasn't swearing at you, but just
I'm not really offended. Again, I'm just stubborn about getting proof for claims.
And I love this stubbornness of yours. It's a good attribute.
So, I mean, yeah, sure, I get annoyed, but, it's annoying to me. But, yeah, Clay, pennies, iron, they have a certain chemical effect on your tongue. Why that is, who knows? But, yeah, there's certainly seems to be a correlation. Now, copper appears in these articles that I posted as copper, and what was the other one? It started with a T, I think. No, never mind. Zinc, copper, and iron are the known metals that are allegedly parts, naturally found in the blood. Now, I can't prove. I don't know that that's true. I'm not saying that that's a fact of reality.
That's what I'm also saying, that they have this chemical formula of hemoglobin, which, but in those chemical calculations, it works on paper. But that doesn't mean it's reality, because when you read about how do they establish when you take a person with anemia, the doctor will say this person is lacking iron, and what they do is they take a droplet of blood, yeah, which is white cells and red cells, hemoglobin, and they put it under the microscope. And what they do is they will count the number of red cells on a surface area. The distribution of red cells on a surface area. Yeah, and then they say that, oh, you are missing that much iron, you know. But those red cells which they are counting, they are hemoglobin. They are already living stuff, you know. They have DNA inside. They have many things, machines which build DNA, you know. It's a whole giant factory inside. And they say that its chemistry works based on iron, you know, because the purpose of these cells is to carry nutrients and oxygen in the body. But you see, and because of iron oxidation, the oxygen, they say, is attracted to the hemoglobin cell. But once you have iron oxide, you know, iron oxidation, that is a chemical bond which requires very strong acids to break it. And those processes are not taking place inside the human body. So every time the body has to break that chemical bond, you know, it's crazy.
I did post an article that you know refers to. This I didn't find this. It was this old dude was the one that found this article.
Yeah.
But they were experimenting with gold therapy.
Yeah. And
it is our belief that firm conclusions drawn from the study of a single patient is hazardous. Further, it is realized that 5 grams of gold salt is somewhat more than most patients with rheumatoid arthritis receive in a 5-year period. Additional study is needed, and our results suggest that particular attention should be paid to the lymph nodes and other reticuloendothelial organs. Goodness, what a word. Lymph nodes for multiple areas should be analyzed for gold content to learn if comparable concentrations are reached throughout the lymphatic system. So, again, they performed gold therapy and then found the highest concentrations of gold were in the lymph nodes after gold therapy. There does not appear to be any indications that this is naturally occurring. If you can find evidence to the contrary, I'd be happy to read about it. But I posted that old dude has shared with me.
I agree with you here. They are performing a lot of you know, propaganda in this. Like they are literally hard working on enforcing their witchcraft. You know, it's just witchcraft what they are doing. So.
Alrighty then. No
doctor will admit that colloid gold is healthy. You know.
So I personally am also a person who is very critical against pharmaceutical industry and so forth. So I understand your standpoint in a certain way. But regarding the blood, if you look into, for example, gold being toxic or gold toxicity, having that in a huge amount in your blood would not be very what would be the right word? Profitable.
Yeah, well, you see, I didn't told you that you should be drinking colloid gold. Drinking colloid gold as a therapy, short period of time therapy is okay, but ingesting it every day, that is definitely not healthy, because the gold content in our body is coming from organic life, from plant life, and these plants, they don't. When we talk about gold nanoparticles, these particles, they are not all the same size and shape. Only this plant life have
any
the
evidence
ability.
that any plants contain gold ever?
It's the amounts are so small, infamous,
So you could never detect it, but you know it's there. Bro,
yeah, I do know, because I believe, also,
I know what this is
I don't
sounding like,
rush
right?
to believe today's doctors over our ancient writers, our ancient healers, So this medicine in the world is something new, but healing.
Goldschlager has gold in it, but as far as celery or lettuce or broccoli, I would like some evidence to support the claim.
Well, I recommend you read the story of Aeetes, King Aeetes, and you'll read about the Garden of Hesperides, where they say that there existed a garden in this world where they had fruits with gold content. They were fruits of gold. But once Osiris, the first pharaoh of Egypt, plowed the land in that garden, then the land stopped giving its gold to the trees and plants. Not completely, but obviously not in the same quantities. And from that time, the world changed forever. From that time, man had to work for his living, had to do agriculture. Agriculture was invented.
Sounds like a ripoff of another book I know quite well.
Yeah. A ripoff?
Yeah. So, I hear the claims, and then I search for any evidence to support the claims, and I find none. It's kind of weird.
Well, I was just trying to tell you that they work very hard to deny that blood contains gold. They will never accept. The medical industry and pharmaceutical industry.
Now, according to this website, supposedly marine plants have 0.012 parts per million.
Yeah.
So that's a much higher number than, let's see, land plants 0.0005 to 0.002 parts per million. So here is a website, dcnutrition.com, for whatever that's worth, which, may be nothing, it may be something. I'm not really judging. I just wanted any evidence, instead of just making claims without any basis, right? So according to that website, they are claiming that there is an infinitesimally small amount, but then when you suggest, when you suggest that that is the thing that makes our blood red because we eat plants, it just doesn't jive.
So, do you have unlimited quantities of blood in your body? Do you think your blood inside your body, like next year, you will have a totally different blood, or you will have the same blood you had last year?
June 13th.
How many new cells of blood will you have in the next 2 years? Who knows these things, how quick blood replenishes inside the human body, and
So you're saying that a person that's newborn versus an old person, are you saying that the amount of gold is different or the same? But per ounce per ounce. I'm not talking about because one's bigger than the other. Ounce per ounce.
Yeah, when we talk about children's or newborns, it's huge body volume difference, and also
that's
quantity.
Why I said ounce per ounce. That's why I said ounce per ounce.
Yeah.
Are you saying that one is more than the other?
A child is much healthier and cleaner, and it stands more chances to have the best ratio. Yeah, and a adult.
I'm just exposing the lack of logic here.
Some diseases affect the blood. So you can have too many
direct question
red blood cells.
Say other stuff.
Yeah, but we can't compare like adults with children.
You acted as though you said how much blood does your body produce, blah blah blah, and then you're acting as though based on the consumption of material over time you're going to accumulate gold. Then I gave you an example to compare, and you wouldn't provide a direct answer.
But okay, if you're taking, I know for 100% that these doctors, they will give you an answer to this question, and they will tell you that if your body is missing 2 liters of blood, it will get replenished in this amount of time.
Listen, it's kind of like this. It's kind of like this. You could have more easily simply said, I simply have a neat idea. I think it's a pretty cool idea. It may or may not be right, but it's a cool idea.
Yeah.
That would have been a fair and intellectually honest thing to say. But instead, you're trying to double down on things that you don't even know about. You just have cool ideas. I don't disagree with the fact that you have cool ideas. You have some cool ideas sometimes. You say things that are kind of neat. But when they have no basis, and they have no foundation, they're just cool ideas, then that's all they are. Until you found them with logic and evidence, how are they anything but cool ideas?
I agree with you here. I agree. They are baseless. There is no literature in the official medical industry about this stuff, I agree.
All right.
But also, I don't know how to weigh how many liters of blood are inside one person, and I never did. And I will never do such thing. Yeah.
This topic's in definite need of readjustment.
Yeah.
Why is Salt Bay? What is that not the Salt Bay guy? And what is he doing? Somebody found Salt Bay. is coming to line with his 24-karat gold stake. Wow. Alrighty then. This person, Life, has popped up a couple of times. You are unmuted, Life. You can say hello.
Hello. Hello.
What brings you to the
Welcome
server,
to
Life?
our server.
Well, I just wanted to know about Flat Earth.
Okay. Well, let me ask you, what do you know about the heliocentric model?
You came to the right place.
Well, I know that that there's a solar system and we orbit the sun and the sun orbits the that galaxy or something.
Okay.
I mean, that's what I was taught in school. You know, the planets and all.
Yeah.
We all were. And what do you know about your personal experience on Earth? How would you describe some of the things, like the surface of Earth, for instance? How would you describe what it looks like? How would you describe your experience here?
Have you ever had any experience which made you believe that, yes, I live on a globe?
I mean, I see the skies moving, so that could mean like spinning.
So, what was the second part of what you said?
Yeah, the sky's moving, so it can be like the skies. That's how I experience the sky spinning, like Earth spinning.
Oh, okay. So you're under the impression that the sky moves because the Earth moves?
Yeah.
Okay. What about that's an interesting conclusion. Joe, are you aware of what they say the Earth is spinning at?
1,000 miles per hour in the equator, I think.
At the equator, yeah. That's what they say.
Tangential speed.
And the whole thing about spinning and being on the surface of a ball, you understand the direction would be changing constantly?
Oh.
What's that?
Why would it be changing constantly?
Because that's the reality of a circle. If you're traveling in a circular path, you're changing direction constantly.
Yeah, the vector. And that means you are in a constant acceleration reference frame.
Did not know that.
Yeah. When you are on a merry-go-round and you're spinning, yeah, the merry-go-round is spinning, you will feel that it pushes you outwards. And if you spin it faster, if you double the RPM, it will push you exponentially stronger outwards.
The merry-go-round, but like the size of that compared to us, like the Earth is way bigger though. So like we won't feel it.
Well, but it is big, but we are talking about forces and velocity. Yeah.
But like the size not affect the force.
Actually, of course, it does affect, because the heavier an object is, the stronger force you need to rotate it. Yeah. And once you are rotating it, it is harder to break it down. You know, that thing, the heavier it is, it will keep spinning by inertia. It will have a very big force. Have you ever seen a flywheel?
What?
A flywheel.
No.
Yeah. Back in the days, they were using these flywheels in steam engines or many engines, to keep that constant rotation RPM. And it's also a means of storing kinetic energy.
Dropping science right now. Yep, kinetic energy.
Yeah.
Sorry, it's a perfect example would be if you take an axle, you make one of those little carts out of wood, and you take a rubber band and you wind up the rubber band. That's kinetic stored energy, and then you release the rubber band, and that rubber band unravels. It drives the axle, and then it spins the wheels, and the little car drives forward. Perfect example.
Yeah. But they do this with flywheels also. Very heavy disc, a wheel, very heavy, of metal, and they spin. Once you spin it very, very fast, that wheel will keep spinning for a couple of minutes.
That's what they use on spin bikes.
Yeah.
So if you look at a spin bike, the rear drive, that thing on the bike, that's down the back of the bike, that's a flywheel. And it's a weighted flywheel, has a weight to it. So as you apply tension with the little spinny knob, you adjust the tension, that drive gets tighter. But the actual the rotating mass at the back, the flywheel, that is a weighted wheel. Great, yeah. I totally get what you're throwing out there, man.
So now we are in this Earth rotating reference frame. We are in a constant acceleration reference frame, but we don't experience any outward force throwing us, outwards.
But I think one of the arguments not arguments, but one of the things they present is that the speed of the Earth is different at the poles versus the equator, right? Like the variation of speed is different depending on your location. Yes. Yeah, right.
Yes.
So
because it's about the distance from the radius. The radius from the axis of spin.
Right. So I don't know, wouldn't the forces, to me, I think people who grew up at the equator would be shorter than people who grew up at the poles. Because they would be under the effect of a higher velocity spin versus the people at the poles, right?
Yes.
Interesting. Well, I've seen some Africans, man. Those guys are tall. 7-footers.
Yeah. So when you go to northern countries, closer to the north, then you experience less centrifugal force. Yeah. So then you are much heavier to the ground. And when you go to the equator, it pushes you outwards much stronger, and you will be weighing less. Because your velocity in space are very different. It's 1,000 miles per hour compared to 500 or 200. Yeah, is he still here?
Yeah,
what
here,
was
sorry.
his name?
Live.
Oh. Yeah, I'm still here.
Good. So, any other questions?
Hey, but do you guys know how big Earth is?
Oh my goodness.
We don't know how big it is, and no man actually knows, because to know how big the Earth is, that man is supposed to go take the whole earth to his foot with a ruler and measure it, like literally measure it, And I say, for me, it's impossible to measure the continent of Europe. So I don't even think about how would I be measuring the oceans, which are so much bigger than Europe, And the oceans are something that I can't walk on, So, do you know any man who like in the heliocentric model, any man who actually measured the world, the whole world, to say, is this diameter, is this radius?
No.
Fascinating. Then why do you believe it then?
It's just that we don't know. I don't know if the Earth is flat because I haven't seen it. I haven't seen the whole Earth. Like,
okay, but have you ever went on the peak of a mountain?
No.
Well, when you go climb the peak of a mountain, it will offer you a perspective view, a very vast perspective view, because you're viewing from the top, from higher position. So you see very, very far away. And if you will go, if it's mountains close to flat areas, this is where I recommend you to go, climb on the mountain, and you're looking over this vast flat area, and you will be astounded to see how flat the world is. And you can take a picture, of the horizon, and then you take that picture home and put a ruler on that horizon in that picture, and you will see that the horizon is always a straight line.
Yeah, he's right. Okay, so three different places, vantages I've been, y'all can believe me or not. So almost 14,000 feet at the top of Snowmass Mountain, Snowmass, Colorado. I could see 5 or 6 cities up to 200 miles away, some 80, some 50s, this kind of deal. And I vacation there a lot, so I know kind of what I'm talking about in the area. And yeah, not even at 14,000 feet. Now, people say, oh, what's the elevation of the cities? That's fine. So then I go to 35,000 feet. I've been there a shitload of times. My stepdad's a pilot, blah, blah, blah. Anyway, so, and then I get up to 60 grand in the Concorde. Now, I was 19. I'm a lot older than that now. But I wasn't looking for curvature. But I don't remember seeing any. And that's also a lot of people I remember mentioning, is that the curve? They kept saying, is that the curve? You wouldn't have to say it. You wouldn't have to ask that question. But anyway, I've been up and down, left and right. It's flat. Sorry.
Have you been to it as well?
Huh?
Have you been to and fro as well?
Yes, to and fro. Hither, thither, thather, whatever. I've been there, yeah. Now, I'm not saying I have all the experience in the world, but for me, that's empirical, man. I can't find the curve. And I've been places, right? So, anyway, go ahead.
I envy you very much, Gladflobe.
Well, I would too, right? Like all those vantages. It's crazy.
You, did I understood correctly? You have fly with Concorde?
Yeah, twice to France and back, to Paris and back. Yep.
Very lucky man.
Right, and it was right before it got what's the word?
Taken away.
Discontinued.
Discontinued. Yeah. What they say
What
was
were you, like-
unsafe.
Out of commission is what
What
they
were you,
think.
like 2 years old? Glad?
Decommission, that's the one. Sorry, go ahead.
How old, were you like 2 years old or something?
I was 19, 18, 19.
Is it like a Russian spy training or something?
Yep, that's exactly what it is.
Glad, are you really like 20 years older than I thought you were?
I am
You guys
40
thought
this
Vlad
year.
Flo was like 20, huh?
Yeah, I'm 40 this year.
So
Wow.
that was
No, and that's not the good news. You're like, he talked like he's fucking 22. This guy, wow. Anyway, go ahead.
Question.
They say the same about him.
Was that the fastest you ever moved in your life?
I think so. Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
And supposedly. But here's the deal. I didn't feel like I was going any faster than, in the fuselage of a commercial jet or even a glider. I've been in gliders before. Those are fun. But yeah, so
But you still feel it's moving.
well, I feel like it's moving, but it's I'm not like listen. I knew the whole time
It's
when I was in
smooth. It's
plane,
very smooth.
even if I were standing up, sitting down, whatever, there's a little bit of push, a little bit of pull the whole time. Yeah. Every time. So I feel it. My vestibular system, I don't know about y'all's, but it's fine. It works. I get dizzy when shit's going to make you dizzy, and we're talking fractions of angular change and velocity change, right? We're programmed to be here. I don't know if creator or not or whatever, but the way the makeup goes, vestibular system is one of the most precise things we've got in our body.
Yes.
Faculties.
It's a accelerometer and gyroscope in the same time.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And if you guys get the chance to go up in a glider, I've only been 2 or 3 times. They take a single or dual engine Cessna or like a puddle jumper, and they literally just tie it with a fucking thick ass rope. A glider, so it's a plane with no engine. It's a really thin. It's just got really thin wings and a really like thin fuselage. You could barely fit 2 grown men in there, and it's breathtaking because it gets really silent when there's not a lot of wind.
Yeah,
and even when there's wind, man, I don't know how to explain it. You're floating. There's no engine sound. It's incredible.
Yeah, here in Germany, they have many these glider airports, and in the summer now, every day you can see a view in the sky, a few of them. Yeah.
Yeah, that's nice, man. It's nice. It's a great opportunity.
Yeah. I want either with a glider or hot air balloon. One of the two. I want to go.
Never been in a balloon, but I hear good things.
Yeah.
And see, people are like, well, why are you a flat earther? It's like, dude, I've seen it in a bunch of ways, man. Tons of different ways. Yeah. But I can't give my experience to anybody. That's the most frustrating part. I can't just be like, here, take this memory. Yeah, right? Crazy. Oh my God. Like, you know what I mean? I can't give it to them. All I can do is try to explain. And that's why I keep saying, please go out and put effort towards this. Not only will you find that the globe math is wrong, that's like the least important part, the least interesting part. Go look at this world. It's crazy interesting, especially because it's flat.
Yeah. There's so much to discover about it. Yeah.
And it's way bigger than they say, so fucking A, right? Get out there. Yeah, they think all the pictures from those balloons, 108,000 feet, 210,000 feet, whatever you got, they think it's all fake. It's all just like, why would we sit here and do that?
I sent that picture 108,000 feet with the artificial line drawn across it, along with that, plus the periscope picture you guys have probably seen. I mean, you just pull up any picture of a periscope. And the submarine will show the level of the water. So I'm like, okay, here is level water, and here is a level atmospheric. So I've got you covered on water, and I've got you covered on what we can see as air, defined as clouds, if you will. And they're both straight lines.
It's craziness.
Do you know that the Earth is flat? There's no curvature. it's not spinning, and space is fake. Do they have any evidence? They do.
Oh man! Can you send Clay? Can you send that to me, please? Oh.
Seriously.
Did someone say level atmosphere?
Oh dear.
Yeah, I just
very nice one, Clay, but make it louder.
No, that was Matthew Learn's recording.
Matthew?
Yeah, here. So do it again.
Matthew.
He sounds younger. Maybe it's just the software is being used, but he sounds younger in this. Maybe it's just because it's faster, right? Sped up.
He was on his teaching voice. Do you know the Earth is flat?
Well, he speaks kind of slow, and the upcoming generation, just God forbid you try to make a full point.
You poke the bear.
I played again. Okay, that's now. I hope.
Yeah, play it. Okay, everybody, shut up.
Did you know that the Earth is flat? There's no curvature. It's not spinning, and space is fake. Do they have any evidence? They do.
Yeah,
they do. Bro,
Matthew, thank you.
I'm about that.
Matthew saying that.
And then you gotta ask his lines. He's been here saying when you ask him about evidence of the globe or something like that, he says no, this is based on my beliefs.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that tactic's getting tired. I was saying it earlier.
I heard Fraud a few nights ago proclaiming how much he liked Matthew Learns.
Oh, overall, I love it. I love his character. I love that his presence gives us something to do and talk about. And overall, again, it since the globe doesn't have evidence, it just further obviates that. And then he just, if you're smart enough, 2 or 3 brain cells to rub together, you'll see he obviates himself as a clown instead of a guy with true knowledge of the world.
Globe is a globe.
It takes a lot of courage to show up to a room and just get beat up on. To a degree.
Kind of.
When you
not if you're a sociopath. I'm just kidding.
Or he likes the attention. Could be an only child. Sorry. Last point. I'm done.
When you ask a renowned astronaut what happens if you have a leak on the ISS, and the only answer you get is
it's called real good engineering.
Yeah. We have a leak. Yeah.
If you ask him what happens when you get a leak, he says you get coffee if you have a leak.
Yeah, chugga.
Don Pettit here. Matthew Learns is an oxymoron, and that means that he doesn't learn anything when he comes in here with us. Thank you. It's been Don
I thought it meant he's a moron because he takes too much oxy.
I always thought when you get a leak, it means that you get a baby.
The crazy thing is when you do that voice, I see his face with his glasses and his little smile when he's acting.
Yeah, look at that shit-eating grin.
It's so obvious that he's an actor and not even a good one. It's just so bad that it's funny.
Bro, you'd have a shit-eating grin too if you had 600,000 subscribers, wouldn't you?
The interview.
I don't know.
The interview did in the supposed ISS, where you can see the Magellans, and oh my god, that was awful.
The Magellans.
Yeah. You can see the Magellans. Holy fuck! They looked at each other, trying to what should we say here, and then
you can see stars and planets.
Yeah, you can see everything. Yeah, you can see fuck all according to some other people.
But then you got what's his name, Neil Armstrong, saying it's a real deep black. A deep
what
black.
About the reflection in the window.
That's how he does
it. The reflection in the window. The deep
Look at
black.
that. Deep, and it was a deep black. Yeah, I like that.
No stars.
And we couldn't see stars from the lunar surface. And the optics and derp smurp.
Yeah. But I saw, yeah. We can.
Oh yeah. Oh, they just stumble. They're like, oh yeah. They're telling a story like they're 7-year-olds that snuck out and did something bad in the neighborhood, and they're they got caught, and now they're trying to tell their parents about it.
Oh my god! You can see also the clouds, the nebula. Oh my god, it's amazing. Yeah.
I swear I saw planets and stars.
Who's this life guy? I'm new here. Leave NASA alone. What? Buddy. Leave NASA alone.
Leave NASA alone. Uh-oh.
What are you?
Alone.
Buddy. They make more money than you and than you and the whole world combined. Actually,
Yeah, I think nobody's leaving NASA alone.
Leave
They
NASA
get a lot of
alone.
attention.
They're number one hypocrites in this entire thing, man. They're the one that give you the soapbox that you guys stand on. Dude, they're like, here, you need more pictures of space. Here's a live stream from space without clouds that aren't moving. But I'm sitting on in my place watching the clouds move above me. But in your space feed, the clouds aren't moving. Wait, what?
Yeah.
Out of here, man. It's live. Of course it's live.
Somebody said to me the other day. Sorry, I'm just going to say this and I got to jet for a second.
No worries.
Somebody said to me the other day, and I know the XO has seen this a bunch, and a lot of you have. They claim you can't edit a live stream. Thanks, folks. I'll see you.
I thought you just had to edit in the word live. Oh, shit. That's all it takes.
You can augment it live.
Right?
Yeah.
Doesn't take much to put a green screen in on a live feed, does it?
Yeah.
Have mercy. Oh, that was a good cut.
So
let's run it another 30
basically, what they're saying is video cannot be edited. That's what they're saying. It's it's astounding. It's absurd.
Yeah,
it's a lot of ammo for us, is what it is.
The weather lady from the Weather Channel, after the news, she's really up there above the clouds.
She's definitely above the clouds. I just want to have whatever I want whatever she's smoking. That's what I'm asking for. If you can try to convince everybody that's watching you that you're on space, I want that. Maybe it's a chocolate bar that was laced with shrooms. I don't know, but sorry, I digress. It takes a lot of confidence to sell this globe model.
I wonder how did they draw those big temperature numbers on the clouds,
You can't prove it? Who is Life really going to go at Miguel right now? Look, Life, I'm going to again advise you. You have a leaf beside your name. That means you're brand new. Okay? Miguel is gold. That means he's got a library that is probably bigger than your brain can probably comprehend. And he's been proving it all day, my friend. Lord Child. It takes a lot.
Yes.
I can understand people coming in and asking questions about theories and asking for explanations and stuff, but to sit there and just say you can't prove it, you're not proving anything either.
For a Manian, yes. He's little bit intelligent, yes.
So does the Life Kid have proof of a globe, or is there something I'm missing?
I don't know. We can prove the Earth is flat because I don't have to read any of your doctrination stories created by men that came before you in order to prove that the Earth is flat. Right? I don't have to believe anything that a man has written in order to believe that the Earth is flat. Can you conceptualize that?
We can prove the Earth is flat.
You don't know the Earth is flat. Let me tell you how.
Know.
Do you know?
Yeah, we do.
Do you
yeah,
know?
we do.
Do you know?
100%
do you know? Do you know?
My friend,
even Airbus indirectly.
Are you close to
do
a
you
waterfront?
know how big Earth is? Do you know how big Earth is?
I'm going to ask you, Life, my guy.
I know how big they claimed it is. 3959 mile radius, so that adds up to an 8 inches per mile squared drop over distance, which would be pretty dang easy to measure for.
Exactly. So over a 60, and that's what I'm going to say. Over a 60 kilometer distance, you're looking at an average depression. That means a negative. That means the land around you is on a depression. That means it's beneath you. Right? Yeah. That means you're looking for 60 kilometers. You should see whatever you see 60 kilometers should be at a depression of at least 900 feet, my guy.
Uh-oh.
Well, what he's saying is so stupid because it's just the Earth is so big that we can't see it curve, therefore curve.
No.
So big, it looks flat, therefore curve. That's what you're saying.
Yeah.
That's not even the globe claim. You don't even know the model you're defending.
Yeah, I don't agree with the globe. I'm not a glober. The thing is, you don't know the Earth is flat because none of us know how big the Earth is. So you can't say that the whole Earth is actually flat.
Bro, listen, we're talking about what they gave us.
Bro. Listen,
hold on
flat is not a shape. Flat is a description of a surface.
We're going by what they told us.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
we measured
They told us the Earth has a... Hold on, bro. Yeah, they told us the Earth has a circumference of 24,901 miles, right? We can backwards engineer the math and see where the horizon should be, and we can calculate what we should and should not be able to see. Have you ever heard that boats go over the horizon and disappear over the curve? You ever heard that, bro? Cat got your tongue?
Yeah, I know that's the law of perspective. I already know that.
Okay.
No.
So did you hear what I said about they told us how big the Earth is?
Yes.
Okay, none of you know how big my foot is, but if I tell you that I have a size 12 foot and then you measure it, you can debunk that, can't you? Or you can verify it. Okay, same thing with the Earth. We don't know how big the Earth is, but they told us how big it is. So we can take those, measurements, so-called, and make our own measurements and either verify or falsify it. The thing is, we falsified it over and over and over again. Most of us in here have actually done it ourselves at a large body of water at rest. At 10 miles, there should be 66 feet of curvature. Guess what's not at the ocean in Corpus Christi between North Beach, where the USS Lexington is, and Ingleside on the Bay? Guess what's not there? 66 feet of curvature. Ask me how I know.
Ask
how you disprove their Earth model. I get how you disprove their Earth model, but how do you know your Earth? Like what Earth? Without disproving theirs, what's your Earth?
How do we know it's not an infinite ball? I don't know. Find us a curvature measurement of any kind that we can look at.
Yeah, that thing you have beneath your feet is not a globe, it's actually flat.
How do you know about the whole Earth? Like you could be on a flat surface, but the container can be freaking, I don't know, you can't go beyond Antarctica, right? So how do you know what's part of Earth, and like how do you measure for like all flatness? Because you don't know the whole of Earth.
We're not making positive claims about places we can't go to.
The problem matter is not that we can't go beyond Antarctica. We can't go to Antarctica. We can't go near Antarctica. So obviously, by default, logically, we can't go beyond Antarctica. Because we can't get even close to Antarctica. They deny you that.
Is Antarctica part of Earth?
We don't know what Antarctica is. We can only speculate about that. It is a very, very far away realm.
We're not making claims about Antarctica, right? No. We're making claims about the large bodies of water that we've been to.
Yeah. We're talking about here, local.
Guys, do you know eggs in space?
Large bodies of...
Guys, do you know eggs in space?
Eggs in space?
Yeah, listen to this.
Here is Pig. And of course, Pig is the arch enemy of Angry Bird. And Angry Bird had some eggs. And Pig stole the eggs. And don't ask me how I got to eggs on Space Station.
Oh, this one.
Is this an astronaut?
Yeah, this is Don Pettit. One more.
Wow.
Space Station is a serious place. We're doing serious research, scientific research, and engineering research. We have a regenerative life support system, which is a fancy way of saying that we've got a toilet that you use, and then a machine that goes chugga, 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 chug, and then you go to the galley and you make yourself a cup of coffee. And that's exactly what you are thinking it is. And this is the kind of engineering research that we're doing on Space Station.
And this is the kind of engineering research we're doing on Space Station.
Yeah.
Coffee made of poop. Oh my god.
Toilets are cutting edge engineering research.
And don't ask how he got the eggs on Space Station.
Yeah.
And just like that, I had gassy farts.
They're literally giving us filth in our faces.
I know.
Throwing filth. Yeah.
That's what the Globies don't see or don't want to see.
Yeah.
At least. That's why it's so fun to make fun of them, actually.
They are disgusting. Yeah.
At least the ones that have been faced with so many obvious frauds by NASA and still, fanboy it. So
yeah,
I'm actually very much sorry for these people. I don't even know if you can be sorry for someone like that.
Oh, he gets paid enough.
No,
he doesn't give two shits.
I mean the Globies that defend these people.
Actually, you know what? I've never heard a Globie actually defend like a Neil deGrasse Tyson, a Bill Nye, or Don Pettit. Really and truly. Yeah, never heard it.
Defend the heroes?
Well, they don't defend their heroes. That's the thing. I don't think that they're those people's heroes. I think they don't mention, at least in my experience, they don't mention them because they know they're fucking clowns.
Ah, okay. So just think about it. Do scientific experiences, experiments where they have Angry Birds. Angry Birds. What is it called? Stofftiere. Stuffed animals from Angry Birds and some eggs where he himself admits that he doesn't want to be asked how he did get eggs on the space station, and then he shoots these stuffed animals around, while he also tells you that the scientific experiments include shitting in the toilet and drinking it as a morning coffee, because the machine goes chaka 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 chaka.
Okay.
Imagine being a scientist on a space station explaining, I shit in my toilet and my morning coffee is only working because we have a machine that goes chaka 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 chaka.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what you think.
Scheiße.
Scheiße.
I'd like to ask, are there any professors or graduates of like high degrees in here? I'd like to ask you, would you hire a guy like Don Pettit? Would you hire Don Pettit? No, I wouldn't. When I first met him, I would think there was something wrong. Maybe his first language isn't English. Maybe that's why he talks funny, but it sounds like he has like a speech impediment or something. And that's not necessarily a problem, right? But I would be concerned about him if that's the answer he gave you, or if I asked him, what kind of an engineering degree do you have or whatever, and if he told me, well, we worked on the space station and we made this thing go chugga chugga when you drank coffee, I would probably laugh him out of my office. Just saying. So maybe we should consider that when people act like that, it's an obvious thing. It's like they're obviously showing you, look, I'm a liar, I'm full of crap, but they hired me and paid me this many dollars in order to pretend like this is real.
Listen, the way I see Don Pettit is like we do have these children with disabilities like Down syndrome and stuff, and I make no fun of them. It's a syndrome, it's a health problem, Yeah, they are disabled, but there is a fashion nowadays which started about 2 decades ago, and normal children and people start behaving like that, because if they are like having a induced Down syndrome, they behave like someone with Down syndrome, but they are not really affected by that. They just act to be, and because of this acting, they benefit. They take a lot of benefits, you know. And this kind of people, I hate them, you know, who would fake a disease or disability, yeah.
Oh, there are a lot of people in the UK you won't like, buddy.
Yeah. So.
Find that curvature right there. Is that Smurf?
I don't know, but I see Don Pettit like mocking even these kind of people, you know, the disabled people and or normal people. He's throwing filth into everyone's face, and there's no
Space
agency
station
in the
is a
United
serious
States. Yeah, serious place.
Space station is a serious place. We're doing serious research, scientific research, and engineering research. We have a regenerative life support.
Oops, sorry, my fault.
Is he aware that engineering means building things and designing things? Because I've not seen them build or design anything except these little space pods.
Maybe recycling your own pee is somehow building something. I don't know.
I want to listen to that whole thing and be able to impersonate it perfectly. Can someone send that to me, please?
Sure, I send it in here. 1 second. Don't put it. Here you go.
Space station.
You can
okay, thank you so much.
You can do that really good, man.
I want to get better. Because in these, he talks a little faster and with like a New Jersey kind of Chicago maybe accent going on. Just a hint of it, though, and it's not like, you know what I mean?
Right.
It's not like this,
but
motherfucker.
But imagine being another actor and having a company that's supposed to be owned by you and actually exposing yourself about how realistic the things is that you do. Right?
At Associated Press.
March at NAP. What was going through your mind? How amazed were you to see your roadster up there with Starman just cruising along with the Blue Planet? And how long will we be getting live views, do you think, from the car?
Well, I think it looks so ridiculous and impossible. And you can tell it's real because it looks so fake, honestly. Like, we'd have way better CGI if it was fake. And you know, the colors all look like kind of weird in space. There's no atmospheric occlusion. You know, like everything looks too crisp. But we didn't really test any of those materials for, you know, is it space hardened or whatever, you know. So it just has the same seats that like a normal car has. It's just literally a normal car in space, which I kind of like the absurdity of that.
Did you know that the Earth is flat? There's no curvature, it's not spinning, and space is fake. Do they have any evidence? They do.
They do. It's perfect.
I think Musk was unconsciously just dropping truth bombs there.
He didn't even sound like he wanted to be in that conversation and in that interview. He was like, "This is fucking bullshit. I can't believe people fucking believe this shit."
That's what it sounds like.
Yeah.
Clay. Could you play this recording of Matthew in Gem Pandas?
Oh yeah.
He's gonna be abolished from there.
Do you think they know his voice?
Yeah, they do.
Of course they do.
Yeah.
Yeah, I left that server unfortunately. And, someone sent me an invite. I left it because I thought I would just.
It's a toxic environment. Yeah.
Yeah. I wasted my energy trade 3 days in a row enough to understand that these people are hopelessly lost. They're hopelessly lost. Really. These people that are really debating their global religion are hopelessly lost.
Yeah.
Check the live stream voice text for footage of the last time I went into a Globe server.
Mm.
Yeah, they're hopelessly lost, man.
Why would you
can't
do that?
anything with this evil. They're completely lost.
Well, if I would have caught one of the beers, it would have been a free beer. How's that?
Right.
Or what's his name? Flying. Who hits the wall? Oh, I guess we don't know. Sorry. Anyway.
Oh,
I don't need
I
to
thought it
even
was
play
actually a
it,
video.
man. They have little spies that constantly listen to what we're saying over here. Trust me.
I think that's Barney.
Of course they do.
Yeah. Trolls, right? You got trolls and you got those little guys that report back. Like FTFE. That dude. It's
Or
like
just
personal
think about
beef now.
Dave. I think his name was Dave, right? No, wait.
Professor Dave?
No, what is this other guy? Not Dave.
Dave Weiss.
Oh no, the Masonic guy, Mr. Mason.
Mr. Mason.
I think it's almost time for us to stop talking about Freemasonry. I think it has nothing to do with the flat Earth, but that's just me.
Yeah, it's guys, and I'm totally the one that stormed in here with the whole Freemason thing.
Hey, you know what? It's worse than religion. It really is, and I guess it's more prevalent than religion. But it's like people are going to be like, "Oh, these conspiracy theorists are flat earthers." No. I'm a flat earther because I checked. Conspiracies? I don't know. Who gives a fuck? You can say, "Oh, Admiral Byrd this, and Freemasons that, and Illuminati this, and MK Ultra that," but most people are just going to get turned off when they hear any of that. They're really MK Ultra? Are you kidding me? Come on! Don't you have any proof Earth is flat? It's kind of like one of those. Yeah, again, just my opinion.
The inventor and manufacturer of conspiracy theories is officially the United States CIA agency.
Yeah, that's what. Yep, that's the rumor.
Yeah. Not a rumor. It's official. They invented the term conspiracy theory.
For sure. It didn't have to try hard. The meeting on that one didn't last more than a couple minutes. Hey, what should we do? Are there conspiracies that they're finding out about? Of course. How do we diminish that? Just put theory after the word. Yeah, it's brilliant. Yeah. Okay, meeting adjourned.
Are
you going to Smitty's for drinks? Yeah, let's go to Smitty's for drinks. I know the bartender. She's hot. Fucking ridiculous people. No, listen, the Illuminati couldn't afford me. Sorry.
Yeah, I don't know what that was about.
I think because I was defending defending, but like saying Freemasonry doesn't
calling
matter.
it for what it is. We don't want to make a theme that way, right? Which is totally fair. And what you're pointing at is like, look, facts are facts, right? And we're providing measurable facts that make the Earth flat, so to speak. I'm going to say make the Earth flat for us talking about it.
It demonstrates. See, the Earth's not going to turn into a globe at all. So, yeah, the facts. I want to just talk about the facts, but I'm a hypocrite. I mean, I talk about all kinds of shit in here because you guys are awesome and amazing to talk to. So that's why I do it. But I could also be, on topic far more often. It sucks because it is a broken record and it's a nasty one because but curvature, I just can't escape it, man. There is no curvature. I'm not even going to ask for it anymore.
Yeah, it's a weird thing to ask for.
This is the obstacle which they themselves created it. They invoke curvature. Yeah, they explain, wow, the curvature is out there. It's big, you can't see it. But hey, if you can't measure curvature, then it's no damn curvature.
They invoke it and then they explain it away. It's just like the whole claim sums to nada.
Yeah.
Don't you understand? Oh, you don't understand. You don't understand.
Yeah, precisely.
Yeah, but they ask, don't you understand? But they think of, don't you believe?
Tells you a lot about their mindset when they're always talking about beliefs like that. Do you believe this? Believe that?
Yeah.
Well, if I have to, then nah.
Have you heard Buzz Aldrin being honest once in his life?
Oh, with the little girl, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yes, I remember that.
Maybe some of the trolls want to hear it.
Yeah, we never went to the moon.
Yeah.
Why has nobody there been such a
We didn't go, and that's the way it went.
That's not an 8-year-old's question. That's my question. I want to know what I think I know. Because we didn't go there, and that's the way it happened. And if it didn't happen, it's nice to know why it didn't happen. So in the future, if we want to keep doing something, we need to know why something stopped in the past that we wanted to keep it going.
That was so incoherent.
He's so incoherent, yeah.
It's a good thing.
Money is a good thing.
You know what that was, right? That was him skirting his NDA.
Yep, I know.
That was him realizing that if he lies to a little girl, he's going straight to hell.
Buddy!
You know, sometimes you can't suppress the truth long enough, especially when you're sitting in front of an innocent child.
Actually, so Life mentioned Antarctica. I know we were talking about it prior. So I'm going to ask an ignorant question to kind of lead to where I'm going with an idea. What is Antarctica? Is it the area that we would associate as the area opposite north?
Yes, in all directions. All directions south.
Frozen. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, all directions south. Anything that is directly away from north, if you go opposite north, you're going to hit south. Even if you're going the opposite direction. If you're in the middle and you go to the right, straight line, that's south. If you go to the left, straight line, that's south. If you go straight ahead, that's south. And any direction you head in a straight line from the center point of this flat plane is south.
Boom.
And
So then-
why would you call it Antarctica?
Because it's the Arctic, and the ant of something is the opposite, making it the
really?
south. And this, no, hold on, I'm just going by how I understand it. Hold on, just bear with me. So here's my thing. Because somebody asked me this on my stream the other day, and I thought about it. I was like, that's actually a really good question. Because if we take the idea that north is north, and we know where north is, like Black Rock and all those ideas, the North Pole, the North Star, and we go opposite to that, that creates the Antarctica, or that is the Antarctica. Can't even say it well properly. Now, that would be south being the complete boundary. So it's all encompassing, which is Antarctica.
Okay,
it's not one
Arctic,
place. It's a thing that's complete. It's the entire ring. That would be Antarctica, would it not? And that's what that leads to the treaty. They own the treaty of the boundary.
The word is not anti-Arctica. Yeah, it's Antarctica. Ant is an insect.
No.
And in that Arctic region of Antarctica, you will not find ants. That's the only place in the world where you cannot find ants.
Wow. Dude.
So corrupt.
You're off in the weeds.
It's not even in the weeds. It's more like the SpongeBob gif where Squidward takes his brain out of his head and throws it in the trash can. It's a lot more like that. Like the etymological fallacy is got to be. I mean, it's way too popular, guys. Way too popular.
No, I wasn't making positive claim. I just share something which I heard before.
Yeah. Well, whoever said that was
there is information that there is no, it's not about being funny or not, but there is literature which actually explains that ants don't exist in
Oh, my
Antarctica,
dear.
in the South Pole. So that's a region where they are not present.
All right. Well,
And
here's the
ants,
thing. I'm gonna just go ahead and cut you off there, Gippy Gip, because
okay.
I'm really frustrated with misinformation of this magnitude. So you literally told him he was wrong, but you're literally wrong. It is anti, A-N-T-I. It is a prefix. Okay. So to claim that it's related to the word "and" is fallacious. End of story.
No,
Not no. Okay would be the proper response.
it's the word is not Antarctica.
Okay. This is what's happening. You're wrong. You're wrong. You're wrong.
And I second that motion.
It's an etymological fallacy, and I demonstrated to you the fact that you're wrong. Your response should be okay, not no. I'll give you another chance.
The etymological meaning of the word, but I was actually.
You were still talking during all of that?
Oh my god.
No, it's not.
Okay,
Oh my
drop
god, because he's actually making a very valid point regarding an idea called onboarding. So when somebody makes a valid point, right, you actively take that idea on. You onboard it. That means you actually consider what the person has stated versus just counteracting with an answer. That's what he's attempting to explain to you. And the idea that I was trying to explain to you with the idea of north being north and the opposite of north being south, being a boundary, and the ant of that, the anti of that being the opposite, being south, which is an all-encompassing boundary. That's what I was trying to explain to you in terms of capturing the idea
I wasn't
of
in
Antarctica.
contradiction with you about that.
Yeah, you were, because you presented the idea of an ant. And I'm like, bro, are we really going to talk about ants with ice right now and some crazy-ass wallet we can't even conceptualize? It's so big that we're talking about ants. No, I don't want to get down to the level of talking about an ant. I want to talk about the idea that we're encompassed by a boundary that some people think is this small continent that sits at the end of a pole, when in actual fact, it's an entire boundary that encompasses us on all sides, because it's the opposite of the North Point.
Sometimes I feel like an ant.
Yeah. Anyway, for clarification for anybody that may be confused, I put the prefix etymology in there for anti, which also includes ant, which means front, or before. But in regards to the formation of words, you may or may not be aware that when words are being combined, including prefixes and suffixes, letters elude, called the elision. So this is just a natural formation of what happens when words are being formed. Sometimes letters are added, sometimes letters are removed. It has to do with phonetics and pronunciation and different languages norms and all the different things. But anyway, this is not really a tricky one here or very confusing.
It's just the idea of the opposition. That's all.
It is literally opposite of Arctic. That is what Antarctic means. Yes.
So back to my original point, the idea of the anti-Arctic being the opposite of North, which is an all-encompassing region.
What about it?
It freaks me out.
Why?
Because it's the absolute, it's the and catch me on this gospel, I may use the I hope I use the right word. Is it the antithesis of the North Pole? But it's actually not a point. It's actually a big ass, that's the boundary.
Yeah, well, you understand how we derive the North. North is the only singular point.
Yeah. Polaris. Right? It's the only point in everything that we look at that doesn't move in this entire place.
Yeah, personally, I wouldn't argue that a compass is pointing to Polaris. I would say that for whatever reason it points to a physical location on
Black Rock.
the ground.
I say it's BlackRock.
What?
Just the idea.
The investment corporation.
I think there's some hidden meaning to that. There's like this idea of a magnetic rock that sits at the North Pole, and I actually don't think that the North Point is a solid object. I think it's a hole. And again, I know we can't prove that. So
yeah.
So
there's also really famous black rock inside of the UN where they have a special room devoted to this magical rock where they go in and have prayer and meditation. So there's that black rock as well, if you want to talk about black rocks. But yes, anti means anti. It's not a really confusing prefix.
There's a special rock in that black cube in Mecca too, isn't there?
Yeah, that's another black rock. That's true.
They like black rocks.
It's a space rock.
You're a complicated rock.
I mean, the boundary seems less terrifying to me than an all-encompassing, infinitely expanding vacuum.
Yeah, Tim, I don't think we can make any positive claims regarding Antarctica as a physical boundary surrounding the known territory.
Mm.
There's a treaty that exists, and if their idea, these evil people, was to create a treaty that encompasses all of us, why would that be so outlandish?
There is a place underneath South America that we can travel to, but claiming that it to be a complete surrounding barrier, we cannot do that.
Cannot might be a little too far.
We know that there is a place we can travel to that they claim is this little thing underneath the globe, under South America. But as I said before, like, we don't know the complete boundary, you know? We do know that water needs a container of some sort, but that doesn't make us conclude what it actually is. And these maps cannot be used as proof. Mod, Justin, I guess?
Yeah.
So I'm not using it as proof. If you read carefully, it says concepts, and they work very well in reality. So yes, they can be used as concepts. Okay.
Are you talking on a Walmart speaker?
It's a little bit of reverb there.
Aisle 4, Justin, to aisle 4.
Made me laugh. But yeah, you've got your reverb turned on, Justin, but maybe that's on purpose.
Price check on prune juice, Bob. Price check on prune juice.
Oh, it's gone through the roof with a Putin price hike. It's $10 a jar.
Got the Heliocultist in the chat. I don't think that gives you VC privs all by itself, right? Nope.
Saturn worship is so last millennia. Truth.
Cutting up?
All right. Victory, would you like to say hello?
Oh,
It might not last, but I'm giving you a chance. Uno, dos, tres. Un, deux, trois. All right.
No love.
And fine.
We need a countdown timer. That'd be sick. So, gospel. I heard a breakdown of the word gospel the other day. Good spell. You ever hear that? No?
It would also be really terrible interpretation of the meaning of those words.
Isn't it good news?
Yeah, spiel comes from story. It's like, just I guess people just hate knowledge, or not everybody. Obviously, some people, if the shoe fits, but some people really hate knowledge, or I'll just leave it at knowledge, I guess. Etymology is really important. Understanding the formation of words, understanding the meaning of words, not neglecting that words have meaning, not being wishy-washy and letting a word have any meaning you choose. I mean, people do that. People use tools incorrectly. Like I said, sometimes you could use a hammer as a screwdriver. That doesn't make the hammer a screwdriver. But no, that's not what that word means. No.
Yeah, but what about the German word for good and God? Are those two related?
What?
Good and God and devil and evil.
So Gutan, or I mean, is that what we're talking about? The Gutan?
So God in
or
German
Gott?
is God in German is Gott.
Yeah, GOT or GOTT, depending on if you're talking about German or Old High German.
Or
I mean, and then of course we have a German in the clay. That's your native tongue.
Yes.
Yeah.
Or you can say creator, which is Schöpfer. Or father would be just Vater.
But then, what's the etymology of the word for gut or guten?
Good. You mean good?
Yeah.
Yeah. Gut is good.
Is there any evidence that supports they have an etymological shared root?
Like good from English and gut with German?
No. Guten and Gott.
Or Guten. Guten is not even a... It's something you would use as if you say Guten Tag. So we'd put it in front of good day.
So just gut?
Yeah, like gut or good in itself, like gut has nothing to do with God or God.
Yeah. Well, that's what that was my question. Do those share a common root in the German? Because that was what Hank's question was.
No.
Yeah, I didn't think so.
Not at all.
I do find words fascinating. I actually do.
I do too. Etymology is quite fascinating.
It is, yeah. I mean, I've looked up many times the etymology of bloody words, just to see how it all started, where it came from, whatever. Ancient Greek, ancient Roman, meaning this, meaning that. That's fascinating. I like it.
Don't need to anymore, though. We've got Gospel Fair to do it for us. We're lucky.
That's true, yeah.
Well, I try to provide resources so that people can do it themselves too. I don't mean
You
to
might
be
want to look up lucky before you say that.
What?
You said we're lucky. I said you might want to look that one up before you say it.
What, the word lucky?
Yeah.
Yeah, lucky's. There's words with weird original meanings. But again, I'm not a disbeliever in colloquialisms by any means.
Is that some kind of joke? That somebody made your name the exact same as put 2.0 after it? Or...
What?
Is it some kind of joke that somebody copied your name?
Yeah, it's the...
I was just making sure. I was like, what the am I seeing? Don't.
No, it's the... What was their name a second ago? It's the same person that I had moved up to the VC check-in.
Oh, I see. I wasn't looking at the list at the time. Sorry about that. I was just trying to make sure.
Oh, please, God, no. One gospel bear is enough. I do.
Well,
I know. Be nice.
It all depends on whether or not they're, being sincere or being provocative and mocking. What would be?
Where does it come from?
Yeah, it's where I was about to get to. Clay, are you aware of a good lexicon or etymological resource for the German language? I just did a bunch of research for French. So linguee.com. It probably wouldn't be dot. It would be .de more than likely. But is there a good website for German etymology?
I don't know if Duden is something that you can have in English. Duden English.
It doesn't have to be in English. You know, you can translate the page.
Oh, okay, yeah. So what we use in school and what is in general in Germany, what is often being used for defining words and whatnot is Duden.
How's it spelled?
It is D-U-D-E-N, Duden.
.de.
Yeah, I posted the link. Wait. Let me repost that.
No, that's fine. I'm there. Thank you. So it would be as simple as
see, spell. Well, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. Spell in Germanic, spell is espeller. Speller. I don't know. I went off on that because I was trying to figure it does literally mean like good book or good word or good story or
story.
Really kind of like what it leads to.
Story. So
although we've changed it over time in modern times to mean the Bible or mean specific things, but yeah, you're right about that. Absolutely correct.
Yeah.
What exactly are you guys talking about? Sorry, I muted myself for a second there.
GUT and GOT. I'm posting the two words for Hank's benefit. Wait, is it spelled GOTE?
Well, what exactly? What word?
The word for God.
Oh no, it's GOTT.
There are two T's. Gotcha.
Yep.
Yeah. All right, so here we go. So these would be the two pages that you would use. Guten Gott.
This is so funny with the preview pictures. I wonder, so you need to translate it with the Google Translator, right? You cannot.
Yeah, you could do that, or if you're on an iPhone, that's even better. The native translator on the iPhone is fantastic. It actually does a lot better, in my opinion, does a lot better than Google Translate. Although, yes, you can on a computer do Control A and then right click and click Google Translate, and it'll translate the whole page.
Right.
And all that, but it seems to be giving lots of definition, but not particularly any no. Here, where's
the only thing I can say?
It gives you a lot of information, but no details, right? It gives you no like.
No, it's like a dictionary. It's a dictionary as opposed to an etymological resource. It's a good dictionary. It's very thorough. I'm looking at the details that it provides, and I'm not complaining. It's just different than an etymological resource that goes into the nature of the progression of the word and its root and all of that. But then again, English and German are going to share a common root, so
yeah.
you just go again back to the Greek and Latin, and it's not like this is a unique concept to a singular language anyway. We could talk about Shangdi if you want to talk about Shangdi, but every language has their own.
Yeah, but I can imagine that for someone who talks English to learn German is not very easy.
Among Fangshafkatil. I like the language. I think it's pretty neat.
Ich kann nicht mehr deutsche Sprache lernen. Ich habe es einmal in meinem Leben.
Yeah, I can hear that. It still sounds pretty good.
Yeah.
Klingt sehr gut, mein Freund.
I've learned it 12 years in school, and the funny thing in Romania I was gold medal Olympic at Deutsche Sprache. And 20 years haven't spoken it. I forgot it. And now I find myself living and working here. And I speak it so badly. And the thing is for me that I know how grammatically wrong I am, and I don't like that.
Are you covering up your mic, bro? Because it's hard to hear.
Yeah, it's hard to hear you.
He was making love to his microphone.
Oh, I think I had my finger, under my phone.
Dude, keep your fingers out of the microphone and talk
yeah.
normal.
My bad.
Oh man, be civil.
Hey, I think that was a pretty polite way of saying it.
Oh, this is so crazy.
No, I mean, no, you good.
I live in a region where there's a lot of wine being produced, and they use.
I was going to say it's not nice to pour.
And they use a helicopter every year to use to spray it with pesticides. And now the helicopter crashed again. Like almost every year, you have one of these helicopters crashing.
Wow.
What is Duden?
I'm going to blame that on the Budweiser factory because they're the ones that make all the beer they drink.
What?
What is Duden?
It's a German language resource. I found it. Erfunkt is the word for origin. So that the section titled Erfunkt is where I'm sorry, I'm saying that backwards. Erkunft. Is that? Am I getting close to the pronunciation, Clay? Erkunft.
Herkunft. Come on, Clay, help us out. Fuck's sake.
That's what I said, damn it.
I was too stick to the helicopter. I'm sorry. What?
What?
I just read what happened to the helicopter, and both pilots survived. It's all good.
Okay. So, are we pronouncing the word right? The Herkunft? The wording of it?
Herkunft, yeah, almost.
Herkunft? Yeah.
Yeah, Herkunft. Yeah, it sounds pretty good.
Okay, well, I'm used to not pronouncing H's, but I forgot German does pronounce their H.
It's kind of soft, yeah. Gotta do it soft.
Yeah. Try Gaelic. Way more.
Yeah.
Cool.
I got a cousin named Kiahar. And I was like, they tried to explain to me how to say his name. Because they say Kiahar. They say it like in a weird way. And I was like, it just sounds like Kiahar to me. And they're like, I like the way you say it. I was like, that's the weirdest name I've ever heard, but I like it though. Like it's a neat name, but I'd never heard it before then. Kiahar.
Yay. Quad unit structure suitable related to gate or grid. Interesting. So that specific resource would give no indication that they're etymologically rooted in a similar origin.
Wait, did you change the guy's name to Larper? Yes.
I changed his name to Larper.
Yes, your name as well. Kind of bear.
Yeah. He's making a game out of this instead of sticking to the VC check-in like I moved him to.
Oh well. He refuses.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I'll give you time to think about that.
I posted this in a chat the other day, and the guy said that this was false evidence, and I said, no, I don't think it is. I think this is pretty much how geometry works, right? He got all mad at me.
Who got mad at you?
The guy that was trying to tell me that the lividity of the ocean was actually a curve towards the center point of the Earth. And I said, well, according to this, a straight line is a straight line. It doesn't curve. So it's either a straight line or it's a curved line. They don't coincide with each other, you know. It's like black and white. You know, you can mix them together and get gray, but you know what I'm saying? They're still black and white.
Yeah.
Just in case, you know, that came up, because I know that comes up in everything, like, right? They say, oh, we ask them where the curvature is, and they say, oh, it's there. It's right there in front of you. You just can't tell that it's curved because it's so little tiny bit of curve. Well, it doesn't work like that.
Yeah. I mean, it literally says right there, curved lines do not move in one direction. Direction keeps on changing from one point to the next. Versus the straight line always has a zero curvature. Straight lines move in one direction. I mean, it's pretty straightforward, you know. I don't know if you know. The guy
I thought so. I mean, I don't even trust science, but when I read this, I was like, that sounds like exactly what I expected to find, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I've heard it. I don't know if it was being said before the last few weeks, but I've noticed that they're all trying to say that this thing is true, that level means curved. And I've never heard that before until just the last few weeks. Maybe it's been around and it just wasn't argued as much. But
was he?
It's ridiculous. No, of course he can't. He can't. I mean, no, but that's what bothers me is that that's what they're holding on to, and it's like, but that doesn't even make logical sense. It doesn't make sense. Like, if you're going to give me a reason why you don't want to accept what I'm showing you, then you're going to have to give me a better reason than you don't see it. You know what I'm saying? Like, okay, you don't see it. You saw all the other like you show him a picture of all these lines, and you tell him, give him a ruler and say, here, which one of these lines are straight and which one are curved, right? He'll be able to answer that question. But as soon as you show him a picture of the Earth, he'll say, nope, that's flat, but it's curved. It's like, I don't get how you can, I don't know, I guess it makes me angry in a way, because it's like, well, how can you deny reality like that and say two opposing things in the same sentence and then say that makes sense and that's your excuse? It doesn't, I don't get that. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
How can you be someone being on a field of Discord for such a long time and then do a video and say this?
Did you know that the Earth is flat? There's no curvature, it's not spinning, and space is fake. Do they have any evidence? They do.
And that's exactly what I did. I went to the ocean and I measured it with a level, with a bubble level, and it's flat.
They have the most obvious evidence, but I'm going to do a debunk video because Matthew does things, right?
Maybe we should take apart these debunking videos, because they're really not debunking videos at all. They're just a bunch of people arguing that because some flat earther that they found on the internet is dumb, that makes us all dumb, and all of us believe the same thing that guy did, and so let's just bash all people that claim they believe the Earth's flat, right? Which is ridiculous. It's like saying that all people, you know, that all of one nationality are criminals. That's not true, right? But they want to use that, but it doesn't make any logical sense. I mean, if I was going to argue, I'd at least try to find something that makes sense so that at least I don't sound like a complete crazy person, you know what I mean? But it's like they don't even care anymore. They just throw it out there.
What they always do, man. Literally.
It's like
Always.
frustrating. I wish they would like actually, debate on a level, or at least have a conversation on a level where they're being honest with themselves. It's just frustrating,
But
It would
I'll
be
be
nice.
honest, I think that we're at the point where Flat Earth is being infiltrated by people that are not actually Flat Earthers, but do stupid arguments in order, or create stupid videos in order for these people to have videos to debunk.
I agree with you.
I mean,
I
how
do.
easy
I
is
agree.
it for a troll to do that? Just open a YouTube channel and start saying stupid stuff, about Flat Earth. I mean, it's a little bit like Flat Earth Society saying that the Earth is like flying upwards to creating gravity or whatnot. All these
You're right.
things.
Yeah, but that's my favorite question to ask them when they talk about gravity. I say, okay, well, what makes gravity? You're saying it's a liquid, a melted liquid in the center of the Earth. Okay, well, do you guys have a sample of that so we can see how it works? And can you pull a dog around with it like an invisible leash if you get some of this material? Will it pull on your hand? Will it get stuck to you if you hold on to it? Can you get rid of it? Like, will it not fall out of your hand because it's got gravity, right? It would just stick to anything, wouldn't it? Right? You could stick it on the ground, you could stick it on a wall, you could stick it anywhere, stick it on the ceiling because it's got gravity. It'll pull towards anything, any matter at all, right? But we don't have any demonstration of that. And that's one that got me. That's one that really got me thinking. It's like, wow, that's profound that there's no answer for that. It really
I think we got to get used to saying this phrase. When we say, hey, could you make us a model like out of clay and then put some water on it, and then put it in a vacuum and then give it gas pressure, but don't let the gas pressure like touch the walls of the container because there has to be a vacuum next to the gas pressure, right? And when you can't do that with gravity, we need to say this all the time. Well, that sounds like an excuse. It sounds like just an excuse. Like, oh, it's because of refraction. We can't see. That sounds like an excuse. Can you show us?
Yeah, it does
how
sound like
this works and how it doesn't work.
Yeah, in order for
According to
anybody
the
to be
Cavendish.
absolutely sure, we have to be able to sample it and test it. So that material that they claim exists must exist. And if we can't even get but 7 miles down or 100, whatever it is, in the Marianas Trench, then we obviously haven't been down there. So we really don't know what you know what I mean, without testing everything else in the world to find out, right? We need to do more research is what I'm thinking. It's not, I get it. When we can't do something, like when we can't get to the center of the Earth or even down far enough to really get a sample of whatever's really down there, if it's too hot to drill, then we can't be doing anything but theorizing, right? So why is it such a taboo for us to argue with a theory that isn't proven, right? Like that's what a theory is for. It's for argument. It's for conjecture. It's for people to bring their ideas in and say, well, what about this? What about that? That's how you figure out what stuff really is. You know what I mean? Right. Because you test all the different fields and all the different ways it can come in combos. Maybe you'll find some other reaction with some other chemical or some other rock or whatever. You never know, right? But they haven't done that exhaustive research. They've only done it to a certain point, and then they just basically say, well, we know basically what happened, so we're just going to stick with this, and we don't care if we find anything new. That's the way I'm feeling, right?
That's correct. And according to the Cavendish, your hand would stick to your wrist if it was cut off. There would be a definite attraction to some measurable amount because the Cavendish balls do that. And that sounds silly because it is.
Exactly. Yeah. But I mean, that's what I mean though, is that that's what bugs me the most about being involved with all this, is that the people aren't honest. And it's like, why can't you at least be honest? Or go out and get another account and come back in and pretend you're someone else, so that way you can actually try to be on the right side of this. You know what I mean? Like, give it a chance. Like, why is it, that's what I had to do in order to really get to figure it out. Like, it took me 40 years to figure out about flat Earth and the proof of it and all that. It was terrifying because everybody kept telling me I was crazy every time I mentioned it. I'm like, but that's what I believe. But they're like, nah, man, don't believe that. That's crazy. So I just didn't talk about it no more. Like, what else are you going to do? It's like, if you got a big ugly mole on the tip of your nose, you're either going to have to get used to it and then accept the fact that people are going to stare at it, right? And you're going to have to find a way to make a joke about it so that it makes people less uncomfortable, because they're probably as uncomfortable as you are about having to stare at the damn thing because it's hard not to look at, right? But in your heart that people don't do that just to be mean. They're doing it because they can't help but look at it, because you do the same thing. So at some point, you have to realize in your mind that you either have to be accepting of who you are and the way you look, and just say, you know what, whether or not it's ugly or whether or not it's pretty, it's who I am, and I have to live with it. Instead of trying to like change and mold and contour everything to make everybody else happy, maybe you should just be who you are and like present what you really are, like the truth, your honest opinion. Look at things with an honest look. Don't just assume. Don't let people convince you of things that aren't true unless they prove it to you. You know, like that's my advice, really. I think that could probably help people all over the world if they could just take that advice. You know what I mean?
How old are you that it took 40 years?
Well, I'm 48. I was shown the Earth was flat when I was 8, and then I spent 30-something years hiding it because I didn't know of really any evidence except for the water being flat, and I never really sat down and thought about it, you know, like, and really like analyzed or looked for other people. So I just kind of like spent the years just kind of ignoring it and kind of like knowing, well, eventually it's going to come out, right? Because, you know, the world doesn't last forever, and unless I die first, then I'm going to find out.
What was told to you, and who told you? If you don't mind sharing.
It was a church family from our church. I was at their house visiting their kid. You know, we're playing Nintendo or something, and when I was in the kitchen getting something to drink, I saw on the refrigerator they had a list of companies that they claimed were like bad companies and whatever. And I was like, what's this about? You know, like, and they were like, well, you know, we believe that these companies are wicked, you know, like not necessarily evil, but just like the practices that they use and the things that they put in their food and all that are just not right. This is way back in the day, right? And I was like, wow, that's profound. I thought, that's weird, right? And I was looking at the list and I thought, wow, you know, like a couple of those names, it's like stuff I eat every day. It's like,
you remember what companies?
That's a little scary. No, I remember Tyson and a couple others were on there. I think Tyson was the only one that really stood out to me, but it was a bunch of major companies like Kraft and whatever. And I don't want to say anything bad about those companies because I don't know. I didn't really research with that at that point. I was 8. But they showed me in the Bible, there was some verses in there, and then they told me, you know, have you been to the ocean? They asked me that. And that was enough to convince me. It was. I was like, wow, you know what? That's weird. I wonder why they lie about it. And they gave me an answer. They said it's because they're trying to hide the fact that we were put here and we were created by a creator. You know, of course, I believe in God, so they said God, but I'm saying, you know, just to share it so that you can relate. That's basically what they said. And I believed it. Instantly, I believed it. I was like, wow, it does. It says waters. He made it, you know, he made a firmament between the waters above and the waters below. And I thought to myself, that's so obvious. Why didn't I notice that before? But I spent my whole life arguing with people because they kept telling me, oh, no, that's not what the Bible means when it says that. And I'm like, but that's what it says. I don't get it. If water stays level, and I explained it to them, and they wouldn't have it. So over the years, I just stopped talking about it. I didn't think there was I didn't think that there was actually all this scientific evidence and I didn't know that they didn't have some kind of evidence to prove that, or at least to trick us into believing that it was a vol in the first place. I just assumed that, you know, that they were obviously smarter than us. You know, if they've really fooled the world, I just assumed, well, they've got some kind of way to do it. I didn't doubt it, I don't think. But
Thank you for sharing that. And that's very rare that a Christian family would have that teaching. Do you know if they were Amish? Do you know if they were Baptist?
No, they were Christian. They were Christian people. They went to our church. You know, and we always went to like Baptist and Christian type churches. So it was always either Baptist or one of those, you know, like small churches and things. It was never like big. My dad
pretty rare back then.
Oh yeah, it was really rare, like I said. And they had all kinds of stuff on the fridge. It was more than just the companies. It was all kinds of things that they kept track of it all. I thought it was weird. I thought they were weird at first, but you know, like the way they explained it to me and the way they showed it, it was like they already knew. They knew it. I could tell by the look in their eyes. They believed this.
So what denomination?
Wholeheartedly.
What denomination were they, Ricky?
I said I think they were either Baptist, but they're just Christian, basically. Bible believers.
All right.
You know, like
So
New Testament Bible believers.
The interesting thing about that share is that I said the exact same thing when I joined this group yesterday. On day 2, he created the firmament, and then I started unpacking everything from there. And I thought, if he's so literal with the description of what he created with the ark, why wouldn't he be literal in the description of the firmament and the waters and the lands? And thank you for that share, man, very much.
Well, I have a lot of questions about what's not in there too. Trust me.
The whole
You know,
thing
the
about
Baptists have a lot of younger creationists, so it's not that far with global flat Earth truthers.
the whole thing about separating the waters above from waters below is something that niggled the back of my brain for 45 years. Like I don't know. I knew there was
explained away to me by the fog and the clouds. That was supposedly the thing. That there was this fog or clouds that was over the earth at all times that protected it from the sun or whatever and watered the grass for you. And I'm like, well, in Missouri, the grass gets watered automatically still. It's like, like, I don't know. It just, like all the excuses that people were giving me not to believe what these people told me didn't make any sense to me. But like I said, I kind of just put it on the back burner because I was a kid, my hormones were starting to kick in and, you know what I mean? It's like, I was more worried about, having friends and chasing girls and getting through school and all that. I wasn't worried about that kind of thing at the time. But as I got older, it started to become more and more apparent that people really were stuck on this idea that they lived on a ball, even though I couldn't find any true evidence for it except the videos. And I hate to say that I don't believe NASA, but I just don't. I'm sorry. I've looked through so much of their videos and I've found so many holes in all this stuff. It's like, why would they have to fake any of it? And if they did, why wouldn't they just put on there, this is the recreation part and this is the real part? That's what normal, companies or people that put out videos and TV shows, right? They always tell you, this is a reenactment based on true events. It's not an actual truth. It's actually based on it, right? This way, that you don't need to go out and start buying guns to protect yourself from this. It's just a storyline. You know what I'm saying? You don't need to get concerned and worried. But it just fascinates me how many people can't tell the difference anymore. It's almost like somebody unplugged that part of the obviousness of knowing what's not real and what's real, right? It's terrifying. I'm sorry, I'm monologuing. My bad.
Aye, okay, we're listening.
I know, but sometimes I have a bad habit of I talk too long and I start running on about this and that, and I'm not talking about the stuff we were talking about in the beginning, and so I don't cut myself up, and that's what I'll do.
That's what we do here, right? You just share it, man, and go. Don't look for people to answer back. We appreciate the honesty and how open you're being with your experience and how you came to your realization, because it's testaments like this that other people can take on and start asking questions themselves.
Yeah, that's true.
I agree. That's really all I have to share is my honesty. My honesty about what I've witnessed. Right. I mean, I get it if other people witnessed everything I witnessed in my life and they came to a different conclusion. That would be fine with me. You know what I mean? I just feel like what I guess the hole in my heart is that people take it like as if I'm against them or something. It doesn't change the fact that I care about other people. Just because you don't believe the Earth's a ball or you don't believe it's flat, like that doesn't matter to me, really. Not really. Now, if that ends up turning out to where you're going to go and do this and it's going to cause harm to my family because you believe the Earth's a ball, then yeah, I would say that would become a problem. But in reality, it's really not that big a deal to me whether you believe in it or not. It's not, because I know it's true, so I don't really care. But if you're curious about why I believe it, or you think that I'm a fool, and you come in here and talk to me personally, for whatever, because that's what you're wanting to know is, are you just crazy or do you actually have some kind of evidence or whatever, an experience that brought you to this idea? And that's all I can really share is my experience of why I come to that conclusion. I can't prove to you, I can't make you look at what I saw and say, well, you have to see this. I can't do that. You know what I mean? So all I can really do is just share with you what I've learned and what I've seen and why I came to this conclusion, because that's what makes sense to me. And that's what I'm supposed to do. Otherwise, then maybe I should just plug into whatever computer brain that they're putting out now, or AI, and just become part of the computer system. Because then I if I'm not going to be myself and make my own choices, what's the point of even be here? It doesn't make sense to me. This all makes everything point towards the type of lifestyle where we end up hating, all of us hating each other and being so paranoid of each other because simply the government, that's all they want to do. Is just basically keep us terrified of each other and fighting amongst each other over stupid stuff that we really don't care about. It's ridiculous. Like, who really cares what kind of shoes another person wears or what kind of clothes another person wears? Do you really care about that? unless they're disgustingly dirty and they smell bad. Do you really care if somebody's wearing a dress or a shirt or a pants? No. Why would you care? Right? Unless you're in a room where there's machinery and you could get tangled up in it, it doesn't really matter what people wear. But why is it that when you go into a grade school and high school nowadays, and it was like that 40 years ago when I was there, the kids pick on each other over this stuff? Why? What is the point of that, right? What do they get out of it by making fun of other kids because they're not wearing Nikes and Adidas? They're wearing Kmart specials or whatever the hell they call them nowadays. We call them a Kmart special. You know, like, what's wrong with wearing shoes from Payless, dude? If you can't afford the expensive ones, what's wrong with that? Does it really matter? No, it doesn't matter. You know what I mean? Yeah, they wear out more and they look shitty. So what? That's what I can afford, bro. Like, why is that? Like, why do you have to take that personally and make it about disliking me or putting me in a category because my mom happens to not be able to afford Nikes?
Because a lot
$150 will buy a lot of groceries in 1980s. You know what I'm saying?
A lot of people.
And a pair of Reeboks just wasn't worth it. You know what I'm saying? So it's like we made choices to survive, and people made fun of it. It's like, why would you do that? There's no reason for that.
They get
except you're just an asshole.
Yeah, they get a kick out of it, putting people down. Makes them look big in the.
And so I learned that there's different kinds of people. And you know, I've done this too. I've bullied before. I've done these things. I've picked on people. Don't get me wrong, right? I'm not perfect. You know, I picked on other people because it feels good sometimes, especially when the person seems to be doing something that just gets on your nerves and you really don't want to be around them. Instead of just saying, "Why don't I just walk away?" You stick around anyway, but you decide you're going to pick on them anyway. And I know I made that decision was wrong, but I'm not saying that I've never done it, right? But what does it feel like when somebody steps all over your feelings? Even if it's not something that really bothers you, the fact that somebody that you barely know has decided to come up to think and sit and dwell in his mind about how he can insult you and bring you down to a level that makes you feel less than him. Obviously, that was the intent of it, right? Either I don't know what other intent there would be. But I just don't understand this idea. It's an idea. It is. It's like an idea that's being pushed in the media. It is. I can do what I want, and you can't tell me what to do. And if you do, I'm gonna hurt you. Or I'm gonna cause violence on you, right? Or if you try to argue with me, or if you say that I'm gay and I don't like that word, or if you say I'm an N-word and I don't like that, then I'm gonna hate on you, and then I'm gonna tell all my friends about it. We're gonna make fun of you, and we're gonna keep this up until somebody gets hurt, right? What kind of sense does that make? Can anybody here tell me how that makes any sense at all?
Mm-mm.
How is that going to make your life positive? How's that going to save the world? How's that going to stop people from killing each other? And how's it going to stop the government from taking advantage of us? It's never going to do it, right? And they know this. That's why they push it. But we all sit here on our butts or in front of our computers or walking around with our headsets, and we talk about this. But what I want to see, bro, and I know I need to do it too because I'm not doing it yet, but I feel like I need to do something about it. You know what I mean? Especially now that they're saying that they're going to be taking people's kids away because they believe the Earth's flat. Give me a freaking break. This is ridiculous. And I'm sure that's just a story in the news. But are you kidding me? What's wrong with people? What's wrong with all of you? Like, why do you accept this stuff? Why don't you say something about it? Why aren't we calling the damn news companies? Why aren't we writing the newspaper and saying, what's wrong with you people? Do you realize what you're doing? Maybe if somebody did that, they'd start changing their attitude about it. Or at least make them feel guilty, right?
Just to give everybody ease of mind, I'm sorry for interrupting. The only way that CPS can take your children away is if you contract with them and sign a family plan, or
but I'm saying, I'm talking like a normie, you know. I just meant like a normie, you know. They're threatening this and normies are getting scared. Because I talked to someone the other day, 2 days ago, I talked to someone online. I was literally scared about that. I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, he was talking. I said everything I needed to say. You either contract with CPS and then take your... You either contract with CPS and then take your kids away, or you commit a felony and then contract with them, or you commit a felony. So I'm just trying to use everybody's mind.
Yeah, you were roboting through that, but I think what he's trying to say, well, I won't do it. I'll let him do it when he gets fixed. I'm just saying, I feel kind of like
I apologize.
I feel like a crappy person. I really do, and not because I interrupted you. I apologize for that, but that's not what I'm talking about. I mean, like, I feel like a crappy person because when I get up and I do hear stories from the news about people getting hurt and people dying and people getting murdered over stupid stuff, it hurts. It hurts. It literally hurts, man. It makes me think, God, what's going on? Like, are people really that ignorant? Like, how is that possible? I'm baffled by it. There's no way that this is an accident. This has been done to us, people. It's not a joke. We need to start taking it more seriously. Just saying.
My guy, I totally understand what you're saying. Okay, flat Earth. That's what we try to keep it about and keep the talking. I know I encouraged you to share, right? I realize that everybody comes to Earth, right? Sovereign being, and they have their experiences and everything else, right? But what I will say to you is that you cannot challenge a man on what he's going to do. It's an essence of what he feels to do. And I would never encourage you to look at anybody else and point the finger. And I would also encourage you to not look at life from a victim perspective. No one's a victim here, right? Everybody is dealing with things as best as they can. They all have their own situations to deal with stuff, right? But the biggest thing is no one is a victim.
What do you mean no one is a victim?
And I wanted to apologize. I wanted to apologize because I interrupted him, and then 3 times I had to interrupt him. So, my apologies there, Napalm. Yeah, all I was saying was that the only way the CPS can take your kids away is if you contract with them, right? You sign like a family plan or something, right? Or you commit a felony. So as long as you don't do either one of those things, they can't take your kids away for believing the flat Earth. They can try, but it's not something that I understand that they can do. So, yeah, just don't contract with them. Don't sign anything they give you. Get a lawyer. Don't answer the door. That sort of thing. And this is not legal advice, of course. And I apologize for interrupting again because I believe that this guy just said something. So please, Roderick had a question.
I enjoyed that. I enjoyed listening to Rookie and even Kiwi there, what he said. Super good. You're right, Hank. We forgive you.
Kiwi, I think Roderick had a question for
That was a good monologue, Rookie. A lot of people enjoyed that. Or rant. Monologue
Thank
slash
you.
rant.
Yeah, I know. I do a lot of that lately. I'm pretty stressed out. I got a lot going on in my life, so I apologize if I seem a little like eccentric more than I normally am. But I've been trying to stay away because I've got issues going on and trying not to let it like bleed into my personal life and into the live stream because I don't So I apologize if I seem like different than or a little more
Rookie,
aggressive.
what did we say about apologizing?
Okay, everybody send a letter
Fuck
to
all of you. I'm going to do what I want. Okay.
There you go. That's the way.
everybody send a letter to your local news station.
Yeah, but when
tell
I say that and I really
Hold
mean
on,
it,
hold-
do you really? You don't take it that way, do you? You always take it as not being egotistical, right?
Never.
No.
Never ego.
All right.
Not from you, dude.
I'll try. All I can do is say I'll try.
So
You do, and you succeed. Okay, Godric, go ahead, bud.
Sorry. How strong a letter are we talking about? Like, are we going to threaten them? Are we going to tell them they're fucktards? What are we going to tell them?
Who are we talking about?
Oh, wait, hold on.
Write a letter to your local news station.
Damn it, I'm sorry.
That puts this propaganda mind control on TV constantly.
Turner Broadcaster.
Television is 90% of the problem.
You're never taking that away from the people, though. Ever. Electricity will have to go out, and even still, people will be like, I gotta watch fucking TV somehow.
I don't know why.
I think some people would actually go batty and lose their minds if you took
Most
the TV
people. Most people that rely on even just the background, news going on while you're getting ready, right? So many people use the news as that subconscious thing that you ignore to somehow help you focus on the one thing you're supposed to be doing.
And some people use it as a distraction to make them forget about all the stuff they have to do. Yeah, I agree.
Sure, absolutely.
Yeah, it goes all those ways.
Guilty.
But it's funny how we all find excuses why we sit in front of it way too long, right?
Well, we're doing the
It'd be
same
one thing
shit
if we
here.
watched one show,
Don't get it
right?
twisted. We're doing the same
Oh
shit
yeah, I
here.
agree. I do. I'm two-faced just like everybody else. Get used to
Well, that's not the point.
No. You know what I mean, though.
The point is, it works. There's so many toys, right? So many toys. It works no matter how, it's kind of like the Globers, like the ones that come here, they already know it's flat, but they're going to keep, digging heels in. And we're the same way in a lot of things. Like, we're just going to stay here day after day, same people, talking about the same shit, instead of going out and doing something about it, and I'm not innocent of that. And maybe other people are out there doing something about it. Maybe I'm just talking about myself and how I need to improve, but I don't know what the fuck I was saying.
It's actions speak louder than words, and the pen is mightier than the sword. So write a really strong letter to your local TV station. Begin with an F, lots of F's, U's, C's, and K's, and a little U. At the end.
It's not a bad plan. Sounds at the very least cathartic.
I'm concerned that we have too many F's. They're just going to throw it away and not really take it in, not going to read it.
Yeah, I was just going to say maybe if you went with a nice polite approach, it might work a little better.
A capital F, and then a lot of little U's before they lose interest. CK, and a little U at the
I'm
end.
going to start on my letter tonight.
10 pages of fuck you.
No, it would be 10 pages of just F's, U's, and C's all just mismatched and rearranged in different ways.
They'd be like, this must be a code. Can we get the code breakers in here? Some guys just sent us a really fucking coded letter here.
Yeah, and the code guy will come in the room. He'll sit down and look at the paper, and he goes, it means F you.
Fuck off.
Well, sir, it appears that he's used the same 4 letters, and they happen to spell out only one word that we can think of. Well, what's the word, sir?
High level code breaker. Tell us your opinion. What do you think they're really trying to say here? Sir, they mean to say fuck off.
They might be slightly upset, sir. I'm not sure.
A very strong letter.
Well, my firm belief is if when you're in a conversation one-on-one, if you don't throw not necessarily an F, but an expletive in there at some point, I don't think people take you seriously like you're really angry or you're really upset. And when you are upset and you're trying to get your point across or you're trying to explain yourself or whatever, I think it's important for you to use that specific type of way of describing things and expressing yourself in order to make people listen. Because if I'm just saying it low and calm and, yeah, thank you, and they're not going to listen. But if I'm upset and I say, hey, wait a second, buddy, I'm not really being aggressive, but I'm getting your attention, right? You're not just going to sit there and go, oh, what'd you say, huh? Well, no, because I'm being aggressive. I'm raising my voice. I'm making sure that you know that what you're saying is aggravating me. Not necessarily because it really is, but because it's a way to let you know where I'm coming from. So you're getting the right signal, right? So I know you understand me, and you understand. It goes both ways. Anyway, I'm going to shut up.
Like Flat Earth, dude. He just goes, fuck off.
Or like Sasha, he's such a pain in the butt and everything. And you can't understand what he says. And that Glot Flabe or whatever his name is, that guy sucks.
Well, there's 2 Glot Flobes and a Glot Flabe, so pick your pies, huh?
The one that happens to be speaking right now. Yeah, that's the one.
Fuck that, dude. Forget about him.
Okay, you know what? Done.
You're better off alone. I'm just kidding. Rookie, you're not better off alone. You need to surround yourself physically with lots of friends and family.
I've thought about going out and trying to procreate some more before I get too old, but I don't know if my wife's going to go along with it.
Okay, well, a lot to unpack there. Not necessarily what I was suggesting, but
I know. Yes, I agree. You surround yourself with smart people, and then you.
Well, not just
by
smart.
By nature, you become more intelligent. Do you not?
Same thing with surrounding yourself with loving and strong people who build you up and not let you down. Sounds like a
Which I do, commercial. Except for when it comes to flat Earth. That's the only thing I can't seem to get my spouse and my daughter to at least agree with me that they understand why I.
Well, then you're never gonna. You keep bouncing that basketball on their head instead of saying, "Here's the ball."
That one. Wait, what was that comment someone made earlier? Someone made a comment I was going to say something about. How many lights does the sun make? How many lights does the sun make?
How many lights?
Lights, yeah. That Mod Justin put that in there. He said, "How many lights does the sun make?"
The sun doesn't make lights, plural. It delivers light. Looks like.
Well, I know, but I think he was asking the question because he was trying to make a point. I'm just trying to figure out where he was going with it. That's all.
That's a great question.
If he's still in there. Because it sounds like it has like a double meaning or something, but it might have just been a joke, to something else somebody said. I don't know. Maybe he's not here to explain.
Oh, the double meanings.
What's up with
Justin's still here.
We got Chocolate saying and Witzy gets it in the house right now. By the way,
we got some like legends or whatever you want to call it. I don't know why they're not talking about it.
Oh, I yield the floor, sir.
Just give him time. Just give him time. We'll not be able to stop him.
I don't think we need to yield the floor. I mean, they're just like people like you and me.
Listen, I got stuff to do today too, so I'll just listen and let the old guard take it away, right?
Well, you can just fluff off too, then, okay?
I shall. Fack off. I will. See you guys later.
I prefer fluff. I like that word. I'm going to start using that more often, maybe instead of the other.
Mother Hubbard.
Mother, father, mother, fluffer. Yeah. Really? Nothing?
Bastard sword.
Man, it's getting tough in here, huh?
Oh, it's been fun for the past hour. I've enjoyed it.
I had an idea today. I want you guys to tell me what you think. And I know it's a stupid idea, but it just popped into my head. And you know how I am. Yeah, I did actually. It was very painful. So I'm sitting there thinking to myself this morning. I'm thinking, okay, so all the trouble that we have trying to just share with people on the live stream, right? And how we get this issue where we're trying to explain something that we've seen, and we're saying, look, this is what I saw, but you can't show them what you saw because they can't be standing there on the beach with you, right? So I thought, I got an idea, right? We create a challenge, right? Where I take you and I show you my evidence physically. I take you to the places where I've seen the things I've seen and show them to you. And then after you see them, then you can decide, and then beyond that, there ain't much I can do for you, right? But it would be a challenge because, of course, most people won't look at the evidence. So I would call it a challenge simply because, most people that hear our proof won't look at it like that. They usually just ignore it, or they go and they look for another answer, and then they bring that answer in, and then they circle that answer. You know what I'm saying? This would be a really easy way to just literally lay it right out in front of you. And then if you want to sit there and argue that you saw the Earth was flat, but now you're going to say it's curved now, it was going to be kind of silly. You know what I mean? But I'm trying to think of how many people would actually take me up on the deal, right? Like, I'm not saying charge them or anything. I'm just saying, like, you show up, you buy the airfare, and I'll take you to the places where I've been, if you really want to see the truth. But I wonder how many of people that don't believe the Earth's flat would actually show up. Probably not too many, but hey, it's an idea, right?
Yeah.
Then I'll take you down to Monterey, and we'll look across from Monterey to the coast. There's a spot where it's like 5 or 6 miles, and you can see the beach. And then I'll take you to San Francisco, and I can show you all the ships going out of the Oakland Harbor that go straight out into the ocean. They disappear over the supposed curve. Then I'll take you over onto the other side of the Golden Gate Bridge, and we'll look at those same boats going from left to right, going out into the ocean. And you'll see that they don't go over a curve at all. They just go straight out, and then finally they start to disappear the same way they do when they're going away from you. It's fascinating. Then I'll take you up to a place in Vacaville where you can stand on a clear day and you can see Mount Shasta almost to the base of it. It's 14,000 feet high, and it's over almost 200 miles away, but yet you can see it with your bare eyes. Now, they claim you can only see about 3 miles if you look on the internet. According to the curve of the Earth, you should only be able to see about 2.7 to 2.9 miles based on a 5-foot level height of your eyeballs, right? So you're standing on the beach, and you're about 5 feet high. That's about what you're going to see. Now, I can see 100 miles or more on a good day, and I'm not that much further up off the ground than standing right by the ocean. Now, you're going to have to see, when you see that, you're going to have to explain to me how that can be true, and you still believe this idea that something's curved, even though you can't see that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because if it was a sphere, it would be curved in all directions, not just from close to you to far away from you. That would be a toilet paper roll. That's not what the Earth is shaped like either. You know what I'm saying? And the idea, somebody said this earlier today. I know they did. Maybe it wasn't. I'm pretty sure it was on here. Somebody actually said that if you had a telescope strong enough, you could see the back of your own head or your own butt. And I said, you know what? That's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard any smart person ever say. That wasn't kidding, obviously. Come on, really? And I think this guy actually claimed to have some kind of degree. Me personally, I don't have a degree. I didn't even graduate high school. But if you ask me questions about the heliocentric and all that, I can tell you all the answers to it, most of them. I know all the talking points, and I understand most of the science that goes along with it. Now, why is it I'm able to understand that, and I don't even have a high school education? Maybe because education doesn't make you smart. You think? If you can teach yourself, if you can read a book and comprehend what it says and remember the details of it, then you can do like anybody else can. You can get a degree. It's simple. Read a book and answer the questions right. It's not difficult. It's not like they double test you and make sure that you can actually perform what you learned, right? All you got to do is answer the damn multiple choice questions. How hard is that? My cat could probably pass some of those classes. Come on, man. But we hold this thing over people's head like a degree. I'm a professor. I've got a doctorate. I don't care. I could have got a doctorate too if I would have stayed in school. I was too lazy. But that doesn't change the fact that I'm intelligent, does it? No. And it doesn't make you more intelligent than me. It makes you more. You have more knowledge, maybe more wisdom when it comes to the details of what you learned. But you're not any more intelligent than I am. Not by any means. In fact, you might even be dumber than me and you still got a degree. What does that prove? It doesn't prove anything. That's why I don't measure people's intelligence by their damn degree, because it doesn't help you. Because if you got a degree in art and all you know how to do is paint and do shadows, then does that make you smart? No. If you only knew one thing like how to fix cars, that wouldn't make you smart, would it? No. No. A smart person can learn anything. They can teach themselves anything. That you watch someone else do it or have them explain it and you just copy it. That's what intelligence is. It's not that thing where you just memorize crap and you can spout it off. That's not intelligence.
That's not IQ.
Right?
Yeah. Come on, man. If you can't tell
That's
us how,
science. Yes, science.
You can't tell this.
So if we're going to use science, let's use the science that proves things instead of the science where we all just keep guessing and arguing about who guessed better. You know what I mean? Like, it doesn't make sense, right?
You can't tell the difference between me and Trump, and you ain't black.
And furthermore, I want to say one last thing. When I'm wrong and I realize it, I'll admit it every single time. And I'll almost always even apologize for it. But what I won't do is accept someone's crap telling me that something's different than what I saw it unless they show it to me. I'm just never going to do that. I'm sorry. And I don't expect you to either.
Yeah, you use the tools at your disposal way back in the 90s when the PC first came out. It was being a little bit sluggish or acting a little bit strange. You use Google, and then suddenly you know how to change power supplies, RAMs, solder CPUs, blah, 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 blah. You just did it all by yourself. That's IQ, it's not intelligence. Well, I mean, yeah, but it's the same thing, isn't it? Yeah, sorry, just to go back there, a point that you were making there, I think the hardest part is to get people to even look at the idea that they might not be living in a spinning ball. That's the hardest thing. People just don't. They just automatically...
Yeah, you wouldn't think it would be hard considering they'll spend 2 hours arguing with you about it, right?
They'll just automatically, most people today would just automatically dismiss it as an arcane idea that doesn't. That's just, it's just fucking laughable. It's the possibility that there could be some truth to it won't even enter their heads, man. It's just bang, out. It goes in one ear, out the other.
I know. It's frustrating. It really is. When I was a kid and I used to read, like Revelation, and I'd wonder, like, what does it mean? What is it really describing, and will this ever happen? And I always thought, a lot of the stuff that was in there made a lot of sense with what was going on in the world. And now I'm to a point where there's not really anything else in there that I haven't compared to something that I see in the world, and it makes me wonder, has that always been there, or did I just conceive it over a period of time because of my belief in it? That I can't really answer, but it sure doesn't feel like a lie to me. It feels like genuine reality, like it matches up with things. And I can't argue with that. So I can't just throw out the Bible. I know a lot of people say that, that's not proof or anything. And you're probably right. But the proof for me is that if a book exists that literally has all kinds of truth in it, but it's a matter of you investigating it and opening the book and realizing that that's what it is. And the faith that you have in that this is a book that's going to help you, and you read it, and you'll actually find information in there that will help you. And I could give you examples, but I think most people that have had any kind of like religious experience probably know what I'm talking about. You know what I'm saying? It's like when you're going through something difficult in your life, and you just think to yourself, you look up and you think, whoever you are up there, whatever it is that made me, why is this happening to me? Explain it to me. I'm telling you, every time I do that, within 48 hours, I get some kind of an answer. It's not always an answer I'm expecting. Sometimes it's just somebody that'll recognize that I'm going through that problem, and they'll ask me about it, and then I'll have a big old conversation, and afterwards I'll realize, okay, I get it now. It kind of makes sense. I can't say that you would agree with me if I showed you that, or if you were to experience what I did. But all I can say is that that's what's convinced me my whole life, is those things. And that stuff manifesting and being true and making me feel in my heart like, wow, if I would have listened to this storyline, if I would have listened to the principles in this story when I read it the first time, I wouldn't have gotten in that trouble. And that's profound. That's I don't know how. I've never read a book that was like that before. I mean, I've read all kinds of science fiction books, all kinds of weird, self-help things and all that. And I've never had it like literally speak the truth, like out of the pages through someone else's story. Never in my life. The Bible's the only book that I've ever had experience that does that, right? And so I have to admit, there's something about it, I don't know what it is, that tells me that if God does exist, which I believe he does, whether he's some guy in a robe or whether he's just another being that put us in here, he exists, you know what I'm saying? And he would have made sure that there was a message for me. So that if I did grow up in an area where people didn't believe in him or didn't know him, I could still have the benefit of finding the answer to that if I seek it, right? Because that's all it's there for. It's not there to be shoved down anybody's throat or forced on anybody. It's simply to share stories and things from the past, and maybe it's even just made up stories. Who cares? There's truth in it. You know what I'm saying? Like it's just, I just don't get why. I guess I kind of went off on a rant, but I don't get why I'm not allowed to use that and share that as my witness because the person doesn't believe in God. I find that kind of ridiculous because it's still true to me, and I still, you know what I'm saying? Like, you have to know, like, from talking to me and getting to know me, that I really truly believe in this stuff. I'm not nuts. I believe it because I've been proven. And I understand that you don't understand that, but I can't help that, right? All I can do is share and hope that you understand me and at least don't think I'm nuts. But I can't really make you believe it or make you understand it. It's just who I am. You just have to accept it more is what it is. So I find that a lot of times I just have to say, you know what? I disagree with you, but I like talking to you. So I'm not going to just throw away the friendship and call you a numpty dumbass because there's no reason for that, right? Besides the fact that you don't agree with me on this subject, we get along just fine. So there's no reason for me to be, well, I don't want you around me. But at the same time, if that person, every time I bring them over and they have a conversation, they just bring me down and try to confuse me, and they never want to talk about the truth, I'm not going to invite them. You know what I'm saying? Not that I'm going to be mean to them. I just won't invite them to my house anymore or into the conversation. It's not hard. You can run away. You have the free will to just get up and move if you don't like something. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, what is reality? And there's a lot of fakeness.
I know what reality is.
Well,
when somebody punches you in the nose, that's reality, right?
I know.
You can feel it, you can smell it, you can taste it, you can touch it. That's reality.
Okay, all right.
Reasoning isn't necessarily. Go ahead. I'm sorry. I'm mumbling.
Yeah, but that's not to say that there isn't some kind of self-help book here too that might be true, like the Bible.
Of course there is. And I would almost guarantee that the people who wrote those books read the Bible and that's where they got the information from. But I can be wrong. Maybe some of the stuff that's in there is obvious and it could be in any book, but I just find that there's a lot of stuff in there that I haven't even experienced it all. Like I've read the whole thing once, maybe twice. I've listened to it on tape quite a few times, but I don't study it every single day, but I do look for it when I need help. When I'm having trouble like I have lately, I've looked in the Bible a lot lately. And it has helped me get through. It's helped me cope. It showed me storylines and places where in the Bible where people had the same kind of conundrum I'm having, where they're losing people in their family and things.
Just about to ask you, did you find that what you were reading was correlating with an actual situation you were going through at that time? Yeah.
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 Exactly.
I found that too. I was religious for many.
And it's like
I just
a lot of times it gave me peace knowing that somebody else went through it, and it was like, wow, they and then at the end I was like, wow, that's you know what I mean, right? Like that's the only way stuff gets proven to me. Really, it's got to be.
Isn't that strange? Yeah, it's like strange. It's like you read a part, you read something, and the very same thing, similar situation in a different context happens that day. That's crazy.
Yeah, and I've had it happen a couple times where I would just open it up, like just ask for a question and open it, and it would go. And I'm telling you, every time I've done that, there was something in there. It might have taken me reading a few phrases or a few, paragraphs or whatever, but it's like no matter where you open it up to, there's something to learn. There's something to be shared with you, and it's not necessarily like divine necessarily. I guess it's just truth. I mean, it's just happens to be facts. And if that helps you, then use it. If not, then you can throw it away if you want, but don't get mad at me because I want to use it because I find a lot of truth in it. So why not use it as a reference? I mean, I can use Shakespeare as a reference and nobody gets mad, right? I can use Einstein's writings. I can use anybody, Darwin's, right? Nobody's going to get mad at me for that, right? So why can't I use divine writing from whoever wrote it? Like they were all written by different people. What's wrong with that? I don't get it. You know what I mean? Like if what they're writing about is true and you can find some truth or whatever, you get something out of it, then what's the harm in it? Why be afraid of it? Why get angry? Why say it's irrelevant? Because it's not irrelevant, right? Okay, I'll shut up about it. Let's get back to play.
It's a platter. That's good. Platter.
Yeah, the truth does.
Holy shit, bro. That's funny.
Like that one, big lad.
I like that, bro. Holy shit.
You're a man. Men need to. Yeah, I love those commercials. They're funny.
It didn't really help, but that's just a funny joke from back home.
I know, I got it. What do you guys think about it? Come on, nobody's gonna even attack me, or nobody's gonna say anything counter or nothing. Like,
That's one of
I'm not trying to start a fight. Don't get me wrong. I'm just saying, what do you guys think about that? Do you guys
Put 'em
have
up.
experiences like that, or am I the only one?
Put him up. I'll fight you one hand behind my back.
What's your
claim, Rookie?
No play. I'm just trying to keep the conversation going, I guess. I mean, I like to talk, so that helps too.
The lessons I took from scripture, I always refer to it as scripture versus religion. You say religion and it starts wars, right? So we go above that and we go scripture because it's written, just like your scientific guys wrote stuff. Our guys wrote stuff, and I like to refer to it. I have, and this is just a personal testament. This is not me trying to pull on heartstrings or anything like that. I'm just being authentic and raw with you guys. I'm 42 myself, multiple sclerosis, in a wheelchair part-time. I totally understand the aspect of life will present you with struggles, right? And this is why I was saying earlier that we're all brought to a place where we all have things and shit that stuff that we're dealing with. And I like to take the mental approach to things that nobody is a victim here, because Christ did it without sin, right? And sorry to again revert to scripture, but that's the man that we look to be the role model, to try to instill the love that he tried to instill in us in teaching. So yeah, there's tons of lessons to be taken. I think the biggest thing for me is that you never get broken off a bigger cross than you can't bear.
Yeah, no, never give you what you can't bear. Yeah.
I'll let her know. I was going to say is, I think it would be a fun experiment to take these videos that supposedly debunk our evidence and just pick them apart. I think maybe there are people already doing that, but I think that we need to. I'm going to do some research on how some of the things that, like, I don't know much about Photoshop. I can usually tell when Photoshop's used, but I don't necessarily know what they call the different level change and all that. I don't really know how to do it. So I'd probably need help with that end of it. And I'm thinking about just literally tearing apart all these videos that supposedly debunk evidence that we all know is true, right? But they somehow find some little way to, like, make it look wrong, right? But they never really bring any evidence. And I think that if we expose that, it might actually have a better effect on people that don't agree with us or think we're lying or think we're just nuts. It might give them a better perspective of what we really are saying. Like, I think a lot of people that come in here, and I've noticed that this still happens, like, people come in here and they think that we believe whatever they saw, whatever they heard on TV about flat earthers. They don't consider the fact that we're probably all individual and we probably all believe different aspects of it, right? Because some of the stuff that we talk about, we can't prove. So we're going to have differences, right? So I just think it's profound that how we don't show things for what they really are. Like, I get in trouble all the time because I tell people the truth. Somebody says something that I think is wrong, I won't necessarily call them out and say, hey, you're a dumbass, or be mean to them, but I'm not going to let someone stand there when I know they're lying to me and allow them to continue on with this charade. I'm going to let them know, hey, I already know you're full of it. Let's move beyond that. Let's get down to the nitty gritty. Let's move beyond the playing games and pretending and all that. We all can do that, right?
Yeah, that's kind of real life. That's me in real life too, bro. If somebody oversteps the mark, I just can't help myself. It's just a compunction. I just tell them exactly.
Yeah, I know. It is. It's hard for me too. I find myself calling people names, and then I'm like, well, I don't mean it that way. I just mean I'm frustrated because you're not listening to me. But I mean, so in a way, it happens. It slips. You get upset. When people are especially just trying to troll you and irritate you, I believe you obviously you should take them somewhere else so that you're not doing it, in a place where everybody kind of wants it to be calm. But, you should be able to have a battleground for you to go and talk to the person and hash it out if you want to.
But when everyone in the group is too scared to say anything because it might lead to confrontation.
Yeah, right.
You're going to be the guy who's going to.
But see, like I said, that's the reason why I say I get in trouble a lot, because I'll call that out. And I know it makes people uncomfortable because some people don't agree. But I'm not trying to like make anybody look bad. I'm just trying to like say this is something that I see about the place where I like to spend my time. And it bothers me because it makes me feel like I'm like that. And that the people that come in here and that they come in here to find information, whether they're trolling or not, that they have that they're going to think that it's some kind of a joke, that we're just there to pick on them and make fun of them. And I don't want people to think that, even though that's kind of what ends up happening. It's kind of inevitable, but it's not like I want that to work out that way. I'd rather have them understand and see what I'm talking about and go do some research and then come to that conclusion. That's the easiest way to share with somebody, correct? You know what I mean? Like, and it bugs me because, of course, I got picked on as a kid. I got abused physically, mentally, and sexually. So I know what it's like to be picked on. And so that's why it bothers me so much. But I don't think when we're calling each other names or we're saying, hey, you're a dummy, or we're just goofing around, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about when somebody comes in and they're stubborn, they're in cog dis, and we know this. We know it's their brain protecting itself. We know it's a psychological problem. It's not something they really have control over at some point, right? Or maybe they do or don't, but we all know that it's a difficult situation. Well, we put them in that position. We get them in cog dis, and then we call them names. That doesn't make sense to me.
Well, like you say, I went through the whole being bullied thing and being a bully too, but I left that shit back in high school, you know.
Mm-hmm.
There was a doorman.
Yeah, I thought it was gone too, but yeah, it seems to pop its head up here and there in different places, right?
Yeah, I did the same thing, man. I mean, I was bullied and picked on, and I bullied and picked on people, but not to a fucking bad degree. But then I just, like, I don't know, when I turned like 17, 18, I just left all that shit behind.
Yeah, you grow out of it, right? You realize that, you know, all it does is cause strife and frustration, and especially in days like these where kids carry guns, you know, you got to be careful who you mouth off to, you know, like. But I mean, I understand we're online and all that, but you know, like I want, like, I really do want to like feel like when I send someone to this particular room, that's not going to happen to them. I wish I could say that, but it's sad that I can't do that necessarily because I don't. Of course, it depends on their attitude too. You know, I'm not saying that we're all guilty and that these guys are all innocent by any means. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying it feels like as if instead of using kid gloves and trying to be civil, we're just more like trying to have fun by making fun. And that's what we get mad at them for. And I think that's unfair. And I think that turns a lot of people off to even looking at the idea of flat Earth just because it sounds like we're just throwing shit back and forth. You know what I mean? It's like, yeah, okay, we're going to fling shit on you, and then it goes back and forth. It's just a bunch of kids fighting over stupid stuff, right?
Like
I would like to feel like that this was a place where you come and you actually find out information and you don't get insulted.
Well, that happens a lot of the time.
You know what I mean? Yeah, it does happen. But it's usually with someone who is open-minded, right? But when someone goes into cog dis, which we know is going to happen to a lot of people, we're not like light on. We like get rough with them and then they run away and then or you know what I mean? Like I don't know. Maybe I should just shut up and get over it. But
I have my own chair.
I'm trying to like get my point across because I think people misunderstand when I complain. Okay, I complain because I don't see a lot of people complaining about anything. I look in the complaint place and there's no posts. I look in the locker room and yeah, we talk about complaining about the people that keep coming back and all that, but I don't see a lot of people complaining about what's going on the live stream. There just isn't. And I'm concerned about that because I see a lot of stuff. I'm not saying that all of it's really bad and horrible and that people need to be kicked out. I'm just saying that these people are nice people. I know they are, but yet they're acting like what they're not. They're being something they're not. You know what I'm saying? We're all good people in here. I know we can all be nice and we can all have a cordial conversation, right? But for some reason, we get together in certain groups and a certain person sets us off. And next thing you know, we're berating somebody for no reason except they just don't want to listen to us. You know what I mean? Like, and that just seems like a childish thing to do. Maybe it's just me. Maybe I need to, go back to school. I don't know. But it just feels wrong.
I don't mean to be rude, Rookie. I don't mean to be rude, but you're repeating yourself now.
All right, I'm sorry. I think I made my point, right? So I'll shut up then. Thanks for letting me talk, though. Appreciate it.
I like to think of when somebody's honestly seeking questions or asking questions, you can genuinely tell when you engage with them whether they're trolling for information or they're generally engaging with you for collecting information for their purpose.
Even if they're a troll, do they necessarily deserve to be treated that way?
Pardon me?
If they're just coming in here to be entertained by us by giving us a little bit of crap and slinging stuff at us, like a lot of people do anyway.
Exactly.
Is there really harm in that? Like, do we really need to be mean to them for it?
It's not a question of being mean, but what I'm saying is that from a standpoint of them creating a disturbance, if you will, from a standpoint of asking stupid questions, right? I look at each interaction with an individual as me extending energy to that person. I look at that person as an investment, right? If that person is not willing to onboard the information that I'm trying to share with them, and I'm not saying I'm a teacher, but if that person is not willing to onboard the information I'm sharing with them, then why am I going to knowingly, actively put my energy into that person? That's counterproductive. I would rather save my energy for someone else or another opportunity, go play video games or whatever else. It's just not worth the frustration and negative place it's going to take you to for that dealing with that ignorant person. Am I wrong?
I agree with you. I don't think you're wrong at all. But that's why I say it's easy. We can just push a button, right? And they're gone. Done.
Yeah, that's a pretty easy thing to do. But whenever there's like, some people that join and they want to kind of like argue with anybody's here about whatever topic, if there's someone that is, I don't know, is tired of speaking to this person or doesn't want to speak to that person, just pass the mic. Just let someone else speak to the person. I don't like the way you talk about defending your glow belief. Yeah, you don't want to talk to that person anymore. Just mute yourself and allow someone else to speak to the person. If no one is here to speak to that glow believer or whatever believer, I guess.
Yeah, I agree. A lot of people do that. Yeah, a lot of people do that. That's a good way to do it. Yeah, pass it off. And I'm not pointing any fingers because I've done it. I've been mean. I've been mean quite a few times.
I mean, and you guys can do whatever you want. I'm not gonna stop you, but like I've seen many times, like, I don't like talking to this guy. I don't like what he's saying. But at the same time, other people are trying to speak to the guy, right? So allow those people to speak to him if you don't like the guy. So you don't like the guy or the girl, whatever, don't speak to them. Allow other people to speak. Pretty simple.
Yeah, I think it comes down to pride, really. It's like once we realize that we think someone's not truthful and that they're trolly, then we want to protect our friends, of course, from wasting their time with them. But yeah, it's kind of difficult because I'm the same way. Sometimes I'll want to talk to them anyway, just because maybe I can throw something at them that you didn't think of. You know what I mean?
Jamesy.
Yo.
You got more rules than I ever seen in one human being. Are you going for a world record or what?
Well, I don't carry them with me. It's just there in the clouds.
That's fucking awesome, bro. I never seen the like.
I like one major rule that's real easy to remember and real easy to understand. Do no harm.
I like original thinker. I think it's the best rule anybody ever gave to me.
You like?
I like very much.
I like too.
My sister, she best prostitute all Kazakhstan.
Yeah, I like sisters too. Let's see. Wait. What's going on?
What do you mean what's going on?
PMAC. That's PMAC. Was speaking about original thinker. And he has original thinker.
That's the one, bro. That's the one everybody's looking for. You don't get that for nothing.
What does original mean?
I mean, it's just a label, but if you ask me what it means, I guess.
Original means that it's not copy.
Yeah, you're not copying what other people are saying. Obviously, I mean, whenever you say something, you're probably repeating what you read somewhere or you learned from someone else. But you can kind of come to
Yeah,
some
you come to your own conclusions
realization.
and you change. Right.
You can realize things from. Let's say you learn something from someone, like a little piece of information, and then you put 3 pieces of information together, and you come to a conclusion that nobody told you before.
And
You're
nobody's never thought of.
yeah, You're an original thinker, I'll say. That's just me. But I don't think you can just come with something without information or language or meaning of words, right? You put
Oh, yeah.
you put things together, and then you bring up the
Yeah,
conclusion.
it has to be a conglomerate, or things that come together. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I mean, you can't make an original thought just out of the blue. It has to be an amalgamation of all kinds of fucking things. Anyway, it's like my buddies. I came up with a saying, and they like it. We're sitting one night. You know how you say "easy peasy, lemon squeezy"? I just says "easy peasy, my balls are squeezy."
Okay.
That was
Okay,
an
like
original-
lemons, like you can squeeze lemons.
Great.
Yeah, it was an original joke. You know, easy peasy, my balls are squeezy. Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
the lemons when you make lemonade, right? You squeeze them and make a lemonade.
Yeah.
Are you testing to see
Yeah.
if I'm going to pick on you now?
Lemons are squeezy. Yeah, we get it.
Easy peasy, my balls are squeezy. Yeah. Anyway.
I got this idea. I want to change the game from football to another name. But bear with me. It's not much different. I want to call it footballs. What do you think? Good, right? Thank you very much.
Baseballs?
See, everything I say makes sense. Remember, don't forget that. It makes sense. Just think about it long.
Rookie.
Earlier on there. Sorry, Godwalker.
That was my
Hey,
first
Ricky, I
attempt
think
to
the
be nice.
Glovers would like that idea.
You're probably right.
Yeah. The more balls, the better.
Earlier on there, Hank said something about. Hey, none of you guys know the size, my foot size, right? And he was talking. None of you guys know my foot size of my feet, right? And I thought it was
Your foot size is the size from the bottom of your hand to the tip of your finger. That's
Yeah,
the size of your foot.
he's a size 12. I thought he was going to say, but if I stick it up your ass, you'll soon know the fucking size of it, bro.
Well, maybe you'd probably notice every bit of it. Yes, but I don't know that you would be able to tell exactly the length of it. Well, maybe you could. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. We ought to test that out, though. You want to
You're
test it
thinking
out?
too hard on it, bro. None of you guys know the size of my foot.
Now, see, there's all these great ideas in the world, but when you come down to who's going to actually do it, then everybody goes, no, it's all good. I don't need to do that.
A friend of mine showed up the other day at the door. I just so happened to be standing at the front door. He got out of his car. He walked up to me. I said to him, "Hey, is your name Justin?" He says, "What do you mean, Paul?" I says, "You're just in time to help me fit these car seats." Yeah, fuck off. Then he spent the next half hour helping me fit car seats.
Car seats are fun.
Who's astrophysicist? Is
Forward facing or backward facing?
Oh, he's a gold one.
Those car seats, were they forward facing or backward facing?
Good question.
Astrophysicist is Radwin. Or Warden.
So you guys, you guys taught me something today in the chat. In order to establish the fact that something's moving, you have to have a point of reference, like 2 points, right?
Yep.
Okay. So, and I'm asking this question from an ignorant place. What are the 2 points that we're using to establish the fact that we're moving that is not man supplied? Like, what are our reference points? I'm asking that openly to the chat.
Years.
Yeah, what are we observing that tells us that we're moving?
I ain't, except when I'm drunk. Like, I've gotten dizzy when I'm drunk, but other than that, and earthquakes, I've never felt it in a move. But that's just me. That could be.
So sky science is the only reference that we have, i.e., like the stars in, Polaris being a constant point, the stars turning around Polaris. But there's nothing on our relative point that we can grasp that tells us that we, in fact, are moving. Right?
Yeah. And well, I would say that if we were really moving as fast as they claim we are, then I don't think we would be alive. I think we would probably have chaos would have happened and the Earth would have went off into space in little pieces because the change in speeds would cause chaos. But that's just my opinion, like I said.
My opinion is this: I like math and I like speed, you know. And speed, we always speaking about 1,000 miles per hour, but that is around, you know, that is axial rotation. I like that another speed when we are going on the left or the right doesn't matter, but we are going aside 66,000 miles per hour, and that is more interesting for me than 1,000 miles per hour, you know.
Right, because we're moving in 4 different directions, supposedly. We're spinning, then we're moving around the sun. The sun's moving around the universe. The universe is going around the supposed great attraction, right?
And we have gradients in the atmosphere, and all that atmosphere is together all the time with us, you know, when we are moving.
So that's what I'm saying. We don't have an actual visual reference point that tells us we're moving.
We have what is
the skylights move around in a circle, but like I said, if you're moving as fast as they claim you are, you wouldn't be able to see them. They'd just be streaks.
That's sky stuff. I'm talking about that we don't have anything on relative to us on our plane. Tells us that we're moving. That's my question, right? Sky science tells us we're moving, which is improvable what our relationship is with sky science. So if I fell out of my mother's womb and all I learned was numbers all my life and I never learned to read, right, my observable ignorance at 42 years of old, and I'll be that fool because I didn't read a damn book growing up, it was pointless. My observable science says that I'm on a stable plane. There's nothing that I can touch that tells me that I'm moving. Am I right or am I wrong? Like, I'm just talking about...
And I could go, yeah, absolutely. And I would even go as far as to say that whenever something underneath your feet does move, you absolutely do notice it. You do. Unless you're moving in such a rate to where you don't notice that being any different. You know, like if you're spinning in some kind of a jungle gym or something, then you wouldn't notice an earthquake, but if you're standing still.
What is reference frame for the Earth tilt of 23 degrees?
Well, that's where I'm about to go. So as of June 15th, I'm declaring that I'm a man of ignorance. I've never read a book a day in my life. All I know is numbers, right? And my reference point is a stable plane. That I'm going to argue from a place of idiocy and see where it gets me, the village idiot, if you will. And 23.4 again is interesting.
You'd be better off that way, probably.
That's 66.6 degrees off of 90 degrees, which is the number of the devil, right? How many seconds in a
66,600 miles per hour Earth moving is also, but we don't look at that.
Right. And how many seconds in a minute, and how many minutes in a second, and how many hours in a day, and six, and how many reference points do we need before we start to say there's?
Well, math is designed to end up on sixes, isn't it?
We don't have reference point for that tilt. You need to have some closed object around the Earth to measure reference tilt. You need to have some kind of closed space or something like that.
Mm-hmm. And I think even if it was enclosed, but it was spinning, I think it would still cause chaos. You know what I'm saying?
Speaking of the 23.4 point, earlier we were talking about how to lay a bridge, right? And the fact that they lay a bridge into over water. They'll put the piles into the floor of the sea, right? The seabed floor. They drive the piles in, and those piles are based on a level, which is based on an air bubble, ultimately, at the end of the day, right? The air bubble shows up, they lay the pile accordingly, and hammer, however many feet required based on the drawings and the calculations of the weight it's going to carry, so on and so forth, right? There's no reference point based on for that air bubble to know which way is up other than atmospheric pressure of the water. Am I correct in saying that?
It sounds right.
Maybe.
There's no tilt. It's entertaining. 23.4. No.
Do you know who the man with the highest IQ ever in the world was? He's an American. William James said it's 207.
Yeah, I didn't.
That's amazing, bro. He was enrolled in Harvard by the time he was 11. He could speak 7 languages. 11 years of age. He was reading when he was 2 or 3. He was reading the newspaper.
You know what I think makes a genius?
Anyway, a little bit off topic.
I have a request, serious question. Isn't the toilet on an ISS the most ridiculous thing that there is? Like, I just watched the video again, like, how they explain it and so forth. And how are you able to poop into the plastic bag?
It goes chugga, chugga, chugga.
When you
we have no gravity in order for it to fall.
Exactly. Like,
and where would it go if it was runny? There's questions that need to be answered.
What if you just can't get off the toilet?
And also, why is this guy and the woman? There's also a video of a woman showing how it works. Why is she or him? Why are they touching it as if no one ever used it? Like, would you ever touch a toilet that way they do in the video?
Well, I think if you were agreeing to get on a space station with that small of a space with people in it together, I think you probably wouldn't mind too much about touching them because you're breathing in all their dander and everything. If you're in a ship like that, really, if it's really real, you'd be breathing in their dander and you'd be eating it all the time because it's a small space. But that's just my opinion.
Right. But the toilet really gives...
Yeah, I don't think I'd be worried about the...
The toilet really gives it away, to be honest.
Yeah, I agree, because I think there was one where I was watching the other day where it showed how they do it in an airplane, how they suck it into a little bin in the back of the plane, and I'm sitting there thinking, I wonder how they do it on the space station.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. Especially when he shows how he puts a little bit, like, he uses a water bag to put water into that suction thingy for peeing, and the water just spills around. Like, if that, like, and he doesn't even use much pressure, right? And we all know how much pressure there is when you pee normally, right, on Earth, as a man, I mean,
But in weightlessness, it would be different, would it not? If you were truly weightless, your bladder would have different pressure amounts.
Do you think?
So there's people flying by in harnesses.
I know it would be. I know it would.
People grabbing for things that aren't there.
I know.
The toilet is the clincher for you.
Actually, if you just watch the rockets take off until they actually get up and they pop whatever that first stage thing that falls off, almost every single one of those shows an anomaly. Every single one of those rocket launches has an anomaly where the rocket tube that falls off goes the wrong direction in one camera than it does in the other. Every single one, but I think only one that I found that's actually looks like it should. They literally all are fake. They're just the same camera setup. It's like a program that they just put the information and the photographs of the spaceman in there, and it just pops out a video. That's what I think it is. That's my opinion, of course.
Yeah, same with SpaceX. It's always the same camera setting and what they show. It's so bad, actually.
Yeah, I could share. I've got a bunch of clips of them. I could share some if you guys wanted to, but I didn't think anybody really cared. But it's up to you.
Sure.
All right, give me a sec. I'll share a couple clips.
I wonder if that smartest, the highest IQ guy who ever lived, believed that we lived on a spinning, watery, curvy, bendy ball. Kind of wonder if he believed that or not. I kind of also wonder if he believed that tiny, invisible microbes cause illness, disease, and even death. I kind of wonder if he the smartest, highest IQ guy on the earth believed in that as well. So it kind of makes you. So the person who made the comment about never reading a book is probably far ahead of that highest IQ guy ever.
You think?
Who knows?
I appreciate that, man. I studied architecture, so I know how to help buildings go together, and there's no correction for any kind of tilt ever. Like when we do a foundation, we go below grade, depending on the structure. If you're doing like the CN Tower, that thing's got to go crazy below grade, and all that stuff is laid. And that's why I paint the picture of building a bridge with the air bubble, right? Because I understand how these foundations work and the piling systems and all that stuff. So to be able to no, I don't want to say extrapolate, but to be able to understand the application of that on a curve it would be crazy.
You can make a huge argument that the more you read and the more you know, by the time you're 25, the more indoctrinated you are, the more brainwashed you are, the more programmed you are. So just because you read a lot when you're young means squat.
Can you maybe explain me the clips a bit? Sorry. Is it because it on the one video it folds away on an angled perspective, and on the other one it folds away straight? Rookie?
I just posted 5 different clips there that you guys can take a look at. You'll notice that in each clip on the left side, you're looking from the inside of the capsule that falls off up towards the rocket as it falls, as it moves away from you and you're falling backwards down. And the other camera is supposedly from the side view of the actual engine, looking at an odd angle, not quite 90 degrees, away from the top and, from up and down, but it's away from center. It's away from looking down towards the actual thing falling off. But for some reason, that little piece of tubing moves to the right, away from it, perfectly exactly in the same way that it does in the one on the left. But that shouldn't happen if you're looking at an angle from the side of the motor, right? It doesn't make any sense. And I think every single video I've looked at, I didn't clip all of them, but those are 5 different ones, 5 different SpaceX rocket launches, and they all have the same anomaly. Now, why would they leave that in there if it was an anomaly? Maybe because they don't know. I don't know. You figure. I don't know how to figure that.
But it could be also because of that wide angle camera,
No. I already tested that part, and that's not it.
Anyways, if you have some interest in me debunking the SpaceX Dragon capsule as being CGI, here you go. Maybe we should do a follow-up video to make it more simplified.
Yeah, I could pick it apart. I could pick one space mission and I could pick it apart and probably show you 1,000 different things that are wrong. Yeah, definitely. It's really awesome. Like, one that gets me all the time is when they show it taken off and there's actually a shadow where the flame coming out of the bottom of it. And it's just a flame. It's not smoke yet. It's just a flame, but yet it leaves a shadow on the ground. Now, last time I checked, flames don't leave shadows. But, NASA's videos show them. So maybe they live on another planet or another place where, there's magic.
Wow.
I mean, flames can make shadows. It depends on what is being burned.
I've got oh shit. Sorry.
Welcome to this.
I've got this clip where they say that there's 3 people on the SpaceX in the Dragon, right? There's 3 people in there, and it shows all 3 of them sitting in their seats, moving their hands around and pushing buttons on the can. And then you look below their feet, and there's 4 other people standing down and below them, moving stuff around and connecting wires. And I'm like, wait a minute, I thought there was only 3 people on this mission. Who are these 4 guys with no spacesuits on? Doesn't make sense to me, but
Can you see
Hey, rookie, just so you know, technically speaking, it is possible for a flame to have a shadow.
Yeah, anything could have a shadow.
In certain circumstances, yes.
An ant, remember the ants? Ant could have a shadow.
Does
I
anyone?
think.
Does anyone?
Well, I've shot off quite a few rockets. They're provided they're solid fuel rockets, but it does leave a smoke trail. But the flame itself does not leave a shadow.
Well, it does if you look closely.
Does anyone does anyone know where I can find the original video where this one astronaut is grabbing nothing?
Yeah. That's what do you call him? Is the hat thing? Fuck, man. That's a good one.
I think to find it on NASA.com, you have to know like the mission and stuff.
Right.
And he's putting it on the shelf.
I don't know which one it is, but I'm sure it wouldn't be that hard to find if you were, provided that you search this stuff all the time. You'd probably be able to find it by checking your like search history or something on Google.
Oh, I delete my history every night, bro. Can't have all that porn out there.
Oh well, I guess not. I'm just saying, they keep track of it whether or not you delete it or not, right?
Oh yeah, it's all stuffed in a server somewhere.
I think he's talking about the video where it's like a heavyset guy with dark hair, and he reaches out to grab a hat that the guy didn't pass him yet, and then he like sets it to the side. I think that's the one he's talking about.
Yeah, we all know it. We've all seen
Yeah,
it.
exactly that one. You know what is strange? Even this 8K video, you have these weird dots all over.
There it is. Somebody found it. Miguel found it.
Oh no, Miguel. Miguel.
Yeah, exactly that one. But does anyone know from where I can find the original of that one?
Let me see. I'm sure there's a way, but I think you'd have to use like reverse like search. Like you'd have to find out what space mission it was and then like look through all the videos until you found it. But I don't know. Maybe there's a way.
Yeah. One more thing I always don't understand. If you look at the 8K video, for example, why is it that you have these weird pixels in every video that they record, even this 8K one? Like weird pixels all over the screen.
I don't know, but it's always there. They claim it's from the transmission from space, I guess, is what they claim. But we both know that they send it in packets. They don't miss packets. They just come in slow and they come in at the wrong speed sometimes. They don't just disappear.
People fading in and out, people flying in harnesses, people reaching for things that aren't there. This is the organization.
And they wouldn't need to do that in a weightless environment, right?
About how water behaves or shit like that. Just look at that, man. Just look at that and think.
And the door that they exit the space station from in order to go do spacewalks is literally made out of like a flimsy plastic cardboard stuff. It literally like opens and just goes and wiggles. It's like you're telling me that you sealed something from the vacuum of -7. Come on, dude, really? And you use a door that's literally doesn't even like seal and like lock and like twist like bolts to hold it shut? No, you're not convincing me of that, bro. I'm sorry.
I just found something really weird.
That's like saying that you can use a Flex Seal on the bottom of a damn, a military ship and it's going to keep it from sinking. I'm sorry, it just doesn't work like that.
I just found something really weird in that 8K video. And so that someone wants to see it really quick in a streaming channel. I want to show you something. No.
I don't mind. I'll go over with you if you want to play it or something. I think I might be able to.
I just want to quickly show you something.
Where do you want to go? Like learning curve or something?
Cinema.
All right, I'll go though. I'll go over there with you and check it out.
So says ya. 2.0. Did the server have a fart or something? I lost connection. Where'd Ricky go? Kiwi. Oh, Kiwi store.
Did it get that quiet again? Check, check.
Sunny. Was full with rain.
Sonny, we need a song. You have a song for us?
Yes, please.
Yeah. Let me put one on.
Thank you very much.
Hopefully, I won't be too repetitious. Let's see.
Sonny, you said that you could do Fire and Rain by James Taylor on your guitar. Now, was I mistaken?
Not Fire and Rain. Shoot. You Got a Friend.
Hey, can we hear that?
Oh, I don't. No, I don't.
Good to know.
I wouldn't want to try to play that a cappella. I never really figured the entire thing how I would play and sing that and pull that off. It would take
Don't
quite
worry
a bit.
about it. I'll sing it, man. You just play it, bro. That's good.
I'm just gonna play. One of our friends' songs.
Hell yeah.
Hey, Sonny. You just call out my name and I'll be there.
I'll be there. Like, see, this person we knew that used to be on the server named Aramiston. He wrote a bunch of parody songs for us. He had a heart attack and he was in the hospital. And then we heard from him once after that, a couple weeks after. But after that, I never saw him on here ever again.
Damn. Hey, Sonny. Winter, spring, summer, or fall, all you have to do is...
And Sonny will be there.
Yes, we will.
Summer or fall, all you got to do is call, and I'll be there, yes, I will.
You got a friend. Well, ain't it good to know?
To debate you again. Dun, dun, dun. I'll be on the server. What is it? Oh, shit. I have the word somewhere.
Hey, Sonny, I've seen fire and I've seen rain. I've seen sunny days that I thought would never end.
That's a good one.
Yeah. I always thought I'd see you again. Won't you look down upon me, Jesus?
Hold on a second. Here, while we're waiting, let's listen to this. Hold on. Let me see. Is this a song? I don't know what this is exactly, but we'll try it.
Holy shit balls.
I gotta check my water. 1 second. There you go.
But anyone who does time for a meeting of the Flat
Earth Society.
Do you suppose it is beyond us to produce a dual system of astronomy? The stars can be near or distant according as we need them. Do you suppose our mathematicians are unequal to that? Have you forgotten doublethink?
We don't have time for a meeting of the Flat Earth Society.
I thought there was something else coming up. What happened?
Astronauts to the moon.
Sequence start. 2, 1.
Funny suckers, aren't they?
You've had your time, now you gotta go.
Go.
So withdraw, pitch and yaw, algebra, don't you know? No need to frown, but you gotta go. Cause what we saw, so bizarre, NASA nah, Switch up, cause we gotta stop with the 9 and move to no. So pack your landers fast, cause we're getting rid of ya. We're wanting to ditch ya, can't quite see why some lunatics wanna double ya.
Went out.
No mas NASA.
Went out again.
NASA, we're moving past ya. All the CGI we're getting is so old. Mama, Trump or Obama, all these sloppy, choppy crappies gotta go.
NASA goes nowhere.
NASA, if you care.
Yes, we want some new face.
NASA, listen here.
NASA, take a chair. Yes, we want some new face. New face, new face, new face, new face, new face, new face. Round up those lives from long ago. NASA. Adios, idiots. Take with y'all the lunar modula and the robot. Don't you want to let Apollo go? I say yes. You say yes. Oh, yes.
Come back down. Falcon 9, first stage.
Enter Elon. He hails from Africa. Picked by NASA, so you can bet that he'll be picking ya. Keeping high in the sky for Elon before he steals another billion, or launches or lands another rocket full of billion.
Ilona, gonga kota, hamdu namsa namja noya gunu funsa. Imunkwa, hokutioda, ponantusa animpusa utina.
NASA goes nowhere.
NASA, if you care.
Yes, we want some new face.
NASA, listen here.
NASA, take a chair. Yes, we want some new face. New face, new face, new face, new face, new face, new face.
Hey, we want some 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 new face. NASA goes nowhere.
NASA, if you care.
Yes, we want some new face.
NASA, listen here.
NASA, take a chair. Yes, we want some new face. New face. New face. New fakes. The fakest fake ever faked.
Sedun cazzo.
Sí, por favor. Porque yo necesito ir al baño. And now look at you, you're all wet.
How'd you know that?
The pool, you fell in the pool.
Oh.
Wow.
That was a good start. That was a good start, Sonny. Was that enough time to get yourself set up there?
The guy who turned me on to Discord a couple months ago is listening on live stream on YouTube right now. His name is Jay from the UK. He said he's finally going to join live stream here next Tuesday or Wednesday, so we have to hold him to it. So everybody give a shout out to Jay from the UK and tell him we'll look forward to seeing you next Tuesday or Wednesday. Put the pressure on. He's got to join.
Jay from the UK, no pressure. You can join Thursday or Friday. It's all good.
Jay from the UK, we are out here, my guy, ready and waiting to discuss this